It could have been better, but I was so tired after yesterday that I fell asleep in the middle of the day and didn't finish half of the things I wanted to finish before this tournament start. But we've got the most important things done. Wait.
What didn't you have chance to finish?
I wanted to do like the Pharaoh tournament stream, wanted to do the Pharaoh tournament stuff as well. But everything for this tournament is ready, so that's the most important thing. Well, I maybe wanted to have a little bit more, but none of that is crucial. We'll get there eventually.
Yep.
One day, I'll be so prepared that everything will be ready ahead of time. But this is not today.
But that day is not today. That's okay.
Alright, the team has started, aka started 2 minutes ago because of the delay. So hello there everyone. Bots are on though, so please stay active in chat to get your SUNTZU Loyalty Points to then use them towards the giveaways. And the giveaway will be at the end of the stream. Alright. I post our link, stream link, in a few places, I guess. Alright, we still don't have Houseman on site. He checked in.
Well, let's give him some time.
Sure. Okay, let's go for the bracket then. We had 16 players signed up and 14 out of them checked in. So this is the new record. So for that, we are growing. Meaning that Team the Wilder, who has by far the most SUNTZU points, he sits at 2000, and then the second place is Serika and he has 875. So he has double the advantage over the second place. Well, he is our triple champion after all. He won every single tournament he was in.
Well,
so
yeah,
well,
does
well
check out.
So he got a bye into quarterfinals. But also, Serika, being the second player, also got by to quarterfinals. And then we had 7 players with SUNTZU points also sign up, or 7 together with those 2. So, Berserk, 3rd place, Hlidin, 4th place, or 4th seed, Michael Pontifex, 5th, Arcane, 6th, and then B6A6, 7th, and then we had people without any SUNTZU points. So, we ordered them again from strongest to weakest, although, well...
Yep, so all things considered,
it's all
everything checks out.
Yes.
I'll be right back real quick.
I wonder if Arcanus hear me. My internet might have had a hit up. Anyway, then that means that from 7th seed forward, we order people again, strength-wise. Although it's only just a wild guess, it's according to my knowledge, which isn't that vast when it comes to the Warhammer multiplayer community. But Houseplant has been hyped up as the strongest, so there we go, he gets 8th seed, which means if he wins, he'll face the Team the Wilder. So that's gonna be spicy. Then the Stingers, I saw him won a tournament recently against other very good players. That's why I placed him as second best out of the remaining players without any SUNTZU points. And then we have Hardest Warrior. He participated in a SUNTZU tournament before, but didn't finish it. He dropped out in the middle. Then at seed number 11, which is Hippo, he participates in a fair tournament, which finals are going to be tomorrow. So hopefully I'll see you there as well. Then we have Danteku, a completely unknown guy for me. Just join our Discord and sign up, same as Just a Dead Man. And Thunderwolf. Never heard of them, so I'm happy to hear about them for the first time and watch their battles, either live or for replays, depending on how they do. But we are going to be watching this match first, Houseplant versus Stingers, as long as Houseplant actually shows up. He said hello, hello. I'll say join draft please, because he still didn't. Anyway, here's the draft. Welcome Norexi to the chat. A warm greeting, always nice. Hopefully all the other matches are also slowly getting underway. But they aren't. So while we are waiting for Houseplant, I'll give our players a little bit of a push to remind them that they need to read.
Yep, I'm gonna be hitting them up too.
Match number 6, there we go, very good.
Could you check the draft for round 16 match 2? It does give the draft does not exist error for Houseplant.
Oh. I might just make a new one, sure.
Yep.
Just let me finish what I started. Michael versus Danteku here. Match number 3. Match number 3, there we go. They managed to do it on their own. And then match number 2 we are in, and match number 1 has a bye. Okay. Make a new one then. Wait, what? Oh. Edit. Fuck!
What did you do?
I copied the link without the H at the beginning. Alright. But this is suspicious. An awful lot of games are available to me. So I launched the game without mods, even though I did specifically enable mods. Okay, Houseplant is in. Now waiting for Stingers with a switcheroo. Okay, they're both in, we can start.
Alright.
they're giving us time to react. There we go. High Elves. A very specific first ban. Grand Cafe. Okay, that's a top tier faction. Makes more sense now. And Lizardmen, yet another top tier faction. Dark Elves checks out as well. Wood Elves for the triple Elves ban. I mean, there are some high elves, or sorry, just elves in general, enjoyers. I know Charix is one. There we go, triple elves. I know Charix is one elves enjoyer. So banning triple elves against him specifically makes sense. Maybe Stingers is yet another one of them. Sadly, we won't see any elves in his hands today. Well, today. In this match. Maybe later. And Kislev first pick. Obviously, one of the top tier picks. And this is a new patch. We haven't had a tournament on this patch yet. 4.1. So, there has been some meta shakeups. Ogre Kingdoms got nerfed slightly. And they are available. We'll see if, well, just how popular will they be. I imagine they will still be quite popular, but maybe they'll get some hit to their popularity.
Yeah, we took a look at the nerfs, and quite frankly, it seemed quite minor to me. So I don't think they're trying to dethrone. I don't think they're trying to dethrone Ogre Kingdoms.
I totally dethrone them. I hate that faction.
Honestly, I kind of agree. I kind of prefer the Riot's nerfing thing. Like, when you nerf, you should probably see the effects and not try to fine-tune it right away.
For me, it's because they're such a one-dimensional faction. They are all large, apart from 2 units. So therefore, they should be countered by an anti-large roster that many factions can field. And yet they still dumpster them because they have some broken-ass anti-large mechanics.
That's very, very true.
That's why I don't like them.
And also, just because of their design, there has been, for a very long time, a problem with how large units interact with charge. They just take very little charge damage. So, in a lot of circumstances where large units are
that would make sense
involved,
because they are large, so...
Yeah, they are large, but like... let's think of Arena for a second.
Draft. You can continue about Arena, sure.
Yeah.
I'll allow that.
About, if you remember, charging armored infantry division with your cavalry frontally was a very bad trade, even if you are, I don't know, a very high tier cavalry. Like, it's usually frowned upon and it's a bad trade. Not the case in Warhammer. It seems to be whatever has happened, when they pull out, they should be taking a lot of damage. This is normal, this is natural, that's how it should be. Cavalry needs to take advantage of the weaknesses in the enemy. They should not be face charging. But here, they are encouraged, which, you know, I can see that, but it seems the reason why they are not taking damage while they're pulling out is the way the engine is interacting these small units with these larger units. So we see like a technical issue causing this interaction that should be happening not to happen. So I feel like this is a more kind of an arcadey limitation.
Right. Good Kislev from Housebound.
Yep.
He's going with his first pick, trying to get a W from the very beginning. We'll see what Stingers will counter with.
Good strategy.
That gives Stingers a little bit of an advantage, at least in the first match, because he can counter. And if that counter works, then that puts pressure on Houseman being on match point.
Mm-hmm. What is the name of the match, by the way?
There isn't one yet.
Okay.
I mean, I will stream it to you for Discord as always.
Okay. Alright.
Also, one thing we could try utilizing, which we should have last time, but we didn't, is watching replays while in downtime.
Yeah.
Post game as spectator.
Oh, the other thing we have done since the last tournament is we are going to be hosting a head-to-head tournament.
Oh boy. It's too early for that.
A little early, I know, but I figured I'll plant the idea in the viewers' heads. There isn't much known as of yet. It is going to be more known in a few weeks, probably more like in January.
Sure. I was thinking about our tournaments in January. What I want to do is have a double weekend. So Domination on Saturday and land battles on Sunday, alternatively the other way around, but probably the way I said it. But the question is, do we just do those as regular tournaments and then do the season finals sometimes else, or do we make that the season finals and we make it special that way because it's like a double weekend?
Yeah, I mean, that makes more sense. And also, like, land battles, last time we could barely get enough people.
I know, land battles tournament, I feel like it was popular enough, given also that it was our first.
I mean, yeah, the fact that it was our first is probably a factor, but, like, it was significantly less popular. We could still give it a try.
There is one hurdle, though. That being a double tournament, I would imagine some players will opt into playing just one of them. Because they'll be like, okay, 2 tournaments will be a little bit of too much of a commitment, so they'll pick one. For example, Berserk, right? He won the Land Battles tournament. He came second twice. We've got Beastmen locked in by Stingers. Took a while to decide.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, 2 tournaments, as we have seen from our 2-day events, is a bit too much of a commitment. 2 separate tournaments, even more so.
I mean, time-wise, it would be the same for people who have committed 2 days, but for those who want to commit only one, they can still just commit only one. We'll see. I'll, run a poll, ask the community. How dare they not know the password, hello? It's obviously the famous Squadron 303. Alright, so we've got Kislev versus Beastmen. We can swap into the game interface. Or maybe I'll show the bracket, since we're still waiting. So you can see what's happening.
Yep.
Well, Nerexa, aka Serica, is Nerexa in game, Nerexa on YouTube, but Serica on Discord. Not confusing at all. Anyway, he says, Ogres have a lot of artillery and shooting to deal with the anti-large infantry. Which, okay, true, but also, their large infantry also deals pretty well with anti-large infantry. And that is my problem. Like, I want if Ogre infantry runs into spearmen, they shouldn't do well against those spearmen, but yet they do. That is what I find unfair about them. And it's not even like some top elite Ogre units, like regular Ogre bulls for 500, 600. Well, they got nerfed because they got more expensive this patch. But yeah, they still do very well against similarly priced anti-large units. There we go, that's why I don't like them. But they haven't been picked here, so hooray. Oh, Twilight Forest. Okay, well I guess you decided already. Not me selecting it. Twilight Forest, Twilight Forest. There we go. So press ready preemptively. So, let's have a look at our bracket. Obviously, Tim is waiting for the winner of this match, so this will be a great lead into watching our defending champion play against whoever wins here. It's definitely still going to be a good match. So, I'm really hyped. Then semifinals, it's Hlidin, just a Deadman, Michael Pontifex and Danteku. Hlidin with seed number 4. He took Berserk to 5 games, and Berserk to Tim to 5 games, so it can also still be a very good even matchup.
Yep.
Also, we don't know anything about just the Deadman and Nanteku, so could be some surprises, could be not. Michael Pontifex, well, he's been doing alright. He's been participating in a tournament, so he has some experience, but hasn't really shown himself to be on the level of the top players. So I'd expect, well, I mean, I don't know what to expect from Nanteku, but maybe he'll get to quarterfinals, and then we'll see. Serika, by to quarterfinals. Then B6A6, also sort of same with Michael Pontifex. Participated in a few tournaments, didn't go far in them. Hardest Warrior participated in one and dropped out in the middle. So I guess fairly even matchup here. We'll see. Then Berserk versus Thunderwolf. Thunderwolf don't know anything about. Berserk, definitely one of the favorites. And then Akain and Hippo. Akain played really well in our previous tournament. And then Hippo, he's been around, I guess, but I don't know much about him, so there's that, but should be also a good matchup. So we've got a really, really hype tournament ahead of us. Right, there we go, Arklon.
Okay, thank you. Okay, both of our players are in RTK, so we might get a pretty good battle. They must all be practicing.
Go.
So yeah, while we wait on our competitors to come in, there is actually a very interesting thing about the way clans like to prepare for these tournaments. There is a reason why the clan members are getting better faster, and that's not necessarily because they train more than other players. The reason is because they like to train against better players. They make scrimmages.
Oh, okay, Arklon, wait a second. Match
Sure.
number 4, please. I'm running out of patience there.
Oh.
Yeah, speaking of which, you should probably announce our stream on more places.
Yeah.
This is so overwhelming for one person, even with your help. This is post Total Tavern. Fuck. Never mind. Let's go.
Yep,
They're
they're
right
starting.
up.
You deal. Yep, you take a look at that. I will take care of the match 4.
Yep, thanks. Alright. Ice Witch versus Great Bray Shaman Wild. I also Ice Witch Ice, because it could be Ice Witch Tempest. Suspiciously not Tempest Witch. Anyway, Butchers of Kalkungrat, standard, very powerful unit. Then regular Minotaurs. I don't recognize from the card whether this is great weapons or whatever else. It seems like it. Then we have some throwing axes, Centigores, Ungor Riders, Gorherd, and Ungorherd Spearmen, whatever they're called. The cheap crap, essentially. So Minotaurs are going to be the main damage dealers, obviously. And then on the side of Kislev, we saw some more armored Kossars. And then something else, but they disappeared. I'll take a look at it in a second. A very dark map. It is a twilight forest after all, but it looks like just a night forest. Alright, let's have a look at the Kislevite army. Armored Kossars with great weapons, yep. And then regular armored Kossars and Kossars, yep. So essentially when I said armored Kossars and I don't know what else, it's because nothing else other than Wolf Hearts, Action Ambushers, Regiment of Renown. Super OP, but they lost their armor piercing damage in this patch. I mean, the armor piercing damage is still pretty high. It is more than 1/3 of the damage, so not bad. But yeah, it was flipped. It was 20 AP and 12 regular damage, so slight nerf here. And then Streltsy got buffed instead of Wolfhearts, further nerfed. So Kislev, despite being a top tier faction, kinda got buffed, at least in the range department. Depends how you look at it, because you still want to kind of take the Wolfhearts. Because of the pack trap, so OP, 25-second snare. Right, looks like Houseplant will be going for points 1 and 2. And Stinkers will be going for the opposite, 2 and 3, with some harassing Centigores on the left flank around point number 1. They are range 70 versus range... That's a nice, what the fuck happened? Other than Stingers obviously dropping, but why? See what I see on this card. It just game crashed. Okay.
Oh, looks like we had a game crash.
Yep. I mean, the lobby stays up, so... Well, you can see their reinforcement armies.
Yeah.
It's super small to look at. I see Patriarch, Regiment of Renown, so those are Warbear Riders. Regiment of Renown, it's some Tsar Guard, I think Winged Lancers, and then Kossovite Dervishes. And then for Beastmen, Sangors, more Minotaurs, and Razor Gore Herds, and a Centigore. So, pretty standard overall, but nothing like really spicy for Kislev other than that Warbear Riders Regiment of Renown. So no Incarnate Elemental of Beasts, no Things in the Woods, no Elemental Bear Regiment of Renown. I'll take that chance. Post the link in more places.
Looks like we already have one of the matches completed.
Damn,
Played
that
in
was
versus just a dead man. Yeah, that was fast.
Wait, did they already played 2 full battles?
They played one. They played one battle.
No, therefore that's not complete unless one of them
Yes.
withdrew.
Yes. No.
Well, then one battle complete, not match. Come on. Battle is...
Yes, one
expected,
battle, not one
yeah.
match.
Alright, at least he didn't drop out, so that's alright.
Yep, they're playing their second battle right now. Looks like you'll have to rehost the lobby.
Fuck. Alright. Error, failed to host game.
Yeah, you might need to restart it.
No, I just hosted again, it worked.
Okay.
I hosted as a player, hosted as a spectator. There we go. Yeah, I'm back. Unit caps on, character loading off. Domination. And Twilight Forest, there we go. Okay, Stinger is in. Ready up. And fingers crossed. So how is match number 4 going? Or is it going?
Good. Yep. I showed Dante how to download and get the mods. Bit of a hand holding, but you know, a newer player.
Yeah.
So they accommodate. That's the one thing.
I have a wish one day players will read the rules before signing up.
I totally get that, but at the same time, we have to be accommodating to new players. I've seen so many great communities die because they are so entrenched in their elitism. It's like, oh, you do not know the specific esoteric thing that I find very simple. You're clearly not a material for our community.
Sounds like, well, you sound like a creative assembly
Like the
committee
16th?
manager.
Oof.
Oh, remember that meme? What do you think about the state of Foxes? I think that Fox players need to get good.
Yes! Oh man, yes.
I mean,
Oh,
I do agree with that as well, right? Because as far as balance goes, especially in a game like Total War Arena, I think balance, or in Warhammer as well, the balance should be done for the highest level of multiplayer.
Yes.
Not for an average Joe who plays the campaign. Because he doesn't care
That's
about balance anyway.
exactly. See, you have to be accommodating in community. Balancing wise, you must always balance for the highest level. Because the people up above will have their own community, they'll have their own support networks. They're not the
Oi.
ones who need your help.
This was supposed to be a super hype match.
And?
And he crashed again, that's why it isn't.
Huh.
I'm not sure my system liked the UI mod. Let me try reloading.
Weird.
Uh,
Wow.
I mean, we can try running without it, right?
Yeah.
It's not essential. The map mod is essential. Without it, we are not going.
Yes.
But UI mod, sure. All right. Let's relaunch the game without the UI mod. Yeah, we're already through Room 1 music and we still haven't had a single battle. Gonna fix that. Alright. Multiplayer battles. Host. Oh, it didn't click as spectator. My micro isn't on top. That's why I'm a caster, not a player. Can't even click a single button.
You're a caster, not a player, because nobody else is casting or organizing.
I mean, that's not true, actually. That was true in Arena. Isn't true in Warhammer.
I mean, here nobody organized it on this level.
Yeah. Touring, like, once half a year for season finals or something. But even the season finals were best of ones, I think.
Yeah,
And
I
only
don't
best
think
of
that's
three
really
is in
competitive.
the for top 4.
Yeah, I don't think those are really competitive, and I think there is a place for fun tournaments. But, and you will see consistently same players winning because they're more skilled, but they don't exactly use the best practices for a competitive environment.
Well, we are providing a nation, judging by the turnout on this tournament. The fact that we have so many good players showed up seems like it's finally paying us, and we're getting a reputation.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
hopefully, if this tournament hits really hard, which I hope it does.
And, I think only one person that I hit up yesterday, that I messaged yesterday, signed up. So it's not really us individually hitting people up is what's bringing people in. It's just our reputation.
My dog has come to wish me good luck. Probably demand food. But he got his dinner and he got his walk right before the tournament. So we are all set. And hopefully now we're all set for this battle as well. No crashes, please.
Let's hope so.
I mean, we are 40 minutes in. It's about time we got our first battle. But, on the other hand, it's also nothing new. Let me see what chat is saying. Hello there, Pigman. Sorry for low chat interaction, but this is all really very overwhelming. Hosting, making sure everything goes smooth. Yada 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 yada, and then reading chat on top of that. There's time and place for that though, but not when the battle is about to start, I guess. Alright. The game didn't crash, at least for me. Let's go. Yeah, resubscribe to properly re-download them. But if they didn't have the same versions of the map mod, they wouldn't be able to play with each other. Like, they wouldn't be able to get into the same lobby. And we had that last tournament. And then a person had to quit the game, resubscribe the mod on Steam, and then it was fine. Which is something I did right ahead of this tournament as well, just to make sure. And Waka Waka has been blessing us with constant updates. We have all 8 of his newest maps on course to be used throughout quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. But Twilight Forest, I don't know if it is his or not though. It is Halloweeny, so maybe. Is it? I think it might have been somebody else. Or maybe one of his older maps. Well, Arkinon, you did the map selection.
Yes.
Alright, let's go! So, we won't know the winds of magic and such stuff, but we'll manage.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll need to do some volume level manipulation for the next battle, because I feel like the music is a little bit too loud compared to how loud the game is. But well, it's too late for that now. So, as predicted earlier, Sandigors on top of point number 1, but they should be displaced by the entire Kislev line. It's not really an effective unit against Kislev because it's outranged by all of their infantry, even the ones with the lowest range. So whenever it gets close, it just gets shot to pieces. Well, we'll see how they'll be utilized. Maybe they expected some big single target entities.
Could you stream the match on Discord for me?
Oh yeah, it crashed because of the restart.
Yep.
There we go, that is a crucial one. Okay, there we go. Fast fingers, let's go. The pro player in me still has that micro.
Okay, looks like we've got the players positioning themselves for the skirmish phase of the battle. Ooh, we've got
surprise attack from
taking
the
advantage of vision on point 3.
Well, Icewind should be able to dodge most of it, barely taking any damage, but it was some. Just using careful scouting, maybe we'll see a spell. Let's see. We'll have Death Frost, and that's it. Death Frost is the only spell. I don't know also Guardian Call, but that's an item. And for the Bray Shaman of Wild, we have Traitor King, so direct damage AoE, and that's also the only spell he has brought. So, both players just summoning the reinforcements, not willing to really start a battle. I feel like Kislev maybe should be pushing because it has such a range advantage, so the earlier the battle starts, kind of to his advantage. Maybe he wants to build up and bring those Tsar guards to the front lines.
We've got the ice switch engaging those stalking range units, and now they're getting shot at.
Throwing axes, they didn't provide that much damage into the armored Khazars. Most of the damage comes from the Ungor Riders, 3 units of which. Yeah, concentrate, since they have the range advantage, at least in the front lines here, because we have Khazars with 140 and Action Ambushes with 150. But they aren't being used, despite being the longest range. So, a little bit strange. Point number 2 has been captured for the Beastmen as well as point number 3, and Kislev is coming into contest now. But in this small concentrated engagement, it is Beastmen with the range advantage. But as I said, those Sendigors just really don't make sense in here. As soon as they get into the range of the regular infantry, they just get obliterated, and that's exactly what happened. So now Beastmen forced to push into the Kislev's range advantage. Main damage dealers to look out for are obviously those 2 units of Minotaurs. There are 2 more units in the reinforcements, and one of them has been summoned, the regular Minotaurs. We also have Razor Gore Herd, quite a powerful 52 weapon strength unit, so they're also looking to do some damage once they get engaged with infantry.
Mistru.
Great. What's that?
Mistru, the stream is still showing the bracket, apparently.
God damn it! It's those crashes. There we go. It's the first time that happened, okay? It's like our 6th tournament. It isn't that bad. It isn't as bad.
Erectile dysfunction joke.
Okay, Winged Lancers have been summoned. It's just, I am so good at describing things that you could still do well without it, okay? Without the actual visuals. Anyway, in the meantime, Traitorkin was cast, I believe. One of the AoE spells. Didn't take a look because, well, I was changing the stream. Anyway, quick fingers again. And overall, advantage to Kislev from that engagement. The Minotaurs, well, these guys are retreating and they have regeneration, so it's good that they are retreating for Stingers. But overall, those Minotaurs didn't do that much damage. We have the Snow Leopard summoned by the Ice Witch. Tsar Guards going quite deep into the enemy territory, but they have done pretty well so far. But now facing these Minotaurs, probably they're not going to have such a good day, but we're just holding them in place for the rest of the ranged units to shoot in, and that is a very powerful combo against the Beastmen. We have Sentigors here flanking around with the throwing axes, maybe getting some good damage into the armored Khazars. They do have silver shields, but if they're hit in the back, their armor piercing missiles should do quite a lot of damage. But there's also...
Now, I'm not too sure about their positioning there. Like, okay, even if they do take the point 1, they're gonna get shot at pretty heavily. So they really should engage those Khazars as best as they can. Right now, I think this is all about value rather than taking the points. So,
well, the value is quite heavily in Kislev's favor.
Exactly.
Well, there is some backline still shooting for the Beastmen, but the front line is really collapsing. Minotaurs are gone. The Butchers of Hakengrad aren't doing too hot either. The other ones with great weapons are also almost down. Tsarguard is actually holding strong, and Kislev flipped point number 2. But point number 1 has been... Oh, I mean, is it flipped? See, the UI what helps with the hand. Okay, controlled by Kislev. There we go. I have to hover over for it.
Yeah.
So it is controlled by Kislev, but Beastmen are about to flip it. Also, the green border, I guess, helps. We'll see if they will manage to, as there are some reinforcements arriving. Oh, it's still green. Oh, now it's red. Okay, okay.
Yeah, but
so they flipped it briefly.
Taking it back.
Yeah, Winged Lancers are in. The engagement over here is pretty equal. The Tsangors are doing pretty well against those armored Khazars, so the cavalry help might swing it the other way around. But the engagement over here is slightly Kislev favored. Looking at the value, it's 4k difference already, but looking at the map itself, it doesn't really look that hard. But we've got the Warbear Riders, that is a 1.8k unit, I think. We have the Patriarch with his AoE heal, so that is extremely powerful. And then we have Winged Lancers coming in a minute, whereas on the other side it's mainly very cheap units. So yeah, which is talking about have been unsummoned. Speaking of which, where is the shaman? It's over here. We've got Lord on Lord action, and Greyberry Shaman is getting wrecked, about to go down. If he goes down, the Beastman's morale will collapse. I mean, it's pretty much GG already, so Houseplant really asserting his dominance, and as I say that, Stingers gives up. GG's. I'll just throw them a quick reminder. Nice. I would really appreciate players who just immediately upload replays. MVPs, true MVPs. Hillidan, yet another one of them, always uploads those immediately. Like, his reporting is on top, pretty much only his. But maybe other players will learn from him. So I just hope he goes deep into the tournament. I mean, he will go deep either way, but deep in the upper bracket. I root for him. He's a good guy. He also streams, so shout out to him.
Yeah, absolutely. So he actually just moved to quarterfinals, and we currently have a few technical issues going around. I believe at least half of the matches today had problems with crashes.
Maybe it's the new patch or something, or maybe it's the mod somehow being
I think
involved.
There's a conflict between the patches and the mods, so that is a problem. Match 8, they currently had their third crash. They are playing without the UI mod. They crashed in the middle of the battle. So
despite getting rid of the UI mod.
Yes.
Okay.
So I asked them to validate their files and try it again. If it happens again, they'll have to play without the mods, and we'll see how that goes.
Like without the map mod?
Yes, unfortunately, because I'm not seeing any other way. And that was their suggestion.
Then, okay, so an impromptu map pool would be Battle for Itza. Let's go Black Ark and Grove of Slaughter.
We'll see if we need that. If we do, we'll do that. But let's wait and see.
Alright. Let's go into the draft. Also, I said that this is the first time it happened. It actually isn't. Famously, there was a special versus... I think it was Medley battle. Where he was playing Slaanesh versus High Elves, I believe. And yeah, he got absolutely obliterated. So it's such a one-sided match.
Yep.
Yeah. That I just said, well, it was censored because otherwise it would be too gruesome for our audience. Also, welcome everybody to the chat. Iskander, Norexa, Delmon, just Delmon. Yeah, we never really had problems with the mods in the past tournaments. Maybe like singular issues, but never on such a scale. Let's see. Stingers still didn't select his faction yet. Okay, so we've got Stingers, Chaos Dwarfs, and then Housecat immediately answering with the Empire. So potentially Bretonnia versus Norsca as the last match, but we'll see how this one goes. Still, a map. So the map choice is between the Lost Temple of Sotek and Gates of Ekrund. Alright, in the meantime, let's have a look at the bracket. Thanks for updating it. So, as Arklin said, we have Hlidin advancing to the quarterfinals after defeating just the Deadman. Nice. I was about to ping just a Deadman in the match he was supposed to go into, but he found it on his own and said hi to his future opponent, whatever he's going to be.
That's great.
Yeah, points for that guy. Very well done. So I simplified our infrastructure a little bit, which puts a little bit more of a emphasis on the players finding their own way for the tournament, but I'm glad they're still able to do that.
I think it is quite easy to navigate, especially with the channels, the Discord channels. Yeah, from the bracket. But I also get, just because of the sheer amount of them, people can get confused.
Ogre still has decided on the map. I'm just gonna, since he mentioned Temple of Sotek earlier, I'm just gonna pre-select it just in case. Unless he changes his mind later. But if they both press ready without thinking about it, then it will play in Lost Temple. Say quite a slow start from what I'm saying, due to all the technical issues. Hopefully it will pick up once everything is resolved.
Yeah. So, shall we boot up a replay while we wait?
We could, yeah.
Alright, let me boot it up.
How about we check in on Berserker?
Sure.
I'd rather start as screen blocker artwork. I don't have an artwork, I'm sorry. I'm just answering the chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I already did. Alright, so do you have a replay for me then?
Yes. Stream it.
Well, you're supposed to stream it.
Yeah, I am a pilot.
Okay. It's going to be difficult to juggle all of it. Holy shit, it's getting way too much micro.
Okay, we got the replay from Plidin and just the dead man.
Okay, so now I do this. Right, it doesn't work. Now it does. Go on, Arkin, you can commentate on it.
Alright. Just a second, I'm downloading another replay. Okay, we've got Dwarves versus Lizardmen with a heavy skink cohort build, with the Dwarves coming in with a very standard, except the Iron Drakes. Iron Drakes are generally very risky, high reward units, especially in this matchup. So got both players lining up around point 2 and 3. We're entering the skirmish phase. The Thunderers are the main line of the Dwarf range. They also have got Gyrocopters with Brimstone guns, who are now doing some initial shots on the enemy heroes, missing the first volley. Thorak Ironbrow should probably be placing a Rune of Wrath on Ruin anytime soon. Oh, we've got Lizardmen maneuvering around point 2 and capturing it at very long marching column. Oh, got some bombs dropped on those skink cohorts. So we got the initial engagement, and the Lizardmen are doing a very nice enveloping action. Now, with that said, though, Dwarves, thanks to their high morale and their overall battle strategy relying on actually being encircled, that might not be very effective against the Dwarves, and we've got the first fires coming down, doing pretty decent damage, about 25% damage on that Saurus Spears.
Alright, Arcleon, sorry to interrupt you, but we've got our live match underway.
Awesome.
But yeah, good intersection, I guess, or whatever way it has.
Intermission.
Intermission, yeah. Intersection.
You know, speaking of which, I know this
there
is good. Yes, interlude. Did you know that in United States they don't have intermissions in movie theaters? How uncivilized.
Alright. Let's see if these builds are civilized. We've got Balthazar Gelt, Sorcerer Prophet of Death. I saw a Death Shrieker Rocket, Pain Train, and Lost Temple of Sotek. Quickly becoming one of my favorite maps. It is featured in every single one of the tournaments, and always produces some memorable battles.
Yeah,
also
it's just
really
great map.
Really nice sunset.
Like it is such a great map. Like that's why I always choose it. It's fun to watch, fun to play.
Got a Skullcracker.
Also one of the
the Blazing Beards something.
You know, I also have a bit of a personal investment in this battle. I'm currently practicing Chaos Dwarves, and I'm having a lot of fun. But they have a lot of intricacies regarding their battle tactics.
3 laborers. Quite an elite build. I mean, the sneaky gates aren't that elite, they're still on the cheaper side, but yeah, Chaos Dwarf Warriors, sure.
Yeah, sneaky gates tend to be a very good value unit. Like, they won't beat...
Rocket Launcher, the classic. Also nice protection by a rock over here.
Yeah, sneaky gits will not beat like higher tier units, but they'll still have a
on foot. And with Spirit Leech only, no Fate of Yuna.
Makes sense, they're definitely gonna go for a Gen Snipe build then.
Balthazar with no spells. and hidden in a corner. I'm just gonna highlight that did I ping everyone? Maybe I didn't ping them, but I did remind them that Lord and Summoning is prohibited.
Okay, Houseplant remembers. I just told them.
I mean, same. So hopefully he doesn't summon it. Well, we've got a battle on their way. Let's go. So maybe he just hides him because it's like the cheapest lord you could get. And then that's it. Speaking of magic, we have then a Jade Wizard with Awakening of the Woods and Earthblood. Very standard. 2 cheap spells to trigger Life Bloom as well across the entire army. So 0.8% healing every time you cast a spell. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
As long as you do have enough of a break in between. Right, I have Empire Knights sneaking through the forest, possibly engaging some Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits if they run into each other. Then we have some Spearmen Greatswords actually. 3 units of Greatswords. 5 units of Greatswords, okay. They aren't very popular, usually we just see the cheap, regular Empire infantry. This is a very infantry heavy build for the Empire. Usually we see more Outriders with grenade launchers, some artillery, and war wagons, and more ranged units, such as the Silver Bullets. They are pretty good. Magic ammunition, I don't know if they have much physical resistance on the Chaos Dwarf roster for that to really matter. The Shrieked Launcher, targeting some Spearmen with shields. Probably should target Great Swords, but they're still outside of the range. Maybe they could get a range of these ones in the middle. And Empire Knights, getting some charges into Goblin Laborers. They are Spearmen, but they don't have anti-large. They're just cheapest crop ever. So yeah, charging in, killing half of them. I mean, dealing half damage, killing 50 still, pretty good. Goblin Sneaky Gits, getting some good hits in as well. Killing actually 5 of the Empire Knights, not bad. But slight advantage to Houseplant at the moment. The other Empire Knights are sneaking through and they are taking fire from Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits. They do have some thrown ammunition, some javelins or whatever. Let's see if they'll be synchronized with the infantry engagement. There is a double line though. They are targeting the Blazing Beards, who are about to shoot their blazing charges into Spearmen, which dodge pretty much all of it. Extremely well done. And Great Swords, they have gotten quite a hit. The Beards have turned around, I believe, and there we go, they are followed by Goblin War Riders to sandwich the Empire Knights, making them unable to run away, or at least very, very difficult to do so. Spearmen are closing in on the Beards, but they're not a very good melee infantry unit. A miss from artillery. The Great Swords need to get in there, but they're suffering yet another volley from the Beards. So they are actually throwing their explosive charges despite being fully engaged by both cavalry and infantry. Although cavalry is trying to get out. And I have Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, so an extremely powerful unit getting in, breaking in with the Empire Knights and Awakening of the Wood. Pretty good cast onto 2 units. On the other flank, just some regular harassment from Empire Knights. Actually, Skullcracker got down to half HP. Is this from Empire Knights alone? That's quite impressive.
It is.
Seems like they're a good counter. Sorcerer Prophet of Death is getting in there, into the thick of it. But it doesn't really have good targets for his Spirit Lich. If he had Fate of Buna, he could use that on Greatswords, for example. That would be an alright cast. Outriders with grenade launchers already chipping in with their damage. 100 value so far. Lots of great targets for them. They are now being targeted by this rocket launcher. And Bull Centaur Renders in the back lane. It's a powerful unit that isn't doing much. All the Silver Bullets have been cut out. Awakening of the Woods to slow down the units that are chasing them. minus 45% speed, and Reichsguard charging in. Reichsguard isn't a very popular choice, usually just see the regular Empire Knights. That's interesting to see them. And Silver Bullets leave yet another day. We'll see if they'll tell the teller of their victory. For now, Houseplant with the advantage, but only slight. He has now captured point number 2. But in terms of tickets, or victory points or whatever, hey, there we go, good target for Spirit Leech, he got too close. But now Earthblood across... No, actually, is he bugged by Earthblood? No. So Earthblood only on 2 units, Great Swords and a Spearman here. Probably a better castle over here though. But the Chaos Warriors, Chaos Dwarfs, infantry units that have gone deep chasing the Silver Bullets have been routed. The Blazing Beards are doing alright. Chaos Dwarf Warriors are losing against Grace. What's going on, Akleon?
Yeah, I was checking in if you're able to hear me. I think I'm having some issues with my microphone.
I can hear now.
Okay.
Oh, Empire
okay,
Knights
wonderful.
fighting the Death Trigger rocket in the backline. Bulls of the Renders sent as a relief force, chased after by Spearmen. And then we have 2 Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits against Spearmen and some Empire Knights. They're not being allowed to get on top of the point to contest it. But even then, I don't think Chaos Dwarfs would have enough.
They are sending in that Skullcracker, though.
Skullcracker, yes, 700 value. Pretty alright, despite being countered by the Empire Knights early on.
Oh, yeah.
And we have Chaos Dwarf Blunderbusses. There we go, that is a very powerful unit. But at the moment struggles to find good shots into this engagement because it's shooting through its own large units into small units of the enemy. So probably a better target would be here since their vision isn't as obstructed. But seems like they're still finding some shots, some of them hitting the ground. Let's see. Good value given that they just started the engagement, but there is no front line anymore and there are some very hungry Empire Knights right next to them. Outriders with grenade launchers as well. There we go, they didn't get to shoot much after all. Just 30 kills, 300 value. Not really good, maybe a little bit summoned a little bit too late. Deathtrigger launcher doing an alright damage from the backline using the spreadsheet, which is far less accurate, but if it hits much harder. As just demonstrated now. But the blunderbusses are going to be obliterated without being able to do much more. There's some infernal Iron Sword trying to turn the battle around point number 2, and point number 2 is being recapped at the moment. So slight advantage to Chaos Dwarfs on this flank. The value isn't that far away, but it's advantage to Empire, plus Empire also is healing through the Jade Wizard, so the gap is larger than it seems here. And yeah, once that infantry from point number 2 sweeps in, from point number 3 sweeps in onto point number 2, so there is plenty of reinforcements actually coming from this flank itself as well. 2 units of Spearmen with shields and some cavalry, yet on the unit of Empire Knights. The Skullcracker is doing really well, already paid for itself, plus all the tanking he's doing. Extremely good volley into the Great Swords, even though not all of that hit, but yeah, quarter health gone with just 1 shot. So Deathtrigger launcher still going hard, Empire Knights going for yet another charge. Trying to stop it from shooting. Doubt they will be able to kill it. Let's see, yet another volley into the Great Swords, quite accurate. So, trying to turn the battle around like this. 800 value apart, at least in damage dealt. But a Reichsguard and Empire Knights ravaging the backline. Yet another unit of Empire Knights on top of the Deathtrigger launcher, and it's not able to shoot at the moment. Infernal Iron Sword to relieve them. With their blasting charges into the double cavalry.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
It is.
Alright, I wanna see that. Nice.
Yeah, that is a pretty nice damage. 300 value from a single volley. That is really respectable. And here comes another one. So Empire Knights are gone. Let's see if that volley will be able to clear the other Empire Knights. I think there's sweet time reloading. And Balthazar Geld is still there. Respectable for us, but not unsummoning him. Just wasting 300 or whatever. But these guys really don't want to shoot, what the hell? Anyway, Hobgoblin's Wolf Rider summoned. That is enough. Oh, there we go. There's the second volley. It hasn't been dodged entirely, but Rocket Launcher is shooting yet again. 2 units of Great Swords are retreating. Let's see how much they did. 400 and 300. Not too well.
Not great.
But let's remember, it's melee infantry. It's only damage that counts here. Tanking damage doesn't really count, so they also done a fair share of that, and contesting the point also brings in value. Speaking of which, Houseplant is already at 950 points. Contrary to only 450 for the... Oh. That was a little bit of friendly fire. I mean, that arrow is even pointing at its own unit, kind of. So yeah, not necessarily the best idea to target your valuable units like that. Probably you want to tie the enemies with a crap unit of yours and then friendly fire that. Otherwise, you're risking... Yeah, you're risking not a good swing in your favor. I mean, so, I am a specialist on the topic of friendly fire. Everybody who played Arena with me knows that.
Oh, that we know.
I could go in for days about friendly fire.
There were literal threads of the developers. Like, developers know Mistra's name just from friendly fire threads.
Are you sure about that, though? I don't think I have ever been specifically mentioned there, though. I did a friendly fire guide.
Yes, what happened is there were a few threads that were like, oh, here are the example of why friendly fire is bad and all that. And I think at least twice it was you who happened to be the one doing it. Just pure coincidence.
If anything, I would be... no, you're actually wrong here. All the good examples of friendly fire being good. And I was like, bam! Screenshot video. Well, the damage value is roughly equalized, but yeah, let's remember, healing for the Empire plus huge point advantage. Houseplant isn't far away from just winning on points, so even if Stingers turns it around and gets good value, he still needs to triple cap in order to win.
Yeah, well, I should mention though, in those friendly fire,
back, and he's pushing on to point number 1, so that... If he manages to secure 2 points, yeah, I mean, it is a stretch, but he hasn't given up, so we aren't giving up on him winning this battle either. It is still very close. In terms of damage, he's in slight ahead. Maybe he was a little bit earlier, but maybe not. Anyway, they are very close. 3 units of infantry, one of them being Infernal Ironsworn, very elite, and there's only 1 unit of Halberdiers defending the point. There is 1 full unit of Empire Knights that could sweep in and help out, but looks like Empire will just focus on point number 3. All they need to do is just protect 1 point until the end of the battle to win. Chaos Dwarfs now launching an attack on point number 1. It will... And Stingers give up. Okay.
Alright,
it was a stretch. It was a stretch, but in a Fantasyland it could have been pulled off. And we are in a Fantasyland, it is Warhammer after all.
Yep.
But, very good battle. The first one was very one-sided, but this one delivered.
Agreed.
So, Stingers now drops down to the lower bracket. The highest place he can get is 9th. So I'll be observing his career with great interest. But Houseplant advances, and this is the career we will be actually observing on the stream, going against our triple defending champion in quarterfinals. So yeah, this is just a very happy coincidence for us as the viewers, because we're getting a super spicy quarterfinal after a super spicy round of 16 match. So I'm all here for it.
Speaking of spice, you might have noticed I wasn't speaking much because we did have a lot more than usual issues. And especially on match 8, they have restarted 4 times. And turns out, despite me explicitly saying, hey guys, turn off the UI mod first, they have not. So 3 of those 4 restarts were actually for nothing.
Have they started now?
Yes, they have. Good thing I was here watching it, otherwise we would have been here all day.
I mean,
They were ready
in
to
such
throw
an
in the towel.
extreme case, we would just need to dish out some disqualifications and just move on.
Potentially, they were ready to throw in
But
the towel.
that's why this is a
until
minimum
then.
a two-person job.
Yeah, it's. I think when we tried with 3 people, it worked out quite well. So we might want to consider that for the future.
So yeah, you've heard Arclinon. If anybody of you in the chat who wants to join us, or anybody watching
Yes,
that
provide
VOD,
us unpaid labor.
yes, if you're a content creator, I mean, you're getting exposure out of that, right? And you can stream it on your own channel, obviously. So there we go.
What have we become? Paying in exposure.
No, we're not like that. We're not paying exposure. We are allowing them to stream it on their own channels.
It's more dignified.
Alright, let's have a look at the bracket.
Yep, so right now we've got Serka who advanced to quarterfinals, Hlidin, Houseplant. Oh, looks like, yep, Houseplant advances to quarterfinals, so we'll have our first quarterfinal match that we can watch.
Yep, that was the plan.
Alright. In the lower brackets, we have got a Stinger who just advanced to round 1. He gets a bye on that one and goes to round 2 on 9th place. We are still waiting on match 4 to be completed to give Deadman his opponent. Currently, that one is 1-0 in favor of Michael Pontifex.
Alright. We've got
we'll see
draft ready. I think they've also hosted a lobby already as well. I'm just gonna join there. Or I won't because I don't see it. I'm just gonna host my own with Blackjack and Hookers.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna re-enable the mod. Reminded me to rehost the stream. Lizardmen banned against him, no surprises there. So Houseplant has done his homework as well. He banned triple elves against stingers, probably for a very good reason. Those are very specific bans to just be random. And then dark elves followed up. No greenskin bans, wood elves and empire followed by Tim. So seems like they know each other. No surprise there. They know what to ban. They know what to pick as well. Kislev already picked by Tim. Going really fast. Houseplant now, taking some time. It's alright, has 30 seconds. It's plenty of time. I wish the timer was adjustable, but 30 seconds seems alright. But oh, I know some players definitely like to take. Well, let's see what Housecat is going to pick. Ogre Kingdoms, there we go. After the nerfs, they're still, well, almost first pick material. First pick for Houseplant, not first pick overall. Tim has opted for Kislev, who got buffed, despite being a top tier faction. And then followed up by Norsca. That is really smart, because Norsca is probably the best counter against Ogre Kingdoms, so picking it himself in the same round just denies that pick from Tim. Really nice stuff. Some draft fury, game fury. Let's see what Tim answers. Demons of Chaos, what? I would expect Berserk to take it, but Tim...
Oh, not this shit again! Not this.
They are 50% win rate.
Not this nonsense again.
Wait, have they been picked in the Domination tournament? I know for sure they haven't been picked in Land Battles tournament. I don't remember if they were picked in the Domination, but I think they were. Don't remember how they did there. Anyway, Vampire Counts. Yet another classic top tier faction. Let's see what Houseplant answers with. Warriors of Chaos as the Vampire Counts counter. Usually it was Dwarfs as the classic counter to Vampire Counts. Now, after Harry the Hammer release, Warriors of Chaos are the way to go. Tzeentch instead. I mean, yet another top tier faction recently buffed through the DLC. Well, we've got our draft set. Tim is going to pick the faction first. Well, I don't feel like I need to remind him that. He's won 3 tournaments, he knows the drill.
Would you be able to stream it on Discord? I think it crashed.
Yeah, it crashed after I enabled the mod. Okay, he's going Kislev. I'll host the battle. I would also say Kislev is probably the best counter Tim has to Ogre Kingdoms. So I would pick either Norsca or Tzeentch.
I agree. You know, with all units shooting, and you also have got spear hybrid units, yeah, I think they are probably the best chance.
So, pick Tzeentch or Norsca here. Tim already saying the mighty plant outdrafted me third lore, that Tzeentch pick is brutal. I mean, this was the last pick. There's plenty of time to pick it. I mean, speaking of all the hybrid units and shooting as well, Tzeentch would also probably counter because you would want to pick the Mytholive Beast, so Norsca makes the most sense, and that is exactly what Houseplant has picked. So Norsca versus Kislev, a thematic matchup. They're bordering each other on the map. Something that campaign enjoyers would know. And the map is going to be Creeping Swamp. Right.
Okay.
First of all, let it be Domination, unit caps enabled. Why doesn't it just remember? Creeping, yeah. Creeping Swamp. Here we go. I'm ready. Maybe, while they are building their armies, let's go into a replay, Arklon.
Oh, sure thing. I was just helping out some of the players.
Alright, so we've got Michael Pontifex, I see, advancing to quarterfinal match number 2.
Yep.
Sarika still waiting on match number 6 results between B6A6S and Hardress Warrior. How are they going? 1-0 for now.
Yep.
Looks like they started their second battle 7 minutes ago. Good. And Berserk won against Thunderwolf, waiting for the result between Arcane and Hippo.
Yep, they're still waiting on their first game because they had a lot of technical issues, but since we haven't heard anything, I'm guessing they are currently in the game.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Looks like just their first battle though. Well,
Yep.
The upper bracket is going strong because both quarterfinals in the upper half are going. Both quarterfinals in the lower half aren't going, but that's alright. We'll get the semifinals and then we'll see how long we'll have to wait for the grand finals. But we will have quite a while, then we can look at some replays as well.
Yes, indeed. I'm currently streaming one replay.
Yeah.
We are
getting
VM
on it.
Berserk. Yep. Berserk versus Thunderwolf. Both of them are from Via Militaris clan. One of the old competitive
Oh, I
clans
had
of
I
Total
had no
War.
idea Thunderwolf was from VM. Such a coincidence.
Yeah, me neither. Oh, I love that. I love that. Like, for the longest time, it's usually a couple of clans that tend to dominate the competitive scenes. Usually just by sheer fact that they exist is enough. After all, Total War is a very niche community. So yeah, we've got Dwarfs versus Nurgle. Nurgle, surprisingly, very surprisingly, has currently the artillery advantage. However, Dwarfs have summoned their cannon to counter the Soul Grinder.
And they have both flame
Another
cannons and
fire.
cannons, right? If I'm saying that correctly.
Yep, that's correct.
Well, actually,
Now,
Soul
the
Grinder
Soul
is
Gr-
trying to dodge in the artillery duel. That's kind of cheating.
Yes. Doesn't matter. Still dodged. Still mobile artillery.
That was a very
that
good
at
string
some
of
point was the
corruption there.
meta.
Also, dwarves have natural magic resist, and then on top of that, a lot of armor. So yeah,
Yep.
landing that powerful spell there, kind of surprising. Maybe it is armor piercing. I don't know.
Oh, looks like Hippo and Arcane have finished their first game. We do not know what the result is, but they have posted a replay.
That is the most important things.
Yes.
Replays are crucial.
Yes, anything else is optional.
Well, go on about the battle.
Alright, so we've got Soul Grinder Dukes going
Two side
around.
points captured. Looks like dwarves are going to go for point number 2, and Nurgle is still holding back outside of his lord and the Soul Grinder. And a small contingent that went for point number 3.
That is true. At the same time, they currently do hold those points, and they're very well positioned to resist. With that said, those Chaos Warhounds, how many of them are there? 3 units of Chaos Warhounds are completely going around the battlefield, and Chaos Furies just came in from the back, tying up Thunderers and these cannons, and only thing to stop them are a group of miners, which is not very effective. Miners being the lowest tier unit that dwarfs have available, so oof, that's gonna be painful. They have just summoned Slayers though, so that should be able to take care of those dogs, but I'm not sure about 3, because they do have poison attacks in addition to having a decent stat lineup.
They're also much faster, so it's up to the
Yes.
dogs if they want to engage those slayers.
Correct. We have general on general violence going on with Thunderers being tied up, and Soul Grinder of Nurgle has already fired more than half of his shots and has a pretty decent value on him.
Yeah, I imagine
He
those
has-
dogs will try to sneak in through to the artillery just to even disable it for a while. Because probably they won't be able to kill it. But looks like Thunderwolf is defending them quite well.
Yes.
But Chaos Furies are landing in there.
Yep, and you know, while that is going on, Nurgle has finally started engaging and positioning themselves to engage against the Dwarf mainline. The Thunderers have taken a lot of damage.
Battle. Live battle.
Oh, awesome.
Let's go. I am not sure why my Warhammer wasn't flashing, but I've got it. Let's
Awesome.
go. Alright then. Kislev for Tim. So Hasman just having played it. Looks like a very similar build. I wonder why. Armored Khazars across the board. Then with some great weapons, because he ran out of regular Armored Khazars to take. Supported by Sargard with great weapons in the backline, so a little bit of a different starting army, but overall I imagine it's going to be very similar. Ice Witch with Ice. This time, on top of Death Frost, we see Ice Maiden's Kiss as well. And then for Norsca, Wolfric the Wanderer, pretty much a standard choice. And a choice of culture as well. Then Marauders, Marauders, Marauders all over the board. Then more Marauders, but this time with great weapons. I don't like this lag. Hello? This is weird. I can move the map, but I can't hover over units. But I'm not crushing. Houseplant dropped from the game. God damn it. First was Stingers, now it's Houseplant. Ah, unlucky, unlucky.
Well, maybe we need to disable the UI mod.
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, while that is going on, round of 16, match 6, B6, A6 versus Hardaros Vivorier. We have 1-1. They're going into game 3. So we've got games slowly resolving. They have started playing the 9th place game. Dante and Just Deadman start playing their 9th place game. So yeah, things are going on. While they're rehosting, we can continue watching the Dwarf versus Nurgle game. Do you have it on?
I need to wait. Okay, if you... Yeah, okay.
Yep.
It is on screen right now.
I'm still streaming. Awesome. So, yeah, we have got Nurgle versus Dwarves, with the Thunderers getting... Flame Cannons actually getting annihilated by those Chaos Furies. Very good exchange for Nurgle, because Flame Cannons are very expensive. And now the cannons are getting torn apart by the other Chaos Warhounds. That's the problem with the Dwarf style play. You cannot have any gaps in your line, so a player with a good micro will be able to stop you from, shooting around. And that's why mobile artillery is so good. The Soul Grinder has lost only 25% of its health, fired most of its shots, and already got 1,000 gold value. Then these gold values are a little bit deceptive, because while they do damage, they also make these units closer to routing, at which point they're unable to produce value of their own. So with that, Nurgle has a clear advantage on the value.
Go on, I'm posting the battle for them.
If they're just watching the battle develop, the dwarf lines, the first dwarf lines, are crumbling, but they do have Iron Breakers to stop those Marauders of Nurgle and Plague Bearers of Nurgle from coming in. And because they have just been spotted, Soul Grinder has been shooting at them. Soul Grinder has just ran out of ammunition and has already got 1,500 gold as value. That almost pays for his own cost, and he still has 75% of his health to do some melee damage, and his melee stats are nothing to scoff at as well. He's got anti-infantry, 44 attack, poison attack, 450 weapon strength. So you've got a very good unit all around, probably the best unit in Nurgle roster, and definitely my favorite. Nurgle keeps on summoning more and more monsters to line up with their strategy, combining infantry and monsters together. Dwarves are now have to resort to bringing in more and more miners, some with blasting charges to get some value back, but the difference in value keeps on growing. Nurgle controls 2 of the points instead of 1. Oh yep, my game has crashed.
In a replay?
Yeah, in a replay.
Wow.
I think we will really have to reconsider using the UI mod, because it is crashing even on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time this is ever happening, so yeah, kind of weird and surprising. We'll see
Yeah,
how it develops, but for now, I guess the default will be that. Well, they should be ready anytime soon, because they've already selected their armies. Just remake them, I guess, if they weren't remembered by the game itself.
Yep, I'm checking the current matches for any updates. Yeah. Looks like match 6 is going on. They are just picking the map. Berserk advances to quarterfinals, we already mentioned. Let's take a look at our 9th place.
Alright. Let's go.
Okay, looks like our other quarterfinal game is proceeding. They're in the first game right now.
Okay, so we started out analyzing the Norsca roster. So let's go back to it as it shuffles around, obviously. We've got 3 Marauder champions, 5 Marauders with great weapons, and 5 regular Marauders. They're just Marauders all over the place. Very standard, very standard. So, any spicy units, I imagine, will come in reinforcements, maybe some Frostworms, sorry. What else do they have? They have Skin Wolves, they have Trolls.
Skin Wolves, Ice Trolls.
The Skin Wolves are good against large enemies, so I don't imagine they would be brought against Kislev. But Trolls, probably a very good choice. I mean, large entities against Kislev, given that they have a lot of shooting, might not be the best idea, but it's still decent. It's not like the shooting in Kislev is such prevalent, really. They have 6 ammunition and they're usually just put in the front lines. But Tim is using a slightly different tactic than Houseplant used last time as Kislev, so he's putting those Tsar guards in the front line and then armored Khazars behind them to utilize their shooting a little bit more. So that's what I'd like to see.
Stream it on Discord?
God damn it. Good call.
Okay.
I'm also streaming it on stream. No bracket this time. Flashbacks. Yes. Alright. Just waiting for them to press ready. Looks like the formations are pretty much locked in. So, the map has slight height. It is like skewer, right? It's a slope. Highest on point number 3 and then goes down to point number 2 and 1. Point number 1 is actually in the middle of that slope, and it's quite a steep one as well. So, both players should just naturally gravitate towards point number 3, and that is what we see happening. Norsca with a slightly wider deployment, so I imagine they will be able to grab point number 1 with a single unit of Marauders for free at the beginning, putting some pressure on Tim. And Tim is known for claiming that points don't matter, it's all about value. But he just nearly... Well, we've got one of the most epic battles as the final battle of the Grand Finals, where we went like 20 points away from winning or something like that. So, yeah. They do matter, especially in those very close matches. And we have Tim versus Houseplant in here. This is something we expect to be very close. Hopefully. It is our
indeed.
triple champion, defending champion as well, versus Houseplant, who has been hype-tapped before the tournament. But last time we had Kark being hyped up super match, and then he got 3rd place, I believe. He lost against Berserk. And Kark hasn't shown in our tournaments ever since. He has got some Berserk trauma. Well, hopefully we'll see him again. He is quite a well-known and well-respected player in the community. So hopefully we'll be able to see him more in the future. For now, both armies just slowly getting closer. And yep, a single unit of Murder is being sent to point number 1 to grab it for free. Let's see if Ice Witch is going to look for some damage. So Ice Maiden Kiss, 0% armor piercing, so using it against Marauder champions with 80 armor, maybe not the best of ideas, so probably just land it on some of the Marauders. And that is exactly what's happened. Yeah, nice 2k damage.
Yeah, 25% damage.
1.7. Didn't it register here? Hello?
I guess it didn't.
73. Well, we don't have a mod for that, so CA plus fix. There we go. Okay, points unlocked. Point number 3 and point number 2 being captured. Looks like Norsca just doesn't really want to go forward.
I think they're waiting for some reinforcements and their backline units to come into position.
They have summoned more Marauder champions with great weapons this time. I wonder if his army is just actually just 100% Marauders.
One thing that that would be funny.
Chieftain, then?
That would be interesting. One other interesting thing they have got is the checkerboard formation as melee. Generally, the checkerboard formation is done with range, but they're using it in melee. Why do you think that is?
Just to cover a wider area, try to go and exploit the gaps in the Kislev roster or Kislev deployment and do some development. And, you know, to protect their more expensive units, some Murder champions, put them in the backline. Well, we've already got 5 Murder champions on the field at the moment, but I would expect Kislev to start moving forward and harassing because, well, they have the range advantage, so why not? Go in, start using your ammunition, pull back if that's what you want, but once they start pulling back and they start being chased, and Norsca is faster than those heavily armored Kislevites, they will catch them. And that's the question, where do you want to be caught, really?
Yeah.
Do you just stand your ground or kite? With checkerboard formation, you can do 2 ways, right? Like the first engages, kites away, and then as it hides behind the second line starts shooting. You can get quite a lot of damage before you start getting engaged in melee.
That is why for Kislev it makes perfect sense to be in a checkerboard formation. I actually if I have Iron Breakers as dwarves, I always put them in checkerboard formation for that exact reason. Because getting one more stack of blasting charges engaged can be the difference between losing an engagement and winning an engagement.
Yep. So for Norsca, it's mainly down to, you know, Marauders, the regular Marauders, have a bronze shield versus Marauders with great weapons not having any. So you just want to take all the damage on those Marauders and then preserve also Marauders with great weapons of armor piercing against heavily armored Kislev infantry. So it also makes perfect sense for Norsca.
What I'm also wondering is why isn't Kislev shooting with their infantry?
Yeah, we've covered that. Well, maybe also just building up. Tim is known for that.
Yeah,
he's getting some Cossars with spears, so long range, and then go things in the woods, an anti-infantry unit. That's pretty good. And he is running around with some horse archers and spamming some spells as well. Speaking of which, what is the lore passive? Whatever it is so garbage that Tim didn't take it. Makes sense.
Fair enough.
Probably explains why I don't even know what it is. Because it's not worth remembering. Yeah, so throwing out spells, I mean, it's not an infinite resource, not a plentiful resource either. So maybe throwing out these spells early isn't the best of ideas. because then you can miss some opportunities for casting down on top of a very big blob. Which could happen, given that everything that Houseplant has summoned so far is just regular infantry. Speaking of summoning, Tim is summoning reinforcements, but Houseplant, there we go, he was sitting on over 3,000. Now he's summoned something more, so maybe we'll finally see an engagement. 2 units of trolls, Norsca and ice trolls.
And skin wolves.
And skin wolves.
And I think he summoned a hero.
Yeah. Shaman Sorcerer of Metal. Makes sense. Putting a magic on board.
Plague of Rust,
Searing
Doom.
In Plague of Rust. Yeah. Plague of Rust, yeah, sure, against all of that armor that Kislev has. And there we go. He's already engaging, not really waiting for their trolls, but, well, 50 speed, they will catch up. So, here we go. Taking the damage on the Marauders with shields, not the Marauders with great weapons. Targets aren't being switched. Actually, Wolfrey being targeted now.
Makes sense.
Things in the Woods getting in the thick of it with their anti-infantry and armor-piercing damage. They will be very good against Mordor champions who haven't engaged yet. And yeah, holding a unit of Marauders with your general, and then allowing other units to shoot while they're not being destroyed. And there we go. That's the castle I was talking about. 3 units being caught with that. And also Wolfric with his Sea Fang across the Tsar Guard and Things in the Woods. Already good cast as well.
That's a very good cast.
And Marauders actually weren't able to penetrate deeper into the Kislevite lines to get more units engaged. And they keep shooting. Searing Doom going down on Tsar Guard.
One other really cool maneuver that we just saw was the general, Ice Witch general engaging with that infantry on their own, allowing the archer full fire on those marauders and routing them with half a health. That morale shock was very significant. Sargard is slowly going down. The trolls are doing pretty good work, but they're being focused by quite a lot of ranged units. There we go, they are retreating. They will come back, as they always do. Unless the Snow Leopard will chase them away. It is a summoned unit, so it will deteriorate. And also we see By Our Blood triggering, which actually swung that battle. Yeah, sure, they'll hold on. Maybe they'll keep to their morale to now support the engagement against Mordor champions. Yes, that's a very good target. Skin Wolves now punching through the lines, trying to find some gaps. They aren't going after the armored Khazars, they're going for something in the backlines. Winged Lancers maybe. Winged Lancers, Lancers are faster, but they aren't disengaging but they are engaged. Oh, now they are engaged with Archers, the Horse Archers. On the right target. Kills. Like, those Khazars are already almost out of... even across the board. Very good to see. The trolls will start returning eventually after the regenerate, and as I say that, exactly what happens. They return from routing, and yeah, the backline is still shooting quite a lot of ammunition. I mean, these are Khazars with spears, so they do have more. And Sea Fang across 2 of the units didn't catch the third one, but still decent damage, but no kills. So the damage output hasn't been reduced. So maybe not necessarily the best target, but the front line for Kislev slowly collapsing. The armored Khazars is still holding on. Not very healthy Norscan units around. These guys are about to give in against Mordor champions. They're doing a good job. Yeah, they really won't be able to hold. But still, yeah, Kislev's line is very effective and is using a lot of its ammunition. Right, that's what we like to see. Khazars with speeds engaged over here, though. So not being able to shoot into these trolls that are now retreating. But point 2 has been flipped with Beast of Tashar going against Kosovite Dervishes. Not the best target for them. I would ideally, I mean, they're anti-large, so sure. But ideally, probably they would want to sneak them through the Kislevite lines and engage the backline to prevent them from shooting. But Norsca in the back, if you look to the right, they have Chaos Warhounds. Look at the damage into that Ice Witch, though. Oh, nice. Half a health in 2 hits from Wolfrake. Yep. But well, he is the challenger for a reason. And he got intercepted by Kosovo Dervishes, who now are getting swept by a Beast of Tashnar and more Norscan Ice Wolves into the Ice Witch, but they won't be able to do as much damage as Wolfric could. And Wolfric will be forced to retreat as he's about to rout. He's about to die. Kosovo Dervish is still holding on.
We see some Murder Hunters of Javins being summoned, and Norsca Nice Rolls now going into sale with Wulfric.
Yep. Trying to protect Wulfric. Wulfric is being shot. He is almost dead. I think he is going to survive this one, but he will not be able to participate anymore.
He has no regeneration for himself, so
yep.
that's the HP he has. Maybe commit him and just make him die, because you cannot unsummon the Lord. Yep. And point number 3 is now being captured by Norsca. The weight has swung their way. And so is the gold damage value. And neither faction has any healing available, so the damage we see here should be accurate as long as, you know, the reading from the game is accurate. So Houseplant with an advantage now. In terms of points, it's pretty much even, but triple cap. So Tim playing his faction, playing his build pretty much to its utmost efficiency. He did really well, very good positioning, very good deployment and everything. He hasn't really made many mistakes, it's just Houseplant also played really, really well, and his build seems to be very effective.
Well, one thing that Tim has made a mistake on is ignoring those Chaos Warhounds, which decimated his right flank. And with that, I think that's how Norsca actually got ahead in terms of value.
One hope for Tim would be, well, it will be difficult to rout Wulfric given that he is all the way over here. But Norsca morale, now without Wulfric around, Wulfric, might start collapsing as we see a little bit. Do we have any murdered champions left? They have trolls who are prone to routing, and they're routing for the second time already.
Is probably, like, that is why Wulfric is probably best in reserve right now. That Ice Witch, though, is also on very low health. She is at a very risky position right now.
She's in the middle of trolls trying to rout them, and well, she did manage that. She needs to be wary of the Murder Hunters, but they're now engaged by things in the woods. So they should be able to disrupt them. So Ice Witch also playing with fire here. And, well, fire melts ice. We'll see if she gets burned by that.
Yep, we will see about that. A lot of their units are currently engaged or out of ammo.
Point number 2 is being slowly flipped.
Summoning. Yeah.
And
we've got a mass on summon.
Awesome salmon.
Yeah, we had a pretty big unsummon from Houseplant, and now he has 1,500 supply points in his bank. Let's see what he summons to change the situation.
Maybe
but
some
he is currently
champions.
at the advantage. Yeah, probably Marauder champions. That would be a very good call.
Yeah, Kislev lacks armor piercing, and their ammunition won't be very effective against them, given they have... Well, do they have bronze or silver shields? I don't remember.
I think it's bronze.
Well, there we go. It is bronze. Some of the champions still alive. They could be unsummoned and resummoned with full HP, but they're in a good position to attack these Khazars with spears in the back. So Kislev is still flipping 2 points back. Norsca could pretty easily walk on top of point number 2 and re-secure it. I mean, it's still in their hands, but halfway through, capped for Tim. He's chasing off some trolls, making sure they don't come back, and maybe with such low HP they won't. But nothing capping point number 2 anymore. Point number 3 only slowly going in his favor.
Norsca has the huge advantage in points and in value.
I said Kislev doesn't have access to healing. I forgot about the Patriarch. Patriarch has an AoE heal.
He do.
There we go. Patriarch needs to be in melee for all the units around him to heal. But once he does, they do. So summoning now Winged Lancers. Ideally, you would want him to be surrounded by some Tsarguard who would really benefit from the healing. But at the moment, I don't think Tim can afford such a luxury. Point number 2 almost flipped, but 2 units are going to walk on over the point now and prevent that from happening. Point 1 is also being captured, but very slowly. And looks like Houseplant has just summoned a lot more, well, the cheap murders. No, wait. Those are actually murder champions. Summon as well. So, some of the more elite ones as well. And Tim has admitted his defeat. He was close to that anyway. GG's. Really, really good battle.
Very, very nice battle. Very nice battle.
Now I wish this was a best of 5, but well. In the bracket. SUNTZU points can be cruel sometimes. But once we get more and more and more, once we go into Season 2, it will slowly but surely equalize and make the brackets way more even. Even in here, we only had 6 players. 6? 7. 7 players with SUNTZU tournament points. We had 8, but one of them didn't check in. So still, only half of players who have participated in any and finished any SUNTZU tournaments before have signed up. The other ones are fresh blood. But alright. Let's summarize the battle, pull up the draft.
Absolutely, and we've got updates. We have officially completed round 16.
Go.
So yeah, we've got round of 16 having just been completed.
Oh yeah, I said, wait, I really said neither roster has access to healing. Well, Norsca has trolls that are healing, and Kislev has the Patriarch. It's not big healing, also it's regeneration, not healing, so... Technically, I was still a little bit right, only slightly though. Okay, Houseplant immediately locks in the Ogres. Makes sense. I mean, all 3 of his factions are really, really good. And Kislev with the ability of just throwing cheap infantry at Kislev. Also a pretty good counter. Well, Tim now has to pick either Vampires or Demons of Chaos it is. Interesting choice. Very interesting. I mean, it's always going to be interesting, but... I mean, Vampire counts don't have many anti-large options, nor they have any ranged units that would be good against the Ogre Kingdoms, but neither do Demons of Chaos. Why were they picked in the first place? Okay, Tim switched. He said, actually, let's go Vampire counts. Okay, sure. I don't think I can beat Tzeentch with Vampire counts. Well, so Tim still believes in his ultimate victory in the end. Fair enough. Would be bad if he just gave up. Okay, so we have Serika versus B6A6. Nice. And what about quarterfinal match number 4? Berserk versus Hippo. We're gonna ping them. Preview of Dusted Steppe, sure. So, while this is selected, let's have a look at our bracket. Yep, good luck the next time. Oh, Outer Region. Hello there, welcome to the stream. Outer Region, if you'd like to sign up to our future tournaments, please feel free to join our Discord. Let's see if this works. Please work. Last time it didn't work fully. Right, it doesn't work. Oh, there we go. It worked, just with a delay. If you went Vampires versus Norsca, he could have went Kislev versus Ogres. Kislev seems strong versus Ogres. Team was the first pick, so it was Houseplant who counters in the first battle. But now, since Tim is the first pick, in the second battle, he kind of decides matchups for 2. So we have both matches locked in. So now it is going to be Vampire Counts versus Ogre Kingdoms, and then Tzeentch versus Demons of Chaos, if that match even happens. Alright, we've got Dust Step locked in. And let's have a look at our bracket, as I said. So, Team versus Houseplant is what we're watching. We can put a cheeky one in here. Hliden versus Michael Pontifex. Let's see. Okay, they literally just finished their first battle, so there we go, 1-0 for Hliden. Serika versus B686, that's just barely starting. And Berserk versus Hippo, same. And in the meantime, in the lower brackets, we have Stingers getting a bye, because seed number 16 doesn't show up. Just Deadman 1-0 against Danteku. Nice for updating that. Arclinon. Hardest Warrior also getting a bye because seed number 15 didn't show up. And then Akain versus Thunderwolf. Looks like it's just starting. So, that's the update on the state of the tournament.
Oh, we also had, sorry, I've been quiet because we had a few issues. So, yep, the bracket was getting updated. Hard Rust Warrior actually left the server, and I asked him, hey, still continuing dropping off? Looks like he is continuing. I sent him the invite, so we will see what happens there. There were a few confusions, some questions that needed answering, so it looks like we had, with all these hotfixes and mod conflicts, had a lot of technical problems that need resolving, but everything is under control.
And also, our second battle is underway. Heinrich Kemmler, Double White King. Okay, Double White King standard. Heinrich Kemmler, not that standard. Manfred was probably the more popular pick. Then we have Triple Crypt Horrors, 2 Corpse cards. Obviously the Spearmen. Only 4, not 5. Skeleton Warriors, and then Zombies. For the Ogre Kingdoms, Slaughtermaster of Greatmo, that is the standardist of standards. Then we have Ogre Pistols, Regiment of Renown, 2 more Ogre Pistols. Whatever these guys are called, Morphin Cavalry? I thought Morphin Cavalry looked different. I thought it was 1 tier above. Well, I just don't know Ogre Kingdoms that well. As I said, I really dislike the faction. So, I'm rooting for Team in this battle, even though I know I should remain neutral, but if Team wins, we get a third battle. So I don't think you can blame me. So. I just want 3 battles of this. We had a very, very good battle number 1. It would be a shame if we had only 2. And Vampire counts are very strong in their own manner. Maybe Mortis Engine in the backline, we'll see. But you know, their overall healing power is nothing to scoff at. Although you pick 2 White Kings for their Scabscraft ability, which is a powerful AoE spell, but it's powerful against infantry, not powerful against large entities. And yeah, also these powerful large entities will be able to quite efficiently deal with the White Kings, I imagine. They are very tanky, but you know, just by the virtue of them being monstrous infantry with armor-piercing capabilities. Same here for the Morgan Cavalry. Like, if 12 or 16 such entities surround your hero and they're all landing hits of 120 weapon strength each and armor-piercing, yeah, that is much more difficult to deal with if you're surrounded by infantry. Sure, that's 120 soldiers, but not all of them are hitting, right?
Yeah.
That's why Ogre Kingdoms are so difficult to deal with. Like, magic doesn't really work on them. The only magic that really works is Fate of Buna. So let's see. I mean, Kemler has only access to vampires. He's no Manfred. So that's why Manfred would be such a good pick, because he can pick Fate of Buna on top of his regular vampire spells. So Invocation of the Hag plus Fate of Buna would be pretty good. I guess Raise Dead plus Invocation of the Hag. Vanquil's Dance Macabre. I wonder how that will be used. And then Lord of Undeath, obviously, to summon Krell. We'll see if he'll be able to do much. And well, the battle's underway. So, a little bit of forests here and there as we approach to point number 2. Some forests adjacent to point number 3, but no ability to sneak into that forest unnoticed. So, as you know, let's do some map feedback. I would like to see these forests connected so you can get some flanks into point number 3. That would be nice. And then point number 1 could be like a contrary to that, with just being in an open plain. Looks like also nobody's going for point number 1, so Tim is going to grab it with a unit of skeletons instead of zombies. Sure, fair enough. And vampires are just so goddamn slow. That's why I don't like playing as them, because of their slowness. Well, that was weird. Also, I am so bad at this. There we go. Well, luckily for you, not a single engagement has taken place yet. So there we go. But Morgan Cavalry is just going to charge into zombies for free. Because, well, zombies are not going to be able to land any damage back in. They landed some damage! What? They landed 50 damage. OP. Zombies OP. He actually has advantage. What? What? What is this?
Yeah, charge into zombies.
Ogre...
Why is he so close?
Also, Ogre...
What is going on here?
I don't know, but wasting ammunition of Ogre pistols wouldn't be a good idea into zombies. It looks like he didn't do it in the end. Just anti-infantry Ogre balls with dual weapons, 90 anti-infantry strength. Just absolutely brutal, and they're so cheap. Let's go. Skeleton Spearmen going in. They're not going to suffer a charge from them, but they could suffer... Wait, what are they shooting? Oh, they're shooting the Crypt Horse. If Crypt Horse don't even dare come close. Powerful charge into zombies. Halfway down. Yeah, that's how it should look like in the first place. Don't know what happened here in this engagement, because the charge was cancelled. Anyway, triple cap from Ogre Kingdoms, so it looks like Tim is going for a cheesy build-up while sacrificing some zombies to make sure Ogre Kingdoms have something to do and don't get bored in the meantime. Very considerate of him. See, so an Ogre Bulls going into zombies. I mean, zombies cost 100. Are they going to be ever able to deal 100 damage or 100 gold value back into Ogre Bulls? Yeah. Definitely not. So what is Tim achieving in here? Because these zombies aren't screening his own units at the moment. If the zombies are just left to die for free, I don't really see a value in them. Oh, there we go.
They're much preoccupying.
He's finally emerging from the forests. Crypt Horrors might catch the Ogre Bulls. Poison will slow them down. So they have made contact with the Crypt Horrors. Let's see, they will chase them down a little bit. Noblars in a position to take on some Skeleton Spearmen. It's not the ideal engagement, not the one you would want. Maybe you would switch Crypt Horrors into the Noblars. Well, there you go, main engagement. Kimmler actually just charging in as well. Well, he might get in trouble. He is a caster after all, he's not a good melee warrior. And he got massively slowed down by Dismember ability. Let's see. Point number 2 slightly contested, but it's the main engagement still going in, and Ogre Kingdoms are actually given in the ground. They are not engaging much. Noblars routed pretty quickly. They barely suffered any damage and already routed. Well, that's the fear of the vampire roster. So point number 3 is going to be overrun and just capture on the way as vampires are diving deeper into the Ogre Kingdom's lines. Noble Trappers will be able to put down some damage. Blood Knights. Oh, I don't know about them.
Yeah, I don't know about that one on this one. Don't think that's really gonna work.
They're getting an alright value, but actually getting the Morgan Cavalry with grey weapons down to have HP already, that's pretty good. Zombie summon in the backline, maybe to prevent Noble Trappers from running away, or maybe the Cavalry, which has been terror-routed. They're gonna suffer some pull
from
damage.
These man-eaters from shooting.
I think they can just shoot over their heads, though. Yeah, so maybe not the best raise that summon. But they're best summon just on top of a unit, right, and like in the middle. But all right, they're doing something now, attacking the Noblars. That counts for something. Morgan Cavalry has returned, and it is being healed by Troll Gaps, upgraded as well. So they're gonna receive a ton of healing. Yeah, that goes for 46 seconds. Yeah, they're gonna. Oh, well, they routed, but it doesn't stop the healing. Actually, Vampire counts. Diving quite deep, they're ahead in value, and I imagine their healing is stronger than the healing of Ogre Kingdoms. True, Troll Guts are powerful, but there we go. Invocation of the Heck, healing, well, it heals up to 4 units in here. White King being full HP and getting the heal.
Kind of a waste, so 3 units.
Questionable. I thought it always just targeted the lowest health units, but seems doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know. I would appreciate someone maybe in the chat telling me how that works. And we see Crow summoned. See if he managed to do anything. 169 value, not bad. Pretty nice, I would say, even. Point number 2, overrun as well. Point number 1 also going to flip as only a singular unit of Ogre Bulls defending it. Some reinforcement summoned from the side of Ogre Kingdoms over there, but Vampire counts actually seem to be doing pretty alright. 500 ahead in damage. And they pushed Ogre Kingdoms very, very far, so now they can summon reinforcements quite literally on top of the engagements that are going on, so that is advantage to Ogre Kingdoms, fighting sort of in their own territory. So, we'll see how that develops. Point number 3, halfway through, capped. But that Lion pack, or Sabertooth pack, is going to leave the capture point. Another unit of Blood Knight summoned, maybe to counter the Sabertooth pack, that is now charging into the back of all of that. But well, you can't really route Vampire counts. We can make them crumble though. We'll see. I would expect more Invocations of the Heck being cast anytime soon.
Yep, Invocation of the Heck there would be a huge value.
Zombies being risen, which is blocking the man-eaters. There we go. With Ogre pistols. And 2 corpse guards, yeah, they're doing pretty well. One over. Oh, that's a Mortis engine actually, yeah. So as I said, Mortis engine possibly being summoned from reinforcements. It should do pretty alright. 500 value already, and it's still full HP. So really good to see that. Maybe the corpse guard got killed? Because there were 2, now there's only 1. We also see Crane Raids summon all the way from the reinforcements. That is a fast unit, so it's a good unit to put in reinforcements. And that was fast! I was enjoying this battle, why are you taking this away from me? God damn it!
Oh, well, yeah, I can see that. Sorry, as I said, we are having a lot of technical.
I think Houseplants still could have turned it around, possibly. I mean, Tim was doing really well. But the advantage of fighting around your spawn points, just being able to instantly summon reinforcements, whereas Vampire counts are also very slow, apart from a few select units, right? So that could really bite Tim in the ass in the latter stages of the battle. So I'm kind of salty we didn't see that develop until the end, because I really think Houseplant could still win this.
Yeah, possibly, but he clearly didn't see it. That is 1-1. In meanwhile, our ninth place battles are resolving. We are in 9th place, round 2, match 2, Hardress Warrior versus Arcane, playing for 9th place. So we will see how that one goes. The losers of the quarterfinals are going to be moving to play for the 5th place. So don't leave. If you lost, don't leave. There's still a lot of the tournament going on.
Alright, and for our quarterfinal number 1, which is delivering, we're going to a tiebreaker. So, no waiting for picks this time around, because we're just picking whatever's left. Which means Demons of Chaos versus Tzeentch on Otsuchi Castle.
I really like that Otsuchi Castle. It's such a nice and that's just a beautiful map.
He's agreeing with me, Fudge Ogres, yeah. I like to see them lose, because they have been so OP for such a long time. So, good, good. We were discussing whether Ogre Kingdoms are still OP, or maybe the nerfs were enough. So far, seeing them lose, good. But it's also a loss at the hands of team, so... Is it more the nerf, or is it more team factor? So even braced zombies can hold charges though. Yeah, I don't know about that one. The Morgan cavalry just... I have no idea what happened there really. I mean, the Houseman probably just cancelled the charge or something. Alright, let's not switch into our replay, because I imagine our play is going to be ready fairly soon. So let's just have a look at the bracket and remind me to get rid of it, or to go back into the game. Alright, so 1-1 over here. Hlidin still 1-0 over Michael Pontifex, and Serika Berserk still 0-0 here, but as I said, 9th place matches somehow are going faster. Just a Deadman, a victory over Danteku, going against, well, if he wins, he would go against Stingers, who's waiting because he got a bye. And Ake now will go against Hardest Warrior. So did Hardest Warrior return? Ark?
Yep, he is returned. He's playing the round 2.
Good.
Yep, they actually just finished their draft. Akane drafted Norsca, Beastmen, Warriors of Chaos, and Hardest Warrior drafted Empire, Dark Elves, and Vampire Coast.
I mean, I hope our product is good enough for you not to leave the Discord in between the tournaments as well, but living in the middle of a tournament? Come on. Well, good to see our tournament is progressing quite well.
Yeah, we had a few hiccups, you know, with the UI mod happening, people leaving in a lot of questions, got a lot of new joiners this time. So yeah, I've been quite busy helping us. Like
this might actually be like the most, well, the tournament with the most returning players. There we go. I was looking for a nice word there, didn't find it. Yeah, as I said, 7 of them, almost 8. If one of them checked in. So yeah, by far the most I think we ever had of players with already some SUNTZU points on board. And that number is only going to grow, I imagine.
Yes, and also we've got some older Total War community members. Hard Rust Warrior, I actually played against them, I believe, in Rome 2 and Arena. So yeah, we've got some other people from the Total War community joining us.
The name rings a bell, so probably from Total War Arena for me as well.
Yep.
I've played a lot of Napoleon multiplayer as well, but I don't think I've met them. I mean, I've played against so many Russians in Napoleon though.
Yes. Yeah, Russians do love their Total War, so yeah, not surprised. I mean, they were a huge clan in Arena. So yeah, ODM
Actually,
clan.
the clan
also.
we faced the most was Empire of Slashers. We fought a lot against them, but I never saw them really outside of Napoleon, and I still see them on my Steam friend list, still playing Napoleon. Dedication. So I'm hoping that one day, once we host a Napoleon tournament, well, I should have enough connections. Surprisingly, are still playing that a Napoleon tournament can 100% happen. Speaking of which, on our Discord there is a poll that asks which historical Total War tournament should happen next. At the moment, Shogun 2 is by far the favorite, and also at the moment 2 of our players are ready. So let's go in.
I wish we could have followed the samurai, but I mostly wanted for the.
I mean,
Gatling gun.
Shogun 2 and Fall of the Samurai, they're one game essentially. So we'll see. Like, Shogun 2 has the most combinations for a tournament possible, but let's talk about Shogun 2 after this match. Grand Vomitus, Prince of Bubos.
Hell yeah!
Funny day.
Demons of Chaos, let memes commence.
I mean, sure, I would expect it from Berserk, but from Tim, well, given that I've met so much already, it's nice to see some Berserk influence rubbing off onto Tim.
Fucking chaos infection.
Let me see if I can
This
boost
is
the
memes. Let the
game
memes.
volume.
I do not see how in the hell are they planning to win. But you know what? More power to you. Have fun.
Okay, I've boosted the Warhammer volume, so maybe now we'll hear some units better. Also, people in the chat who are watching the stream, please provide me some feedback about the sound, right? Can you hear me and Archeon clearly? Is the music too loud, too quiet? Is the game's definitely too quiet, but I've boosted it now, so we'll see how loud it is in this battle. I can hear some units speaking or making sounds.
Well, Pink
So, yeah,
horrors,
sure.
love those
Okay.
things.
So, yes, Pink Horrors of Tzeentch. I think 4 units I saw in the
I think 6.
draft. Can bring 6.
Oh, it's blue and pink.
Yeah. So we have 4 pink, 5 pink. 5 pink, 1 blue, no, 2 blue, and then 2 Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle, and then obviously the Grand Vomitus. Let's see his spells. Stream of Corruption and Miasma of Pestilence. No healing. So no... I forgot the name of the spell. Fleshy Abundance. No Rancid Visitations either. So he went for the 2 cheapest spells, probably to just trigger the passive as often as possible. Where's the passive? Children of Nurgle. There we go.
I mean, it is pretty good. It's 0.8% healing on all units. Yeah, in the middle and late stages of the battle could be pretty good. Now, I'm not too sure about it. Here's why. Demons of Chaos have the demonic curse, because let's admit it is a curse. So I don't think that's really going to work, because the units are going to disappear right away. They're not going to have the time to recover.
Yeah, I mean, Plague Bearers, since they have a huge HP pool, they're going to benefit from it, but the Pink Horrors, we'll see. We'll see also what's in the reinforcements. Anyway, the Tzeentch army, Kairos Fate Weaver, he has regrowth, obviously, because of the Mythology Beast. Also, Changeling was changed quite heavily in this patch, because now his cost depends on the lord he can transform into. I haven't really dove deep into how he works and how the costs are. Maybe we'll see. I mean, we saw him in the previous iteration. We'll see if you will see him in this iteration. Tzeentch definitely a popular faction. We'll see if he will go through. So.
Oh, yep, Blue Fire. Also, this is one spell that was changed a lot, and boom! Every single one of them hit.
Yeah, it got super inaccurate after the patch, and then 2 hotfixes later. But it behaves differently. Like, it hit all bullets at the same time, whereas previously they would hit one after another.
Yeah.
But either way, still, all of them hit. So that's good. And Chaos Fate, yeah, I think Tim really shouldn't be shooting Chaos because he has a barrier. He's just gonna tank it all on the barrier, and you're just wasting your ammunition now, which you don't have much of. So yeah, Chaos can just hang around until he loses all of his barrier and then just leave. And it's not like you're landing those hits either. And yet another... Oh! Sneaky! Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Still unable to dodge with Grand Vomitus. Oh, lost quite a lot of HP already. 1.4k. Oh, okay. Chaos Fate Weaver. Well, he cast, so he needed to slow down and... sorry, stop.
Yep.
And that allowed the Pink Horrors to drop his barrier and drop a little bit of his HP. But only taking 300 damage and 1100 on the barrier itself. So yeah, still
one of the
not too
things
good,
I
but
appreciate
that damage will stick.
is that players really taking advantage of the patch notes. Because yeah, blue, a lot of the projectile behavior has been changed, so now single target entity assassination attacks like the blue fire of Tzeentch are now actually assassination stuff. And in the forums you can actually see people
the
complaining
blue fire of
about that.
Tzeentch always was super accurate, so
Yes, it
that one in
was,
particular
but it was-
didn't change much.
Yeah, it really didn't, but one
What
of
I
the big ones is
really
the
like
volume.
about these units is just the colorful and explosions. And Otsuchi Castle is such a beautiful map as well to have that happen on.
Totally.
Speaking of Shogun 2, right?
Shogun 2, yes.
But yeah, we'll speak about Shogun 2 later on. Yet another blue fire of Tzeentch into Grand Vomitus. He tries... I wouldn't even have to call that trying. So if he can dodge those, why not just make him go into the front lines and engage? Anyway, Mutant Leaf Beast is actually just holding back. It lost some barrier and some HP actually. I wonder what from? What could possibly hit it? Well, maybe he was in here and then just disengaged. Anyway, there's plenty of blue and pink horrors, so lots of ranged units, and they should all just target the Mutant Leaf Vortex Beast as soon as it shows up in range.
Yeah, that thing is a massive problem.
That's why Tim picked what he picked. Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle also have some range attacks, and well, they did manage to rout the Marauders and now are engaging Chaos Warriors, so a bit more of a little bit more of a challenge there. And also, let's remember, Tzeentch has magical attacks on every single one of his units, and all of these units are demonic, aka have physical resistance, aka it will be useless. So Tzeentch Mutant Leaf Beast, holy shit, yeah, those pink horrors are biting. Or
Oh yeah.
puking.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We know the beast got nerfed a little bit, but yeah, those pink hordes are no joke now. Their missile behavior got changed too. They got more accurate.
No. It was only like the homing projectiles. These projectiles aren't homing, so
These are
change.
much better. Much better than they used to be.
Anyway, Kero still has regrowth. Should cast it soon. If it didn't, there we go. Yep, exactly. And Mutant Leaf Vortex Beast wasn't nerfed. It just got 100 more expensive, so not that big of a deal. In terms of its damage, tankiness, and all of that, it still performs the same way. But yeah, Tim really smart there to pick all of these ranged units. A perfect counter, pretty much. But it's still quite a lot of resources you need to invest into trying to kill that. A third tier army ability of Tzeentch being summoned, just barely scratching the pink horrors, and all of them are moving following the Vortex Beast. And there's not enough frontline units from Tzeentch, from Houseplant, to tie them down. And the Plague Bearers took some damage from it, but they're still winning against Sangers. Look at those. I think that my game is even lagging a little bit from all these particle effects. I'm not complaining though. I think my PC is good enough to handle that. Oh, looks like a very good string of corruption cast here. Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch entirely enveloped by it, and now nice charge from Exalted Bloodletters of Khorne. Really nice, being pinned down right in front of the pink horrors, Will they still keep pulling through? Looks like it. They really need to make it into the range in its bat. They can just kite due to their superior speed. And now Chaos Warriors have turned their backs around right in front of Pink Horrors, who are targeting our routed units of Marauders. That is a little bit questionable. I hyped it all so much for nothing. Also, Miasma of Pestilence cast on that, just to trigger more healing. And yet another Blue Fire of Tzeentch. Yeah, the Grand Volunteers isn't doing much given how much HP he's already lost. He's just hovering around and casting spells, but hasn't been into melee at all yet, I think. So Kairo still being full HP is a factor. And Houseplant is a little bit behind on value, but let's remember, he has Regrowth. He already cast that at least once on the Mythic Vortex Beast, which has actually regained its barrier. Well, it will be quite quickly broken, but still, the fact that it got to regain it is quite significant. Yet another Blue Fire of Tzeentch. I think he just stopped trying to avoid that. It's so accurate that, yeah, it's really impossible to dodge that. Especially with such a slow lord.
Rocket now.
It's 80 speed, but somehow it's not enough.
You know,
I've seen Archaeon dodged a little bit in the previous tournament. Oh, Screamers of Tzeentch versus Mythic Vortex Beast, one of the best counter. Yeah, so they're not large enough to prevent the Pink Horse from shooting on top of it. They are armor piercing anti-large, and they're large entities themselves, so only 16 of them. That is essentially the best possible situation you can get from the side of Tim the Wilder. But let's also remember the values are still pretty close, and Houseplant, goddammit, has captured all 3 points, so we'll see if that comes into play later on. The Mythic Vortex Beast, wait, did it die? Yeah, no, still there. Still kicking, but just barely. I don't imagine Tim will allow us to run away. I think Kairos needs to cast Regrowth right now, if that's possible. He just cast a spell, but it probably is Blue Fire of Tzeentch, because otherwise Regrowth would still be going. And a slowdown spell on him, Miasma of Pestilence. Is that the spell? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's the single target, generally a dual spell.
Yeah, but he's not using any of these stats.
He also just casts Stream of Corruption onto empty ground, I guess to
just trigger
his
healing.
Passive.
Yeah, just to trigger healing. An interesting choice, yeah, sure.
Yeah, that general is going down. Kairos is dead set on taking him out.
Actually, Kairos just took a lot of damage just flying over a single unit of Blue Horse of Tzeentch. Well, he flew over some Pink Horse before as well. And yet another unit summoned another Blue Horse just right on Kairos's. If he's not able to dodge that. Blue Fire again cast. Just barely missed it, but we saw some particles, yeah. And yeah, yet again, just casting on the ground. And he's actually just entirely winning the overall engagement of here. 2 units of Screamers of Tzeentch summoned for Tzeentch, for Houseplant. And Blue Horrors trying to just hold the ground in front of point number 2 so it doesn't get captured. So, finally the first points on board for Tim. But Houseplant is almost halfway through to the victory in terms of points. He's still chasing down the enemy lord. This is by far the most surreal lord duel, if you can even call it that way, I've ever seen. This Vomit is just constantly running, turning around to attack him. Miasma of Pestilence yet again cast. And maybe landing some melee hit. Never mind. And Gaze of Fate, now he can move. Sure, but I think a waste of a spell. I think Kairos could just dodge him anyway. So 77 versus 80 speed. I just should have kept distance. But a little bit of a missed micro, so he needed to sacrifice that. And the engagements over here, still roughly equal, with maybe slight advantage to Tim. He has quite a lot of reinforcements in the backline, just waiting around. There we go, the Lord has died. The Grand Vomitus is down, but Kairos Fate Weaver, well, is a little bit in trouble. But now, actually, the screaming, this chasing Screamers of Tzeentch should prevent them from running away. Sorry, from being shot. So Kairos will be able to run away.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Maybe Okay, maybe he's saving up for resummoning the Mytho Leaf Beast, but looks like not. The Shrieking Skyrays are very powerful unit. They have the Lamper's Bite ability, which is extremely effective against infantry. So plenty of targets to select from for Houseplant.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And we're hearing about destroyed units all the time, because obviously they're demonic, so they are disintegrating. And Exalted Bloodletters of Khorne going strong with their what is that ability? Hellblade. Triggered at the maximum, well, just triggered. Doing massive amounts of damage, very respectable. Love to see it. And also, I think CA still hasn't changed that. So when these Exalted Bloodletters of Khorne get resummoned, as they have just disintegrated now, they'll come back with their Hellblade already triggered from the very beginning. Unless it changed. I've seen it mentioned somewhere, but maybe it was in the community balance post that, you know, these are the balance changes we are asking for, and they are asking for that change.
Yep.
Well, Skirmish of Tzeentch versus Skirmish of Tzeentch. But yeah, you really want to, from team perspective, you really want to get rid of these Shrieking Skyrays, because the Lamper's Bite ability, it doesn't have its maximum number of uses, so every time it is off cooldown you can use it. And now yet another blue Fire of Tzeentch, this time into pink horrors. It looks like it's behaving better at targeting singular units. Gaze of Fate now, preventing the pink horrors of Tzeentch from moving. Maybe this would be a... Oh yeah, the third tier bombardment ability, there we go.
Oh, yeah.
So this unit is not going to be able to dodge it. This one is also taking it. Yeah, already over half HP gone. That was a pretty good cast.
Yep, and I think that actually flipped the values.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that wouldn't count towards the gold damage value. So there's definitely some more... well, the gap is smaller than it seems, plus the healing from Kairos. Then again, Grand Vomitus also provided some healing. So there is that. But was he really a good choice? Wouldn't a regular Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle be better? But well, no matter now.
Yep.
So the values are still extremely close, neither of the players are giving up, and Houseplant is still holding on to 2 points, and Tim isn't really close to getting any of the points. Like, this front line is holding quite firmly. You have a full... Well, okay, it's just Marauders, so they should go down pretty quickly against the Plague... there's 3 units of Plague Toads of Nurgle. No regular infantry to support it. And now a unit of Shrieking Skyrays is diving down. Oh, Skirmish of Tzeentch, sorry, this is not the Regiment of Renown, this is the Regiment of Renown, also there. So yeah, it will go down, it is about to go down. Almost starting this reintegrating already. Just barely.
There is only defeat.
Okay. And Dim has just given up. I'm sure that the 2 points... Probably, but... He still could have gone for a triple cap. Okay, at least this battle was long enough. The Vampire versus Ogre Kingdoms end pretty quickly, and that is our reigning champion down in the first match.
Oh, yeah.
So he drops down to 5th place bracket, so the highest place he can take is 5th, and he's going to face Michael Pontifex in there, who lost against Hilidin. So nope. Michael definitely didn't expect to face Tim
no,
there.
Poor Michael!
But, I mean, the alternative was Houseplant, so he was fighting away. So yeah, getting into the wrong side of bracket, it seems. And we're gonna have semi-final Houseplant versus Hilidin already ready to go. Because both quarterfinals 1 and 2 have finished. So yeah.
Actually,
no
we have
downtime.
a lot more finished. We actually have our first tournament finisher. Dante, who got 13th place.
Doesn't he have some opponents down there?
Nope.
Oh, he already fought Thunderwolf. He already finished that?
Yeah, Thunderwolf dropped out of the tournament. He had to go.
Oh well.
Yeah. So he won by technicality, the first finish. I've just been explaining that.
Sure, fair enough. Okay, semi-final number 1. Let's focus on that.
Dante is also asking, and this is something I'm wondering too, can he get Total War 3 Kingdoms from the stream draw?
From the giveaway on the stream.
Yeah, from the giveaway.
No,
Can
it's
he?
just DLCs. Just DLCs. The titles, the full titles, you can get from winning the tournament. But yeah, you can get any DLC, any Total War DLC for any Total War, not just Warhammer 3, apart from the newest one. So no Shadow of Change.
Okay, be right back real quick.
Alright, let me host the draft for them. Well, Outer Region says, think Houseman's wins because team can't reach the points. Yeah, kind of what happened. I was hoping for that. Or at least for an attempt to be made. But team just gave up.
Oh, wait, what happened?
I have nothing, I was just talking about the previous battle. So Tim is still playing the tournament, I would imagine. Anyway, it seems like we are about to get to our draft. Houseman just needs to press ready.
Awesome. But yeah, in the other ones, we have got a bracket round 2 going on currently for the 9th place.
So we are into one of the best of 5s already, right?
No, they're currently in best of 3s.
Yeah.
This is round 2.
Yeah, so we're waiting. A quick breakdown of the prizes that people can win during today's tournament. Also, tomorrow's tournament. Tomorrow is Pharaoh tournament. So, the winner of the tournament gets either, well, it's just what he wants, either a full Total War title or any of the DLCs to any Total War title. Apart from the newest one, so can't get Pharaoh and can't get well, anyway, we've got bans. Dwarfs banned against Khleeden, he's never gonna get to play them. Kislev and Tzeentch banned right back at him. Chaos Dwarfs and Grand Cafe banned against Khleeden, I mean against Khleeden for the entire match anyway, right? It's not a local ban, it's a global ban. And last ban from Khleeden, we're gonna wait a little bit. Well, we've seen Houseban doing really well with Norsca before, so maybe that would be its Greenskins. So, well, Greenskins haven't showed up in neither bans nor picks yet today. At least in the matches we've seen. And Bretonnia, first pick. Yeah, Bretonnia was, I think, banned in both. So there we go, it goes through. Norsca, possibly as a counter to Bretonnia. With a mass of infantry and some javelin hunters. I might also Skin Wolves against the Cavalry. It definitely seems like a good pick, and Warriors of Chaos as well. So no Dwarfs, no Chaos Dwarfs for Hlidin. And now Houseplant counters that with Empire. Seen him play that before as well, with Balthazar Geld sitting in the corner, because he was naughty for not being a good enough caster. Let's see what the last pick will be here. Lizardmen are open. Wood Elves? Yeah, exactly. So Houseplant, yeah, pretty good old world roster. Norsca Warriors of Chaos, also from the old world, or from game 1. Let's see what other game 1 races do we have left. Beastmen. And Vampire Counts. Vampire Counts, yeah, sure. High Elves in the end. I think Vampire Counts could actually be pretty good against anything in the Houseplant roster. But High Elves, I think Hlidin played a fair share of High Elves, so probably one of his go-to factions.
Yeah, Hlidin seems to prefer that strong mainline and strong range composition such as Dwarves. As a fellow Dowie player, I really appreciate Hlidin.
Yeah, say fellow Dowie player, but because of our ban system, he never gets to play those. Poor man.
I know.
Well, speaking of
they
which,
saw the Dowie Air Force battle he had. They don't allow him to play that anymore.
That was Berserk.
Oh god.
It was Berserk versus Kark. I mean, yeah, Bretonnia didn't take Pegasus Knights, I think, and that was their doom. Because if they took Pegasus Knights, the Air Force would be very large limited in what it could do. But because they didn't, it could do whatever the fuck it wanted.
Pretty much.
Anyway, let's see. Have they decided on what they're picking? No, not yet. Okay, Houseplant picks first. Yeah, speaking of Hlidin, he has consistently gotten into top 4. So he took part in our second ever tournament, which was a 2-day tournament with a losers bracket. So the old format, let's say. And he lost, I think, against Kark in the upper bracket, either quarterfinal or semifinal, and then in the lower bracket he won against someone, and then took Berserk to 5th battle. So he lost 2-3 against Berserk, and then Berserk won against Kark as well, 3-1. And then Berserker lost against him in the finals 2-3 as well. So that was an extremely competitive tournament, extremely good top 4. Very. And Hlidin is also consistently getting into top 4. In the last tournament, he got 3rd place. And right now, he's already secured a top 4 finish as well.
That's absolutely true. And the other thing I'd like to point out, now that you mentioned it's been very competitive, is that over time it actually has gotten better. We had some legendary battles in the last tournament, and it just keeps getting better and better with each tournament. We've got very competitive, very close finishes that are just a delight to watch. So I think the system is working, and it is improving itself because it is set up so well. So, would you like me to boot up a replay?
I guess so. They're taking a while deciding on. Oh wait, something. Bretonnia. Okay, Bretonnia for Houseplant.
Okay. Okay, let's continue.
Okay, so let's talk about the possible Shogun 2 tournament, right? So, Shogun 2, being a unique game in the Total War franchise, the only one with the Avatar mode. From what I've read recently, from all the creative assembly drama that has involved and people speaking up, apparently Avatar mode was also planned for Rum 2, but was axed later on in development, which is something.
Is true.
I think I mentioned it in one of the past streams as well, before I even had that knowledge, that I was wondering how the hell are they going to implement Avatar mode in Rum 2. Obviously there were possibilities, and I was just looking forward to seeing it, and then nothing happened. Warriors of Chaos for Hliden. Okay, so Warriors of Chaos, usually a heavily armored faction with all of their Warriors of Chaos, Chaos Warriors. So Bretonnia will have difficult time finding some good charges in. So yeah, just seems like a good counter. Norsca would also be yet another possible good counter, but it's understandable holding Norsca for later, because I think Norsca is a very good counter to both Empire and Wood Elves.
Yes.
So Hliden can just first pick Norsca for the second battle, and then he's good to go. And if he wins this battle, could be a 2-0 to Hliden. But if Houseplant beat our triple champion, you know, he might be the difference maker. But in terms of draft, Hliden is in a very good position. Raising lobby, sure. Okay. Let's see our map pool. The map pool is Gazer Bluff, Haunted Vale, and Sacred Synod of Chakwa. I guess I don't need to do the remember to save replays from all battles to them, because Hliden, as I said, MVP when it comes to reporting the matches. Screenshot, scores, and replays, all of that reported immediately. So whenever Hliden is in our tournament, we always know what is going on in his matches. So shout out to him. Just a stand-up player.
Yes, but I also would like to give a shout out to just the dead man for just following the whole thing, reporting things properly, and just looking at the example
As a first
match.
timer?
Like,
Yeah, sure.
yeah, it's a first time.
Same for Hliden. Yeah, Hliden also did it from the very beginning. Yeah, so also I didn't finish really about the giveaways, the prizes and whatnot. So, the winner of the tournament gets anything he wants from Total War content, apart from the newest thing. I don't know if Warhammer 3 now counts as well, because before Pharaoh come out, it was no newest Total War, aka Warhammer 3. But now Pharaoh comes out. Is Warhammer 3 off the table? I don't know. Whoever wins the tournament can ask this question, but they all have Warhammer 3, so... I guess I'll just make sure. Because there's also just a possibility of, hey, I have everything, let me give that to my friend or something, right? Christmas is coming, so there we go. Get yourself a present.
Which is why we're hosting it on December 2nd.
Yep. And well, the closer it would get to Christmas, the more difficult it would be to gather enough players.
Yep.
Then continuing, every participant can win a DLC. The higher you place, the higher chance you have, but also you participating in past tournaments also counts. So if you participated in lots of tournaments in the past and haven't won in that, all of that accumulates until you win. Then once you win as a participant, your SUNTZU tickets, as we call them, get reset so that another player has a higher chance of winning. And you kind of go back at the end of the queue after winning. So last time we had, I think, a 6th place player or 5th place player win. So yeah, it's not like it automatically goes to 2nd or 3rd place. Actually, I think 2nd place only won the giveaway once. It was 3rd place at the beginning, then I think it was 2nd place, and then some further places. I don't remember exactly, but it just shows. Okay, they have error. Okay, yeah, Hliden couldn't join the lobby because of the mod. So UI mod was working for him apparently and his opponents. Unless
For
it wasn't
some
and
people
he
it
already
works.
enabled it for this.
Yeah, for some people it works. I told them to disable just because of the problems it's been causing. Like, as soon as people have any issues, I told them to disable that. That seems to be fixing it. But I had to do it at least 5 times. Which is why it was a little bit more
Houseman
quiet.
will see Gazer Bluff and Haunted Vale. Okay. So, well, perfect opportunity to shout out Waka Waka, who has been making those maps.
I
Both of
really
them.
like those maps.
Both of them are new maps. The Haunted Vale is his October, Spooktober map, and then the November ones, which was it? Gazer Bluff is the newest one. Out of the 4. Let me grab a screenshot for him. Haunted Vale, and the other one he wanted was Gazer Bluff. But I'm not showing that in the game. Let me show that to you. There we go. That's Haunted Vale, and then Gazer Bluff. Is this the one I'm thinking about? No. Maybe the one I'm thinking about we'll see in the finals. Oh, Sarikam. Yo, HP TTW 21. What MU? I got to admit, this is like this icons here. I can post some hearts, but it did TTW win. Well, no. Oh, he did it. Oh, what MU? What matchup? Can you just speak in full words, please?
I know, right? The abbreviations are so annoying.
He won Vampire Counts versus Ogre Kingdoms. That was the second battle, and he lost the first battle, Kislev versus Norsca, which was very, very close. And then Demons of Chaos lost against Tzeentch, which is also very, very close. He was slightly pulling ahead in value, kind of difficult to say through all the army abilities and healing without the mod, right? If you had the mod, we would have a clearer picture. And he was slightly winning on value, but just couldn't get towards the points and just gave up. I think if he played out the battle, I think if both of the battles that were given up, well, no, all 3 were given up, but the second and third battle, if they were played through, they could have had different outcomes.
You know, accidentally, Michael Pontifex and Tim had made the same mistake, and they thought they were playing for 5th place right now, so they were just about to start, but they forgot about bracket round 1. And all of that is because B6 actually hit me up and like, so who am I playing? And I just checked it. Wait a minute, these bastards are playing 5th place. So that was pretty funny. They haven't played, so nothing was lost, but I just caught it right on time, which I found pretty funny.
Yeah, so Tim versus Michael here, and then what is the other one?
It is B6 versus the loser of Quarterfinals.
Berserk Hippo. Yeah, Berserk Hippo. So also, Asurica, congratulations on going to the semi-final on your 2-0. And Berserk is 1-0 up against Hippo, so if our top 4 is Houseplant, Hliden, Serica, Berserk, and then we have Tim in the losers bracket. I mean, it's not really a losers bracket. Like, this is stacked. And also Hippo is potentially going in there. So 5th place match is also potentially Hippo versus Tim, which should be pretty good.
Yes.
I mean, I haven't seen Hippo play, so I don't know. But, I mean, he beat Arcane. And Arcane was also really good in the previous tournament.
Mm-hmm.
So this is really, really stacked.
Yeah, that's why I was so hyped. Like, these players are really good players, and the way our system is, it's promoting their skill. Like, they're getting some really good
Unless you're Tim.
Unless you're Tim, well, sometimes you are gonna get screwed over. But then again, like, Houseplant was kind of a wrench in the plans. Like, we know he's good, but he never played in our tournament, so it's kind of a mess up. It assumes everybody has played.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he got well. I explained that at the beginning of the tournament, but since he was the best player out of players who didn't play, he got placed the highest in the remaining bracket. Which just happened to be 8th and 9th seed. So 2 of the best players from that, and they also face each other immediately. I mean, other than that, I would need to do some like bracket manipulation, but it could be seen kind of as like unfair.
Yeah, that would be unfair.
That's why SUNTZU points are in place, and now if Houseplant wins, that's 250 points under his belt, which should propel him forward for the future. But still, Tim is sitting on 2,000.
Yeah, so we're okay. We're good. We're good.
Will be a while before he climbs, so he'll be starting at a disadvantage in the future tournaments, and maybe facing Tim in the early stages as well. It all depends who signs up, right, and how that plays out. Got of the Berserk. Got dragged by hounds yesterday pretty badly. Oh yeah, there was a tournament yesterday. Okay, looks like our plays are ready. Let's go. And I don't even have to switch, I was on the correct panel, I guess. Enchantress, very standard. Varka the Bloody. Standard for Khorne, not necessarily standard for Warriors of Chaos, but sure.
No, we have seen that quite often.
She is a pretty good character. Okay, Grail Knights, 5 Foot Squires, so that's quite unusual. Usually you just see the cheaper infantry being spammed. But expecting quite a lot of Chaos Warriors and other good infantry, that's a very reasonable pick. We also see Severed Claw, so Foot Squires will be able to do some damage to them. They're just super good, but if you have anything to deal with them, they're probably the unit to go on the Bretonnia roster. Yep. Plus, Fey Enchantress's Mortis Engine effect around herself. Then we have Friends of Archers, one with poison, two with fire. Sure, fire arrows are going to be good against trolls, which I would expect to come through reinforcements. And then just peasant mobs to soak up the damage.
The game just crashed. Crashed.
Yep. Before we even entered. Okay, what the fuck happened? I'll rehost the no. If they didn't, we wouldn't even get there. I'll just rehost the lobby.
Yeah, I think we waited too long.
Oh wait, he said Haunted Vale. Was that Haunted Vale? Maybe that was the reason. I don't see any games now. Is it my internet?
I wonder.
Seems fine. Alright.
Let me see if I can see your name.
No, I could have just selected the wrong map because I was busy with stuff. So, could have been my fault. Okay, so he wanted... What did he want? Haunted Vale. Okay. Haunted Vale. Yeah, we did have the wrong map. So, my fault there. I mean, this is so much to do. Yeah, maybe I'll just leave hosting to them next time around.
Yeah, let's leave the hosting to them. Especially right now, we are dealing with way too many stuff. A lot of people asking questions and technical issues. So we got a perfect storm. And well, this is why we're hosting it as a 2-player, and we're thinking bringing a 3rd person to help us host.
We should just post help wanted in the announcement.
Oh, I'll pay.
Hey, where's my wage then?
You get paid in exposure. No, just kidding.
How dare you?
In time. We're building a brand here. Afterwards, we will see. Don't want to give any spoilers.
Ooh, spicy. Okay, I keep launching topics and then not being able to finish them because of tournament progression. So,
Yes.
I've talked about SUNTZU points and the prize for winning and prize for the participants. Let me now talk about the prize for people watching. So, if you are watching and you also need to be active in chat because otherwise the bot will not register you as watching, which is alright for me, right? Because I want to have an active chat to talk to. Although there's plenty of stuff happening and I probably haven't read half of it. So sorry for that. Just a little bit overwhelmed with everything. But anyway, yeah, you need to keep being active in chat for the bot to register you as watching, and then you get loyalty points, which you can do !loyalty, as some of you have been doing throughout, which gives you SUNTZU Loyalty Points, and then you can use that at the end of the tournament towards a giveaway, which I'll open after the final is finished.
Mr. Could you ready up? Our players are ready to go.
Let's go then. So at least now I'm in control of that as a host, of clicking ready so it doesn't catch me off guard like it did previously. Right, Haunted Vale it is then. I guess the map fuck up then reveals the reinforcement armies. That is a little bit of a competitive integrity broken. And this time it was entirely my fault, so sorry for that. I'll do better next time. Cool. Seems like they haven't got their pitchforks out, so my head is safe for now.
For now.
Okay, giveaway towards the end of the stream, so keep being active in chat to increase your chances of winning towards the end.
Yeah, even I won actually one of the draws.
Rules of the giveaway are in the description as well.
Yes. Oh, and I think I'm gonna cash in my thing after this tournament, just letting you know, mister. I got a friend
Sure.
who wants a Chorf DLC.
Fair enough.
Okay, so we have got Bretonnia versus Warriors of Chaos. The current, let's see, let's wait for them to deploy, but I love this map. It's like dark, but not so dark that you can't see things. And a bit of elevation. It's open, it's
Pretty
simple.
nice night sky.
Yeah, pretty nice skybox over there.
And Haunted Vale, I guess.
Oh, yes, I forgot about that.
Let's look at it from above while they're deploying.
Yes. Okay, very, very undetailed. I don't like that. But you know what? From afar, you know, people are not expect to look into it that closely. So
Yeah, I think the players in our match have enough things to look at.
oh yeah,
But we, as casters, you know, can get a little bit of a flavor in there. Also, these guys are a little bit closer. Some statues. And some creepy sounds as well. Alright, we've got Dragon Ogres. That is a choice of culture. So we've covered the Bretonnia roster. We haven't really focused on the Warriors of Chaos one. So, Murders of Khorne with dual weapons, then Chaos Warriors, regular murders ×2, and another unit of Chaos Warriors, plus the aforementioned Severed Claw. Chaos Sorcerer with Shadows, Pit of Shades, and Milk of Mystifying Miasma, standard. Valkia, obviously with her Spear of Sleipnir, and Demon Shield as well. Not everybody takes it, but I think it's a very good ability. Then Fey Enchantress. Favor the Fey. Chalice of Potion. Nice. Some people don't bring it, but it's a huge as explosion, so obviously I like to see it. And then the regular spells of Awakening of the Wood and Earthblood. And obviously the Lore of Life ability passive, a lore passive. And also Mist of the Lady. Oh no, that's her. That's the
Mortis engine. Yep.
She needs to be in melee, so she needs to put herself in danger a little bit.
Yeah.
We see Grey already being summoned, as well as... Oh no, Grey Knights were there from the beginning. So, they're hidden. I mean, there's not really any good place to hide them. Like, sure, you hide them in this forest, but then before they make it anywhere near the enemy, the surprise is long gone. I don't think they could have deployed in this forest. Valkia, okay. Yeah, she dodged everything. Not a single HP damage, HP point lost. See, yep. Chaos Trolls armored. ×2 already summoned, so as I said, as expected. And yeah, Valkia just wasting the ammunition. Maybe even causing some friendly fire. I think there's... No, they didn't take any damage.
No.
They could have done. Oh. Okay, Valkia took some... 14 value, hey. Shows up a stand. Good job, CA. So, yeah, this is another thing that I started talking about but forgot about. Didn't manage to finish it. About Hillidan not being able to play his vampires. Valkia now landing in those archers. She decided she had enough. The fact that she got hit needs to be repaid. There's a very nice saying in a certain language. We're gonna skip that. For those who know, they know. Silver Claw now advancing into the Bretonnian lines. Peasant Mob their first target, obviously, as Bretonnia wants, putting them forward. Well, they're actually... Well,
yeah, value is value.
They're on fire, so yeah, there you go. Peasant Mob with fire arrows shooting them. Some poison arrows chipped in as well. No, that's another unit of poison arrows. Fire. Wait, so another unit of bowmen must have been summoned, or was it blind or something? I don't know. Anyway, wait, actually Fey Enchantress going after Valkia, not the other way around. That's quite surprising. I don't think that was a good engagement for Fey Enchantress.
It wasn't.
Okay, so Silver Claw engaged Peasant Mob, and then Foot Squires came in to start dealing their damage. But it's like, still, they're just kind of waiting behind. Like, they're not really engaging. I wonder if the order was given or just hanging around. But anyway, Peasant Mob is just soaking up some damage for them. And Chaos Trolls now are engaging yet another Peasant Mob.
Fair enough.
So yeah, probably just target them with archers, lower their regeneration, and there we go. All 3 archers already targeting the trolls. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Really nice done by Houseplant. Quick reaction time, as you want to see in tournaments like this. And then Murders in the middle are kind of breaking, so that could be a possible break in the lines of chaos and enable some flanking possibilities. Spearmen at Arms now being thrown into against trolls. And Pit of Shades.
Ooh, Pit of Shades.
And Dragon Ogres charging in there to hold the line. So yeah, that unit of Foot Squires is going to take quite a lot of damage. Chalice of Potion that...
I don't think it did any damage, actually.
I think it was maybe largely dodged somehow.
Yeah.
And now Awakening of the Wood, then you're not gonna dodge that, but that's not very effective against a unit that has 100 armor. But I think the game is a little bit too loud now, so I might lower that. Please tell me in the chat how you feel about volume. Murders of Khorne with 4 chevrons of experience now going in against Spearmen at Arms, still do very well there. And a Chaos Manticore, a cheap source of terror. Very effective against Bretonnia's peasants after all. And we see Spearmen at Arms, 2 units with shields, hanging out in the back line, ready to chip into. We have Grail Knights now, going after the Manticore with their anti-large armor-piercing damage. Are going to be very, very effective. So really nice there. And yeah, the Peasant Bowmen haven't really suffered any damage. And Chaos Trolls, absolutely wrecked by that focus fire from the archers. There's still yet more units there. But yeah, it's immediately targeted. I think maybe it's the Chaos Warriors targeted actually. So maybe I mislead because Chaos Trolls are definitely a better target. So Chaos Warhounds just waiting in the flank here together with Knights of the Realm. Both not being utilized yet on the Awakening of the Woods. In a nice blob here, lightly armored as well, so quite effective there. Oh, wait. Oh, that was the Spear of Sleeping. Yeah, I was. Wait a second. Penumbral Pendulum? No, that wasn't on the roster.
Spear of Sleipnir.
Yeah, a very powerful spell as well. And well, used against Fleet Squire, so a very good target. So one of Bretonnia's strengths, usually, is that since all their units are crap, your powerful, expensive spells don't really have good targets. Speaking of which, Mark of Mystifying Miasma on Knights of the Realm and Pit of Shades on over the Peasant Bowman. Slightly too late of a reaction, and they didn't turn immediately. Maybe you need to dodge forward. In Arena, you would have dodged. In Warhammer, the reaction time for units isn't good enough.
Yep.
So, there you go. Safest fix.
That is true.
But the battle still, overall...
of their health. Oh, we have a bit of a general battle over there. Valkyria chasing Fey Enchantress.
Yeah, Fey Enchantress won't be able to utilize their her very nice Earthblood cast there. Well, one of them goes in prison up, so not really. But Grey Knights plus Fey Enchantress who's going to be healed. Yeah. And Fey Enchantress gave up that chase. You wouldn't want to put Valkyria in the middle of Grey Knights, and now yet another powerful chase of Potion. Chaos Warriors of Halberds suffered quite a lot of damage, and Chaos Warriors as well. Pretty much the perfect target for that. So yeah, Houseplant pulling ahead with his Bretonnia. Chaos is still doing alright. The Dragon Ogres have been routed. They are donezo. Another Chaos Sorcerer in the backline, getting ragged by Knights of the Realm. And by lots of Knights of the Realm and Knights around and Grail Knights.
It's a bit of overkill. Like
and Fey Enchantress, because why not? Yeah, that's a lot of Breton cavalry. Now it turns around, charges into the backline, well, the backs of the Chaos frontline. That should be pretty much a slap dunk victory for Bretonnia right there. I mean, the advantage has been secured already. But we're still looking sort of alright for Chaos. But yeah, this pretty much solidifies the victory for Bretonnia.
Bretonnia has it in the bag.
Yep. Pretty much. I wouldn't be surprised if Hlidin gave up at the moment.
Yeah.
And his front line is pretty much gone. Not much coming from reinforcements, just some Marauders. And Hellspell is even sitting on almost 2k, so we can summon even more. Severed Claw going strong, 200 kills, 1100 value.
Yeah, most of the peasant mobs.
Well, now Grail Knights all the way around him, so good matchup for them definitely, but might be too much. Fey Enchantress, as I said earlier, is very good against the Severed Claw because of the Mortis Engine effect. She needs to be wary though, because so ideally she would like to engage a unit next to it to trigger the Mist of the Lady. But do not actually take damage from the Severed Claw, because it hurt. Also, them being poisoned is very effective. Because, well, it's percentage, so that percentage debuff hurts them quite a lot. And yeah, the reinforcements from Chaos can't even make it to the front line because the cavalry is just picking them apart. And they've made it to point number 3, so that's about it. And triple cap now going for Houseplant. Hlidin had the advantage in terms of capture points, but yeah, that didn't really get him anywhere.
Yeah, that doesn't get him anywhere. The value difference is way too much. We got over 50% value difference. Yeah, that cavalry running around is the killer. The general did not go down fast enough. Valky is distracted. This is just not a good execution of the plan for Chaos.
See, now I'm getting a little bit salty because in the previous match, Team versus Houseplant, those battles that were given up early could have been turned around possibly, or at least gone down to the wire.
No, here's the opposite.
And now we have a slam dunk victory, which isn't being given up. Which is fair enough, Hlidin has the right to play out, but...
Yeah, exactly. No, we want to see that.
There's yet another famous quote, god damn it. Why can there be equivalents in English? Well, I'll leave that as just JoJo references, I guess. So, speaking of Shogun 2, the music started playing from Shogun. Maybe Shogun 1. Yeah, we're in Shogun 1 music. Shogun 2 will come afterwards. I mean, these are some nice charges to look at, sure. Forsaken, not necessarily the best unit at taking charges, as evident. Valke is like, haha, arm piercing anti-large, I'm in my element here. Fey Enchantress joining as well. And Chaos War is happening, so this is like the perfect counter, and like we don't care. We have horses.
Pretty much.
7 Claw, still going strong, 300 kills, 1800 value. So yeah, they've paid for themselves and more. So a very cost-effective unit, but you can only have one of those. And the regular aspiring champions aren't anywhere near as good. So that's why we don't really see them. And Claw is the only iteration of them that we see.
Yep.
Let's see. Very nice component in here. Oh, Pit of Shades.
Oh, that's gonna be a good bit of shades.
Yeah, that hit actually all 4 units of cavalry. Well,
Ooh,
that was
that
honestly
was
good
a
guess.
good one.
So you didn't expect that because the Shadow Sorcerer was routed off the battlefield, but then he summoned him. 3.3. I wonder just how much of it was from this single cast alone right now.
That was a lot. Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah, so that was a powerful cast, an extremely powerful cast, and yet still not enough to make it
Yeah, that was
close.
overconfidence, but I mean the point difference is closing now. It's just 1.2k.
Well, you know, maybe in post-editing I'll go into this replay and be like, haha, epic zoom in. Actually, that's quite a lot of dead knights right here.
Yeah. I mean, it went from a slum dunk victory to a more, okay, this can still turn around victory. Like that one blunder.
I hope for a little bit of a stronger charge there, maybe from a longer distance,
Yep.
further distance. That don't really gain momentum. Well, these archers actually put in melee. I mean, they're out of ammunition. Why unsummon them if you can just use them in melee?
Yeah.
Does Khalid know it's okay to give up?
No. No surrender.
I mean, the no surrender was the rule for like one
Yes.
round of the first tournament. It was like, okay, fine, you can surrender, fuck it. We've stuck with the no unsummoning lords though. So actually, team brought that up after his battle against Houseplant, where his lord got sniped, just blue fire after blue fire after blue fire. So in that circumstance, he would just unsummon his lord, right? But then it would render all the blue fires kind of irrelevant, so that just
Yeah, exactly.
makes the lord sniping just never a tactical possibility, really.
Which is weird considering a lot of which is considering a lot of faction strategies do revolve around gen sniping. Chaos, Tzeentch, a lot of demon factions, just the first ones that come to mind.
And there are factions that, you know, losing their lord is really crucial, so just being able to, at a snap of a finger, take it away, take the possibility from your opponent.
Yeah.
And it's not nice. But Tim used it as an argument of let's get rid of this rule. And we are using it as well, let's keep it.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
That's why, dear players and viewers as well, alike, everybody can provide your feedback. We have a channel called Tournament Feedback. Please go there. Give us some arguments either way, whether you want this rule gone, whether you want it kept, or you just want it to changed. Like, the Lord unsummoning is possible, but maybe after X amount of time. Just something that is still clear-cut and executable as a rule.
Yeah.
Because,
And also, like...
Wait, a lot of our rules are just forged around them being enforceable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because some rules would be nice, but they're just... It's close to impossible to make sure they're kept. Go on, Arklin. 1-0.
Yeah, so for example, think of Chaos Wars, the first one that comes to mind. That's Shaker Rocket. Why does it exist? It exists to snipe lords. Undodgeable, humming projectiles that will slowly chip away
If you've
at
got
your
a faster lord, it is dodgeable, but that's yet again like pick a
Yeah.
faster lord.
Exactly, like it actually increases the diversity.
Okay, Norsca for Hliden. So, as I predicted at the very beginning, right? Just pick Norsca now because Norsca is a very good matchup into both Empire and Wood Elves, and well, then just take High Elves versus whatever's left. Fuck this Mongol music. Slow. I mean, maybe good music for just chilling it between battles, but let's hype it up. So Delmo in the chat says Hliden is a very good player, Houseman is something beyond. Well, even our triple champion couldn't get him, although I think all 3 battles were really close. So there's that. Even though Vampire counts seemed kind of like a very one-sided victory. But there's yet another level to our tournaments, the draft. Like, you really need to be smart about your draft as well to maximize your chances. So it's not only your fast fingers on the battlefield.
Yeah, every decision counts. Your draft, your unit picks, your faction picks. It is not as bad as it was in Warhammer
Also
1,
map
where
picks.
you could complete... Yes, map picks as well, absolutely. I've seen that a few times. Heavily forested maps do favor more infantry. Like, that is a real factor that has swung quite a few matches. Like, there are a lot of options, and each one of them can be countered by another.
Or maps that have lots of choke points.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Sacred Synod of Chakwa is the map of choice from Hliden. Alright, and let me switch back.
Yep, I've been updating the bracket. So
Yeah, let's have a look at the bracket.
Yep. Let me give us a quick roundup. So 9th place match is going to be between Arcane and the winner. Currently, Stinger is 1-0 ahead. Their second match is still ongoing. 13th place match, we got that one concluded.
Berserk Hippo 1-1. Spicy. Berserk
Oh,
Hippo
yes.
1-1.
Yep.
So
They're going to
gonna
game
wait a
3.
little bit.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will. And so will Tim to finish it. Because next P6 has been waiting for a while. Yeah, the round of 16 unfortunately took a little bit long.
So Tim and Michael already played. Yeah, B6 is still waiting for Berserker Hippo as well.
Yeah, so Tim is going to wait for a little bit. And then we will see about the 7th place when that one finishes. So yeah, Michael is going to be waiting for a little.
So Arcane versus Hardress Warrior, did that happen or Hardress Warrior dropped?
Okay, yes, it did happen. It did happen.
Okay, nice. Okay, so
Yeah,
Hardress
I
Warrior
brought
in the
him
11th
back
place
in.
match, waiting
Yeah.
for the result between Stingers and Stingers as well. One of the better players, right? But he just got dropped down here at the very beginning because he faced Houseplant.
Yeah.
Although it
Yeah,
did look
exactly.
much more one-sided than against him.
It did. It did.
But as I said, I've seen Stingers win a tournament recently, and it was against some other really good players. I think Hadres was there. I just can't really remember the names there. But I remember the top 4 was all pretty good, and also I think Serica was there, and even Serica didn't get into the top 4. Although Serica would kind of unlucky with the bracket there.
Yeah. That's one thing that I appreciate with our system. Luck really plays a part until people gather enough SUNTZU points for it to work the way it's supposed to. Like, yeah, that's one thing I didn't like with Magic the Gathering. On top level, yes, you do have the Planeswalker points to put you in the bracket, but until then, you do get screwed over and, you know, can lose a lot of money that way. But I'm glad our system is working as intended. So now we are seeing some interesting matches, and it only becomes better as people accumulate more points.
Okay, so Sedeka is calling out the map choice. So, okay, the map choices were... It was either Sacred Synod of Chakwa or... or Gazer Bluff, because we played on Hunter
Yes.
there. So we briefly saw Gazer Bluff before the battle was dropped because it was the incorrect map. I mean, okay, so Gazer Bluff is just open, close to no forests, just one at the very edge of the battlefield towards one of the points. Other than that, just flat and open. Whereas Sacred Sons of Chakwa, yeah, quite a lot of elevation, quite a lot of forests. So I imagine that this is the better map choice in this matchup. Because it's Heliden's choice. So Heliden picks Norsca, Houseman pick the Empire, therefore locking in the third matchup, if it's going to happen, to be Wood Elves versus High Elves. Which would be on that flat map. I think since Empire is slightly more reliant on ranged units, I mean, it could go melee, like it kind of did last time we saw Empire, also in the hands of Houseman. But yeah, this map kind of limits its range capabilities. Although we do have that biggest choke point in on the left flank. Which could be a good thing for a ranged army and can be a bad thing, because you can also get quite easily trapped in there. You know, in Domination mode, where you can summon units from multiple directions, you can quickly spring a trap. Summon some Warhounds, for example, from up there and attack the backline. Anyway, we're about to find out what the players are aiming to do there.
And we also have an update. Stinger 120. So yeah, 9th place game going on.
Okay, so we've got Huntsman General, quite an unusual pick for Houseplant. Then 4 Knights of the Blazing Sun, 3 Outriders with grenade launchers. So definitely not an ordinary, unorthodox, there we go, unorthodox build for the Empire, and then 3 units of Spearmen with Shields just to provide some encourage. Then Wolfric the Wanderer with a Frostworm Regiment of Renown, pretty nice. Then Shaman of Fire, and then whatever that other hero is called, and then the rest of the army, then have a proper look at. We'll have a look at it in a while, after our players load in. There we go.
Yep.
Quite similar loading times across the board, nice to see. So let's see. Skin Wolf Werkin. Armor piercing, anti-large. Seems like it's just a regular melee lord with regeneration. So, should be pretty strong. But this is going to be pretty strong against what Houseman is throwing at him. Okay, Knights of the Blazing Sun. So they do have fire attacks. So good against trolls, I guess, just to limit their healing ability. And I guess just to chase them down as well. So, Knights of the Blazing Sun to screen the grenade launchers and whatever is approaching them, trying to intercept them. So, Norsca could really only send Murder Horseman and Horsemaster and the dogs, the hounds, after them. So yeah, Knights of the Blazing Sun will be able to intercept all of that, meaning the Outriders with grenade launchers will be able to probably use most of their ammunition. They have range 100, so they aren't outranged by Murder Hunters with javelins. So they can pretty much approach Norscan front lines freely and just blow it up with grenades.
Yep. So that is going to help them a lot. The grenades can be deadly.
Lots of cheap infantry spam from Norscan side though. So those grenade launchers aren't going to be very effective. And the most powerful units on the Norscan side are single entity monsters. Tentatively the trolls coming in from reinforcements. So those grenade launchers may not be able to be utilized to that great of an effect. Something already summoned, but I haven't seen that, whatever it was. Whatever. Frostworm. Oh, it already took some damage. Oh, from the Huntsman General.
Yeah, from the Huntsman General.
Okay, it's probably trying to line down the Frost Breath. Actually, if it managed to land across these two units, well, if they ever blow up. Okay, grenade launchers. Riding forth. Just need to be careful not to auto-fire onto one of these units that you really don't want to fire on. Yeah, Wolfric getting in there, 700. Oh, Frostworm also landing in.
Oh, I mean, that was good.
Knights of the Blazing Sun don't have that powerful attacks. Frostworm doesn't have vulnerability to fire. It does. So actually not the best matchup against the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Yet another unit is coming in. And Frostworm, yeah, it is taking quite significant damage. So probably just landing it and then immediately flying up would be good. That 25% fire weakness is going to, like down to third.
Oh, wow.
I mean, by third, sorry. And we have some harassment over here on the left flank. The Shaman Sorcerer just being caught in there. And yeah, it's going to be difficult to land some good burning heads. Speaking of which, yeah, exactly. Okay, this one was pretty good. Also, Knights of the Blazing Sun will actually have... Wait, they have fire weakness? I thought they had fire strength resistance.
That's weird. I think that might have been a typo on CA's end.
Minus 20 instead of plus 20? Sure sounds like a CA mistake. 400 greases speed.
Lightning greases.
Yeah, anyway. So yeah, actually those burning heads will be quite effective against Knights of the Blazing Sun. I retract my statement that this is something I... Oh no, wait. Oh. No, so they don't have any either weakness or strength. It must have been the Kindle Flame.
Yeah, the Kindle Flame.
I thought it was 12% to 20. Well, maybe I was mistaken. I think I already made a mistake in the past as well. Oh, there we go. Frost Breath into Outriders Grenade Launchers.
That was tough.
Yeah, it was alright. Also, War Wagon summoned. Okay, 3 points for Hliden. Slight value advantage for Houseplant, but due to his playstyle, right, because of all the grenade launchers and stuff, it's just natural for him to have that advantage early on. He doesn't have a he doesn't have any wizard.
Generation. Yeah, he has no wizards.
Well, I imagine he has a wizard in the reinforcements. No, that's not it. Those are flagellants. Okay, Frostworm has suffered quite a lot of damage. Dealt a fair share of it as well, back. Let's see, this is a nice blob for grenade launchers to fire at. But it's still just Marauders and Marauders Spearmen, so cheap infantry spam. So grenade launchers, even though they're gonna get a lot of kills, they're not necessarily gonna get a lot of value. Although 450 is already pretty good. They're just so cheap and so effective. So yeah, trying to utilize them as much as possible is a good way to just play the Empire roster. We've got Empire Knights now summoned, just to even further increase the amount of coverage of the battlefield. And point number 1 is getting captured. And here, yeah, the murder of Grapple was just taking free fire from the other Outriders. So point number 1 secured by some Spearmen. Murder Spearmen also being sent against them, and Skin Wolves. Okay, Skin Wolves can maybe catch the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Looks like Huntsman just isn't looking there at the moment. And Huntsman General, he's been sniping that Frostworm. 500 value, that's pretty alright at the moment. They still have half the ammunition and full HP. Manticore now just diving in, trying to disrupt some of the cavalry forces, although these are Empire Knights on the Outriders with grain launchers, which you probably would want to intercept. Skinwolf working, not doing too hard at the moment. Speaking of being hot, there's goes on the Burning Head. Although, could have been cast like this, or just start here or here at the edge, not in the middle. That is kind of a whiffed cast. Not that big of a fan of it. Skinwolf's shattered amongst all the cavalry, which are kind of a counter to. Right, Knights of the Blazing Sun routed. Lots of
Charge the charge.
yeah, lots of resources committed to point number 1 to just getting it back under control. So Hliden is really committing to just holding points. Point number 2, kind of firm in his control, but Empire has the bulk of its forces in that area. Point number 3 was kind of getting flipped because of the grenade launches just obliterating that unit, but as soon as they saw the Norscan Warhounds summoned, they retreated. Awakening of the Wood. So there we go, yeah, there must be a Life Wizard. There we go, finally summoned. So he has Awakening of the Wood and Earthblood. And the grenade launches versus counters with Javelins. Hunters of Javelins are good into shooting into the grenade launchers. Grenade launchers are also really good at shooting, and also Javelins aren't good at taking charges from a lot of the Empire Knights and Knights of the Blazing Sun. Nice Husband splits, charges both units. Last second, really nice micro there. I approve. Yet another Knights of the Blazing Sun. All of them now, well, not all of them, but being killed by Earthblood. So yeah, that spell, given that there's a lot of cavalry, is also going to be very easy to utilize to its fullest extent. But triple cap for Hliden, 650 points, so almost at halfway through. And the value difference is pretty close. There is some regeneration on the side of Norsca, there is the healing wizard at the moment, but he's engaged by Wulfric. Can't land a hit though. Does he have Hunter of Champions? Tour of Torgal, no Hunter of Champions. No, there it is.
There it is.
Looks like it wasn't used there. Also, Huntsman General, let's give a pack trap or something. There we go. So, Hunter of Champions, and also Frostworm on top of it. Like, that Frostman can die now, but if it lands some damage onto that Jade Wizard, it's all worth it, I think. Also, Huntsman General seems to be preoccupied with Wulfric anyway. Terror routed. But the Jade Wizard isn't going down yet. The Hunter of Champions has expired. Now Knights of the Blazing Sun into Norse controls, which have a fire weakness. Regular trolls would be way better. But then again, did you really expect Knights of the Blazing Sun spam? Okay, Frostmourne to start engaging the Huntsman General. Good choice, he's not good in melee. He can shoot. And Jade Wizard... Wait, he just... I guess he's shattered and just lost his icon. But Wulfric is still chasing him. Kinda weird, but okay. Looks like Jade Wizard is gone, so no healing for Empire anymore. War Wagons are going to take down the Frostworm. While Huntsman General taken down to half HP. So a decent development. Speaking of developments, all 3 points now flipping. 2 points already flipped. And the last one, okay, kind of going back into the Norscan control. The difference in damage isn't that big now. More Horsemasters versus Spearmen there, so yeah, probably not gonna displace them too soon. But, that was really good damage actually. So Empire Knights might need to be committed over there. The Norscan Warhounds did absolutely nothing. Which is a shame. They do have quite a lot of good targets, but they also have quite a lot of counters. Which is a very, very mobile Empire roster. Just War Wagons, Outriders with grenade launchers, all of that harassment. Actually, War Wagons almost running out of ammunition already. And then a bunch of Empire Knights, Knights of the Blazing Sun. Maybe some Reichsguard thrown in for good measure. But those Marauders aren't really... Yeah, they're gonna have a terrible time just getting charged left, right, and center all the time. Although, that seems like a very good Burning Head. Wonder if it's overcast. Are they going across 3-4 units? But also them being so mobile, they can just quite easily dodge, and having a smaller number of entities than regular infantry, they're not going to suffer as heavily. What's that spell? Cascading Fire Cloud being cast on those controls. Oh, nice down hit charge by Empire Knights straight into the Marauders and Norse controls. So the Ice Trolls and Norse controls both have weakness against fire. Oh no, all of them will have weakness against fire because of the regeneration. But is it this weakness against fire, or is it on top of that? I don't know, actually.
It's on top of that, it's additive.
So it's 40 weakness to fire.
Yep. Yeah, fire damage is no joke. Like, to this day, blunderbusses with the flaming sword is probably the fastest way to kill a lord, because you can stack up all that fire weakness.
So we have Knights of the Blazing Sun, but grenade launchers, do they also cause fire damage? I guess not. Anyway, triple cap for Houseplant now. Point 2 has been flipped. The value is kind of drifting away from Khleeden. It was 1,000 before, now it is 2,000. These guys are just showing their backs, just taunting them. But it's just one unit of Horse Masters. You want to be able to take down 2 units of Spearmen. Over here, not much going for Norsca, although the reinforcements for Khleeden are summoned on this flank, 2 units of Marauders. But that whole super mobile Empire contingent can just quickly swoop in and deliver their charges, and yeah, just use one of the one of the cavalry units even to hold the line, or hold the enemy in place as anvil, and then all the others provide a hammer. Speaking of which, that's a resummoned unit of grenade launchers, most likely, full ammunition, already wrecking those mortars apart before the cavalry even arrives, or they're the cavalry themselves. And yeah, that Burning Head not very effective, although it's gonna turn into the other unit. So pretty lucky there, but not that effective in the end. Maybe over here into some infantry would be better, but it's very difficult to find good targets for those Burning Heads in such a roster full of cavalry. So yeah, unorthodox pick, or no, unorthodox roster rather, or build. There we go. That was the word I was looking for. And yeah, victory slowly but surely slipping away from Khleeden's hands, but he definitely put up a very good fight. But I'm afraid he's not gonna get flipped after the Norscan Warhounds Regiment of Renown has been summoned. But immediately Khleeden has a Houseplant has a response to Khleeden's maneuver and summons Knights of the Blazing Sun.
How many Knights of the Blazing Sun does this guy have?
And these guys aren't vulnerable to fire. At least there's that. Well, he had 4 in the starting roster. I imagine that's the limit. So the unit must have died or has been unsummoned.
Oh, he has a lot of Empire Knights too. That's why.
Yeah, Empire Knights as well. Yeah. No Reichsguard though. He had in the previous battle. He played with Empire. Now we see Murder Horsemasters with Knights of the Blazing Sun. That's not gonna go well for the Murder Horsemasters. And yeah, point already flipping back into Houseplant's favor. Although point number 2 has been taken. After all of that, forces have been shifted towards point number 1. Somehow Norsca snagged point number 2. There's more and more Marauders. Yeah, Marauders with spears would have been way better, but
yeah,
I guess Khleeden just didn't anticipate such a cavalry-heavy roster.
Yeah. Probably anticipated a fire wizard and not so much cavalry.
I mean, yeah, Empire also has a fire wizard, so despite not having a fire wizard, it still had plenty of fire damage sources. Well, war wagons are now out of ammunition, so at least their value has dropped slightly. Yeah, they provide cap weight, but at the moment the point is in favor of Norsca anyway. But at the moment, with this point split... Actually, wait, why isn't Khleeden gaining points? Whose point is it then? It's
They're
Norsca.
both gaining points.
plus 0 here. Okay, weird. CA plus fix. Anyway, so Khorne is taking points, but with 2-1 advantage for Houseplant, it is going to be his victory. So Khorne needs to flip at least one of the points, and it seems like he's launching a good attempt at flipping point number 3. So, if he can flip point number 3 and hold on to point number 2, there's still a hope for victory for him. So now with Mordors with great weapons on top of there, that's gonna flip, and 2 more units are going to follow. Now, might be a slight overcommitment, but given that Empire can very quickly switch its forces around, it might just be what he needs. But point number 3, he is not holding on to that. He needs maybe to push these Marauders in, but even then, that I imagine wouldn't be enough. Warhound's gonna get wrecked by, well, good luck, Knights of the Blazing Sun. Maybe slightly, mostly dodge their charge. Point number 1 also is kind of equal now, and if these hounds reinforce that point, that could flip it in favor of Norsca. But would they have enough capture weight to cap it quickly enough? Oh, there we go, the Hostmasters. So Empire needs to react. They have completely taken control of point number 2, so that's no longer a threat for them. So they have a triple cap going, at least for the moment. But these grenade launchers, holy shit, just obliterated 2 units of great weapons so quickly. Yeah, and once they are routed, they no longer provide capture weight, and now 2 units will focus on Murder Spearmen. Yup.
The units are so close.
Yikes! These are just so powerful.
Just annihilated. Yep, with that one down, Empire will flip the points, and they already have the advantage.
Yeah, so point number 1 has been flipped in favor of Norsca, but they also need point number 3. And yeah, lightly armored, slow infantry, the grenade launchers are just such an oppressive unit. And the only way to deal with them for Norsca is their own cavalry. But how are you getting your own cavalry through when there's so many Empire cavalries running around? Although at the moment only 1 unit and all the way up there. But well, it wasn't either up there. Norsca could have had more hounds in the reinforcements. I'm actually quite surprised they don't have, because you do expect some ranged units from Empire, and Warhounds are probably the best ones to catch them. So yeah, these Warhounds chasing away the grenade launchers could have been a difference maker over here, and difference maker in earlier stages, although with how much cavalry Houseplant deployed, maybe not necessarily. But still, this is a very, very close battle that Khorne is showing us. So Tim was also able to take Houseplant to a very, very close, sweaty victory. So Khorne showing that he can really go against the best of the best. Although, I don't know if he ever actually faced Tim. I think they always avoided each other in our tournaments. So looking forward to future tournaments when they maybe eventually meet. I mean, if Tim won against Houseplant, they would be facing each other right now.
Yep.
As Khorne was our number 4 seed and Tim was our number 1 seed. But there was an upset. The number 8 seed took down the number 1.
Oh, we have another upset. I'll fill you in after this battle.
Okay, it's about to end literally in 10 seconds. So, let's declare victory for Houseplant. It's not gonna change. But really, really GG to Khorne as well, providing us with a really good battle and not giving up, because probably if it was Tim would probably have given up. Giving us a spectacle, really, really respectable from Khorne. The first battle he could have given up because that was a slam dunk, but this one was very, very close. So, GG's, and Khorne will be fighting for 1st place. So that he can still get on the podium. And the music finished pretty much exactly as the battle ended. Really nice, really nice. Right, Houseplant is our first finalist, and now we're gonna have a little bit of a forced break, I guess, because Hippo defeated Berserk. Holy shit, yeah, that's another upset. What is this?
Oh, we've got
you?
an even bigger upset. Berserk, actually, after his defeat, decided to concede the rest of his battles.
That's not cool.
Yeah, but I guess he was frustrated at the game. He was still a good sport. And that actually gave Michael Pontifex his 7th place.
Sure. Okay, so we've got Tim the Wilder against B6A6 for 5th place. Yeah, this could have been Tim versus Berserk. Come on!
I know, and that's what I told him, but he was just, like, if you check the chat, yeah, that's... He knew, but he was just way too tired of it.
So why was he upset at the game specifically?
I don't know. I think something with the picks, with the format, he was just frustrated about something.
Yeah, so actually I think this battle that we've just witnessed between, just to address what the chat is saying as well, this battle specifically, I think went down more to the build's mismatch. Because
yes.
Norsca had a lot of vulnerability to fire, even though you should still either expect the Life Wizard or the Fire Wizard. Those are the two valid choices for the Empire, although they have all the doors pretty much. So Shadows is a possibility, but usually it's those two. But yeah, if they picked a little bit more Warhounds, and maybe the regular trolls or armored trolls instead of Norscan ice trolls, then maybe would have been better. Nerexa Sirica says, I think Houseplan's strat really wasn't good for the map and he just recovered it with Micro. And Micro was really good, and like the roster itself, the build requires a lot of Micro because it's just a shit ton of cavalry. Half of it is ranged as well, so obviously. But yeah, also the lack of spearmen in Hlidin's roster could have swung it if, you know, all those charges that Houseplant planted into Hlidin's infantry, if they were against spearmen instead of regular marauders, could have been different. But again, it was hard to expect that. But I would still like to see more Warhounds. Sure, in the early stages, the Warhounds would get wrecked, but that's why you summon them later on. Just they're a cheap, fast unit to bring. Could be just very, very effective towards the end. And Houseplant is in the chat, so please give us some perspective on what you think about that Norsca versus... Actually, wait a second. If Sarika and Hippo just started, we can go watch that.
Really? Hippo said he's gonna be AFK for about 30 minutes.
Oh, for fuck's sake, not only are they behind the schedule on that side of the bracket, they're also taking a 30-minute break.
Yep.
I'm really torn about this. Should this be a thing? This really shouldn't be a thing. Like, sure, Houseplant can take a 30-minute break because he's waiting for his opponent anyway. But come on. Not a fun. But anyway, we'll watch that battle once it comes around.
Tim also had a quick AFK, but he's back right now.
So, let's watch some replays, I guess.
Certainly. Would you be able to host it? I have a lot of background noise.
Host what?
The replay, while we wait. In meanwhile, we can actually watch the 5th place match if you'd like to tune in.
I think I'm gonna watch this through. Let's watch Berserk vs Hippo to give us some insight into what we can expect.
Sure thing.
Okay, I'm gonna download the replays.
Okay, do you want to start it from yours, or would you like to stream it?
Why didn't you say you can stream it now?
I can, I just can't commentate it.
I don't know, I'll do it on my own.
Okay. I can provide some extra commentary, but I've got a lot of background noise.
Yeah, I can hear that. Alright. Let's get into some replays then.
Yep.
No, you're saying in chat that we should just watch some replays, which is what we are going to do. But it's need to consider there is the best of 3 semi-final to go, and then grand final best of 5. So we're looking at quite a late finish. So we had a late start because of all the technical issues with the mod suddenly being incompatible, really, and now we are suffering even further delays. So yeah, just not the best for the schedule. Okay, replays. I guess this is the first battle. Let me confirm. Yeah, this is the first because I downloaded it 2 seconds earlier, I guess. Unless I was downloading them in the reverse order. No, Norsca versus Greenskins. No, not Greenskins, Grand Cafe. Is the first one. Let's see. No, Berserk won one of them and Hippo won the other 2. And the Fall of the Samurai soundtrack. So good. So good. So Berserk with double Frostworm, 1 Regiment of Renown, and then a regular one. Then Skin Wolves, Murder Champions, Shaman of Fire, Murders of Spears, and triple Warhounds. Spicy build, definitely spicy. And then Hippo with quite a regular Grand Cafe build, but I still would like to see the Jade Lions being utilized to provide harmony. I just want a full melee cafe build, because I want to see them utilizing the harmony. Obviously, the balloon is there for that as well. But on the full melee build, utilize harmony, because you need to keep your ranged units nearby to keep providing the harmony to the melee ones, and just puts them in a very vulnerable position. The Iron Hell Gunners are short ranged anyway, but harmony is like half of the range, so you need to get really, really close. But their damage is really, really good. But still, Jade Lions probably would be more welcome to see. Okay, so the Cold Voider Frostworm is getting into a position probably to use a breath attack. Could have been at a better angle. Still was a very good angle apparently. Half HP down already, so that should be like 250 value, yeah, almost. We have the Empress Crowman. We have their Nangao grenades. What? Oh, there we go. And on the Extromins surrounding the other Frostworm. Did it get its breath attack off? No, still 3 uses. Wait, what the hell? How is all this Extromin dealing so much damage? There's 60 of them and they have 45 weapon strength. Are they like super cheap? Holy shit, this is super effective. I can see why they're... Yep, it's a DLC unit. Norsca Warhammer is just taking the fire from the Sky Gem. And a Dragonblood Yoshigengan Lord chasing off on the Frostworm. Okay. The Cold Voider. Get on the volley there from the Sky Giant into the Warhounds. We're now charging in to kind of try to save the Frostworm. Also, the Skin Wolves got wrecked. All by Onyx Strowman. Just how OP is that unit? I mean, they're gonna absolutely obliterate the Norscan Warhounds. I don't see any other possibility. I thought that it took some damage of their own now. Maybe that was a little bit of friendly fire, and here come Peasant Horsemen. Yeah, they're gonna do well against Warhounds as well. How the hell did Skin Wolves get wrecked so much? The Skin Wolves also have regeneration, do have their anti-large possibilities. Are they considered large? No, they're considered small, the Onyx Strowman. So OP, holy shit. Well, it is a triple cup for Berserk, but we've seen this one before. It was Bretonnia versus Grand Cafe. Grand Cafe was just chilling in the back, just shooting and shooting and shooting versus Bretonnia. But then couldn't push through hard enough and didn't really... Well, I think Grand Cafe retook point number 1 and tried to retake point number 2, maybe took it up for a bit. But I never got close to point number 3 and just lost in points like that. So we'll see if a similar story will unfold. Also, I'm really curious, how did Berserk got angry at the game? Do you know, Arklin?
No, I don't. No, I don't. He said something about the format and the picks. Like, nothing about tournament, just the game itself seems like it.
But you just said format and the picks.
No, by format he means domination.
Oh, Domination.
Yeah. The game's format, not tournament format.
Alright.
So nothing that has to do with us. It happens, we've seen it before.
Deja vu.
I mean, it is unusual for somebody with this many accolades to do that, but it's seen it before, you know?
Alright, well... He did give it a first shot in the past, so there's that. Not gonna hold it against him, I guess. Maybe we'll see him in the Land Battle tournament in January.
Yeah.
So, a little bit of a teaser there. I mean, we've mentioned that at the beginning of the tournament as well. Well, the Frostworms... It takes 2 Frostworms to clear Onyx Strowman out, really. Oh, that is a very nasty burning head. Kind of unlucky I didn't turn into the Iron Hellgunners and now just kinda goes in between the Jade Warriors. But it was still very nasty. Here could have been way nastier. And a Fireball. Okay, so... Fireball is one of those homing projectiles that got affected by the most recent update. And from what people have been saying, it now just, yeah, does exactly that. It just kind of gets stuck very early on in a unit. Because previously, if you fired, like, look at this Shaman positioning, it's perfect. We would fire the Fireball and it would go across the entire unit and explode somewhere in the middle or towards the end, damaging the entire unit. But now, let's see.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah, it just put it... Okay, it was moving, right? So... Alright. Oh, a breath attack. That was very good. And the frost breaths are very effective. Also, this was like a square formation, so yeah, very effective against that. Yeah, Berserk is pulling ahead. So not only is he pulling ahead in points, he's also pulling ahead in value. So doing really well for himself. But point number 1, the cafe moved its box, I guess, forward onto point number 1, so at least it stopped bleeding a little bit.
I've got good news. Hippo is back.
Well, that was shorter than 30 minutes, so good.
Yeah, he said he needed to walk his dog.
As a fellow dog enjoyer and dog haver, I can understand that. But I walked my dog before the tournament. Also
Yeah,
fed
you
him.
came in more prepared. I believe this is his first tournament of ours.
Yes. All right. Let's get them a draft.
Yep.
Okay. Draft. Let's get it on the screen.
Yep.
Crows bastard, destroying worm like nothing, lol. Yep. Getting really crowded in there. But whoops. Alright, let's wait for the draft to go other way.
Are you streaming the draft?
Alright, we've got our picks and bans underway. No,
Awesome.
my system seems to be a little bit lagging, but hopefully it'll be fine. I do have quite a lot on open, so okay. Dwarfs and Chaos Dwarfs. So does Norsca know he's not playing against Clayton? Run Cafe, followed up, Empire and Dark Elves on the side of Olar Tryggvarsson, aka Hippo. And a Beastman. Alright. So Norsca has his favorite Wood Elves. Looks like Olaf, god damn it, Hippo didn't do his homework. I wonder if we'll see Wood Elves first pick. No, Lizardmen. I think Norsca did say something about practicing Lizardmen Slaanesh. I mean, Slaanesh was one of the most OP factions I think in patch 3.0 was it? And then got nerfed quite heavily and never returned. And I don't think it still returned. I think Slaanesh is still kinda bad. We'll see.
Yep.
It's fast, and there are the Wood Elves from Norsca going through to the second round of picks. So Slaanesh, a questionable pick, but Kislev, obviously, top of the board. And Norsca, yet another powerful faction. So apart from the Slaanesh pick, very, very standard. All factions to be expected. But we all say that top tier faction stuff, but there's actually a lot of top tier factions. So that you know, we've been bashing CA quite a bit on this stream, but the balance overall is still not that bad.
Yeah, there's some really like a diverse meta. So yeah, it's honestly, all things considered, pretty good.
Right, let's see if they... No, they haven't picked. They haven't decided what to pick yet. So, the map pool. We've been through it since this is the second semi-final we're watching. Gazer Bluff, Haunted Vale, and Sacred Center of Chakwa. Wood Elves as first pick for Norsca. Let's see what Hippo will counter with. Slaanesh could be sort of a good pick against it because of the speed. If you expect Wood Elves to bring some ranged units, you overrun them with speed.
Also, they have a lot of anti-infantry units.
Slaanesh?
Oh yeah. Demonettes. You've got a lot of shock infantry, and also you've got those scourges, which are not really good at killing stuff, but are great at holding stuff. For some hammer and anvil action.
Then again, I think Slaanesh would be better against Bretonnia in this draft. Kislev could be against a good pick against Wood Elves, but it is Slaanesh in the end. So Slaanesh actually has two good matchups against Bretonnia and Wood Elves, which have been picked after Slaanesh have been picked, but still a questionable pick. But we are going to see it immediately in action, so let's just hold on for a little while, because they still need to pick the map and their armies. But we are soon to see what the deal is with Slaanesh. Can do this.
Yeah, let's take a look. Would you like to stream those for me?
Stream what? The game is being streamed on Discord.
Your house is
Yeah, just the replay though.
Yeah, well, because there's no lobby yet.
Okay.
What? Is this maybe? Invalid game code. Does it say invalid password? Would I try a different password? Yeah, now it's invalid password. So 123 was the correct password, but for some reason I couldn't join. Maybe these are like old ones, refresh list. Fine, I'll host it on my own. for this game. Domination, unit caps on, character loading off, and Gazer Bluff. So, this is the map we haven't seen yet in the previous semi-final.
Yep.
Soraka making sure our spectacle is on point. What the hell happened? Oh. Somehow I toggled shuffle in my music. Okay. What music would be fitting here? What am I thinking? Could have for Kingdoms. Slaanesh Wood Elves doesn't really speak Chinese to me. If you got Grand Cafe, sure. Something fast. Rome 1 soundtrack is fast. Is it that then? So it's Shogun actually. Alright, let's talk a little bit about those Shogun tournaments. So, Shogun has Avatar mode. It also has the Classic mode, obviously. So, already two possibilities. Then we have another group. We can have a pure Shogun 2 tournament, a pure Fall of the Samurai tournament, or a mixed tournament. So those are three choices in another group. So that's already 6 possible choices there. And then we can have naval battles. Well, naval battles can be Avatar mode in both. But Avatar mode doesn't matter that much in Shogun 2 regular one. But it matters in Fall of the Samurai. Anyway, naval battles. They can be both Classic and Avatar. So still counts. We can have siege battles, Can also be Siege Classic, Classic Avatar, and they can be Shogun 2 for the Samurai or mixed. So what that counts? Well, naval battles cannot be mixed, but whatever. And then we can have regular land battles. So that is, well, 18 possible choices, but minus that no mixed for siege, sea battles. So 17 possible and all very cool and entertaining possible tournament formats. Or just game modes, actually. So we can have a Shogun 2 tournament every season, and we could have a different tournament every season for 17 seasons. Yeah, that would be very cool. Yeah, looks like our prey is ready. Let's go. Perfect timing on the music as well. Oh, Sigvald. Okay. That's not something we see often.
Okay.
And Sisters of Twilight. Serica gets me. A true choice of culture.
Not surprised.
And we have two branch rates, both with Milk of Mystifying Miasma. Then for Glade something with Fire Shafts, Starfire Shafts, and 5 Eternal Guards, 1 of Shields. Sigvald is accompanied by the Hell Scourges, they're called Heat Seekers with Hell Scourges. And we have Slaanesh Chaos Knights, then the Slaanesh Chaos Warriors, and a variant with Hell Scourgers, times 4, and actually yet another Chaos Warrior.
Yes, a very good setup against Wood Elves. This is absolutely brilliant. This is basically a hard counter that they could bring. Those Hell Scourges, great with staying power against Dryads and just about anything. They're incredibly tanky, silver shields, 100 armor, poison attacks, just exactly what they need in a main line. And then I'm guessing in the reinforcements we're going to see a lot of Chaos. Oh, he is the tankiest. He is the tankiest duelist that Chaos has access to. So absolutely. So he's just going to be running around, engaging those archers, engaging those heroes whenever he can. So this is going to be great.
Hell Striders, not Heartseekers. Heartseekers is something else. Heat Seekers, Heartseekers.
Heartseekers, yes. So they are a very fast light cavalry that is specifically made against archers. So I'm thinking he has a lot of those in reinforcements that he can bring to take out the archers. With all of that taken out, he's hard countering everything that the Wood Elves are able to bring.
So what about this Branch Wraith double pick? It's not a very good melee combatant.
It's really not.
Is it just so... Okay, Milk of Mystifying Miasma, it's 29 seconds cooldown. Do you really need 2 of them to cast it more often?
I don't really think you do. I think he brought them to against like cavalry to slow them down enough that the spears can come in. But I think we are going to see more hammer and anvil type of situation. So I don't think this is going to be relevant, but we'll have to see. You never know what's going to happen during the battle.
Big man throwing shade there, saying it's a battle of low-tier factions, but I don't consider Wood Elves a low-tier faction. I think Wood Elves are one of the stronger factions. I really like them.
Yeah,
They also have a very varied roster. You can, for example, bring bunch of Dryads and Eternal Guard and then support them with with Trickin, and you can just go full melee build with Wood Elves, or you can go full kite with lots of archers. Also good cheap cavalry, some good elite cavalry as well in Stag Knights. You've got some powerful monsters in Treemen and Dragons, although those aren't popular in general, really. Well. So, whenever you're facing Wood Elves, you don't really know what to expect and what to build against. So, for example, if Nerexa brought a full melee build in here, then Hitman Hippo's roster wouldn't necessarily be as good.
Yeah. Pretty much. But I think this is a very cost-efficient build that he brought in.
So Chaos Furies of Slaanesh summoned to possibly Maces of Twilight go away.
Yep.
We'll see if they will carry it. They are on a dragon. But they're not underestimating the Murder Horsemen of Slaanesh. And Ghost Riders have made all the way around for the forest here. Positioning themselves to possibly spring some traps and surprise attacks onto the Glade Guard. Yeah. And now they have range on Murder Horsemen. That should be good enough to help Sons of Twilight. We have taken a little bit of damage. 400 actually. Not bad. But I think they have returned much more. Well, how's that in terms of value though? 150 here. 150 here, yeah. It's pretty much an equal exchange. Now a good volley into Chaos Warriors. And good volley there, finding that target far away. Not focusing on heavily armored Chaos Warriors, actually now friendly fire possibility over here. Internal Guard, even though it's anti-large, it also is armor piercing, so it should do well against Chaos Warriors in general.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if they will be able to trade up as well. Okay, so Murder Horseman trying to find a gap in the Will's lines. Going for some archers. Looks like maybe they will be successful. The Grid side nags there.
Those Glade Guard are gonna...
yeah,
those
and they didn't find it in the end. Chaos Furies though. They're flying over. Melkov Mystifying Miasma to slow them down, and they're just sort of standing right above their targets, but this Chaos Warriors just punching through the Branch Wraith, not being able to stop them. But Chaos Furies are just gone, like that. But the Archers are now forced out of position. Although the Ghost Riders over here just got absolutely wrecked. But the Glade Riders can sort of come in and save the Archers. But it's still a very expensive unit of Chaos Warriors chasing a less expensive unit of Glade Guard. So it's like what is being committed to the battlefield at the moment? It's kind of still advantage Wood Elves in this regard.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why I was saying this is going to be a very interesting battle, and it was going to be all in the execution.
Over 1,000 advantage already in terms of value. Now they're turning around, trying to close in on the other Glade Guard that don't really have... They could run away like over here. But maybe Nerexa didn't see it. Maybe didn't see it in time. Exposing their bags though to the Glade Guard with fire shafts now. And Dryads are going to call them in. Sons of Twilight in a good position to keep dishing out the damage. 800 value already. Seagull hasn't even made it to the front lines yet. Yeah, Eternal Guard, look at it. It's a cheap unit, but it's holding well against the Chaos Warriors. It has been supported by Archers, obviously, but even still, given such a quality difference between these units, or at least price difference, the Eternal Guard is trading really, really well.
Oh yeah, yeah. Chaos Warriors are generally on the lower end
have the Blade
of the value
Singers,
spectrum.
who
They're
have
just not able to generate that value.
these abilities to make them hold longer if they need to.
Oh yeah, Blade Singers with their ability to swap between attack and defense, and significant amounts too. 24 is a lot of
That was
stat.
quite a powerful Hour of Cornus. So now
Oh, yeah.
the dragon coming in for a terror route. Yep, not enough. Oh, there we go, regular route it is. Maybe they are immune to... Oh yeah, they are immune to psychology because they're Slaanesh. Oh, bit of shades on those Blade Singers. Also catching the Chaos Warriors a little bit, but I guess they have been doomed to fail anyway. A little bit of slow motion provided by lines. But yeah, Blade Singers pretty much obliterated with that. Quite a lot of them still alive, but just a single sneeze on them should kill them.
Pretty much.
And now Seas of Twilight plus Branch Wave engaging the Chaos Sorcerer of Shadows. I've just summoned that bit of shades. Oh, was it the Slaanesh army ability, the bombardment thingy? Just came out of the sky.
Yes.
Or was it this? Rod of Torment.
Oh, he brought Rod of Torment. No, I think Slaanesh does have some abilities, one of them being a bombardment. I'm not sure if it looks that way.
If you had a UIM, I wouldn't know. Anyway, Nerexa now with 2000 of advantage. Bad, not a single point to his name, but that's about to change. Point number 2 is getting flipped. Point number 1 also very slowly but surely. Point number 3 a little bit further away. Seas of Twilight now changed to a single target arrows and starts sniping the Chaos Sorcerers of Slaanesh. Hides himself in some Hellstriders. Yeah, Hillman really pushed in, that's kind of what he had to do, given the Wood Elven build. But yeah, backed himself a little bit too deep. And also, Nerexa played really well. Back to AoE arrows. And the Hellstriders, Blade Riders, the Spears, going to meet them in the middle. Blade Singers can support them quickly, and there's some Flying Miasma on top of them.
Yep.
And a Dragon landing in the back. Yeah, they're not having a good day here. Well, a decent amount of kills. I imagine this is the second time they have been summoned, because there's no way they've killed 30 now. 40 even.
Yeah, I do believe so. And
Sigvald,
yeah, they were
doing
heavily
Sigvald
misused.
things.
Yeah, he's doing
So yeah, sure.
things, but yeah.
Sigvald is tanky and he's there, but he's not dealing damage, right?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
another one
He
of those.
can't do damage.
So we've had quite a lot of that in the previous tournament as well, specifically with Gotrek and Felix. Like, yeah, sure, they have been holding out for long, but they also didn't deal that much damage. So they were there, oh, it was with Echoed Hellgrass as well. That guy just doesn't take damage, right? But he also doesn't deal that much damage. So he's there, but he doesn't do anything. So like, who cares that he's there? All he does is provide maybe some capture rate, and that's about it. And if you have a cheap-ass unit of infantry, it outweighs him anyway.
That's very true. And the thing with Sigvald is he is slow. So you can literally just kite him around with just your infantry. And he's expensive, so as long as you're kiting him, you are actually turning a profit.
Yeah, exactly the same with Echo. Just put a unit of peasants or whatever you have, or martyrs or whatever cheap shit. And Echo, yeah, no, it's not going to factor much. So this is the difference, one of the big differences between Domination and land battles, right? If you have Echoed Hellgrass in land battles, you need to eventually kill him. In Domination, you can just ignore him.
Yeah.
Oh, another bit of shades, this time on Dryads. And that's also the thing with cheap spells. Oh, AoE arrows instead of single target ones. And that was the last ones they had.
Yep.
That's why just now finally fighting some gaps in the Widow formation. Not doing too much damage on the charge itself though, and now given the spears are right next to them to defend the archers, Westeros will need to run away. So in arena, a single charge and these archers are gone. But
Yeah, in arena it was very unforgiving.
But there, it was also expected you'll be babysitting each one of your units, so that really should not happen.
Yeah, well, also there, you know, you would just run over the unit of archers, deal like 90% of HP damage to every single one of them, but not a single one of them would die.
Yes.
Because of how the charge mechanics work. So I wanted to see it changed, so that the charge damage is higher at the beginning and then lower the further you go, the further you penetrate into a unit. That never came around. Because like, as an archer player, I felt that was bullshit. I could get charged by cavalry, but as long as a second charge didn't come, I would still have full damage potential, right?
Yes, absolutely. That was quite ridiculous. Same thing as javelin player, like especially with each second. Yeah, just range players in general. Oh, and that was even more highlighted
I knew it.
if you were
And
playing
there we go.
Gillian. And you
People
got
rightfully
GG.
finally gave up. It's like, oh no, they're talking about arena. Okay, it's time to finish it.
Yeah. But yeah, especially when you introduced healing, especially Zhuge Liang's each unit healing, yeah, that was really overpowered.
This is, at least we're going to have the entire tournament wrapped up by the time we get into finals. Or at least by the time we finish finals, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Alright. So now, the ball is in Hippo's court. We got Wood Elven victory and Slaanesh loss. Yeah, I think Slaanesh would be better against Bretonnia, but so it would be at a disadvantage, but it's like really struggling to see any light at the end of the tunnel for Slaanesh though. Any ray of hope. So now, Kislev or Norsca for Hippo. Given that he is facing a Lizardmen and Bretonnia, actually, these are both pretty good matchups for Hippo.
Yeah.
Because both Kislev and Norsca are good against against large entities, and this is something you expect from both Bretonnia and Lizardmen. So Fang. Yeah. Hippo is still very much in the game. He is picking Kislev. So now that the Kislev has been picked, what would be better? The Lizardman, because of the salamanders, could be pretty good. You could just blow up all those armored hussars that we would expect to be spammed. But it is Bretonnia. Bretonnia also very good. Okay. This is Bretonnia, and I'm up. We have Haunted Vale and Sacred Sons of Chaqua. So Sacred Sons of Chaqua, probably the better choice there, from Hippo's perspective. But we'll see what he ends up picking.
In meanwhile, oh, wait. Okay, yeah, 9th place match is ongoing. They're still waiting for the Rus Warrior. But otherwise, everything seems to be in order.
Sacred Symbol of Chakra. Yep. That is quite a limiting map for cavalry, given lots of forests scattered throughout. And some choke points. Definitely better than the other quite open map. And flat.
Okay, Rus Warrior's back. So it looks like all the matches are ongoing. We got our first people placed in the standings. So things are under control.
Okay, Bretonnia versus Kislev. So Bretonnia can just, again, spam cheap infantry. So the ammunition from Kislev is going to land into cheap peasants. Are going to be very effective there. And while cavalry swoops in, could be plenty of unveiled targets as well. So, pretty much classic. Unless Kislev does something special. We'll go for more like things in the woods, elemental incarnate of beasts. Bretonnia then would need to rely maybe a little bit more on their fire arrows and anti-large cavalry, so Knights of the Realm, Grail Knights, which we've seen before in this tournament and in the previous tournaments as well. Pegasus Knights are also one of my favorite units, flying and anti-large, so you get plenty of good matchups and also have the ability to fly over and disrupt some backlines. And Nal in the chat is asking, what are the really powerful factions in Domination? Well, Bretonnia, for example, Kislev, Grand Cafe, Tzeentch, Warriors of Chaos, I would say Wood Elves. I really like them. Greenskins got nerfed, but they're still very good. Ogres, obviously, yes. Empire is very popular. Lizardmen. Tzeentch, obviously. But I think I've said Tzeentch already. Vampire counts. Also a top pick. Dark Elves are considered very good. Dwarfs constantly get banned. Yeah, lots of factions are really good. It's easier to say weak factions. Demons of Chaos, kind of a joke. Let's see. Khorne, no access to magic, so suffers quite a bit because of that. Nurgle, not a very popular pick, though I've seen some success with Nurgle. Skaven, also not a very popular pick. Slaanesh, kind of garbage. Pumpkins are alright. And Vampire Coast. It's kind of garbage as well. Used to be a top tier faction because of their animated hulks, but then they got really nerfed, and ever since then it's kind of a shit faction. Although it's still quite popular. I mean, Depth Guard with Regeneration, that's a pretty good unit, but it just has so many slow as zombies. Yeah, it doesn't really fit Domination. They're probably much better in regular round battles.
Yeah, very true. Very few people with good staying power.
Pigman is saying the Elite Cav are not good, hard to disagree, way overpriced. I mean, I do agree with that. They are strong, but they're overpriced. But the unit itself, once it's on the battlefield, it does well. It's just not cost effective. But being a cost effective unit and being a good unit is not necessarily the same thing. Obviously the best units are strong and cost effective. Also, for example, Eternal Guard, right? It did really well into Chaos Warriors, which they cost half.
It also depends on
are they
your strat.
900? And Eternal Guard is 500, I think. Something like that. Anyway, they're way cheaper, right? And they did really well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's surprising, but yeah, higher tier units are generally less cost effective, at least in battles, like in Domination and land battles. Not the case in campaign, which is how I guess the game balances it out.
Also, I imagine Tim is gonna become more of a fan of double elimination format again. It looks like our plays are ready and we're loading in. We're pans this time. I mean, I've heard rumors of that going around. I've read some stuff about Repans and with Felix specifically as well. So we're going to see it in action in our tournament as well. So far I've only heard about it from other tournaments.
What is the interaction?
I mean, Felix just heals her and Repans goes around and kills stuff. Just powerful combo like that. Usually you just say Fire Enchantress because of her powerful spells and Choice of Potion and Mist of the Lady. Let's see, Repans, and she is on foot. Oh, she disappeared. So it's quite dark. And she moved. Right, let's play some RPGs. We're not playing this Repans. Okay. Siege Attacker, that's gonna be useful. Why is that even here? The Blessing of the Lady, well that's standard. There we go. Fleur de Lis Banner. So around her, everybody gets 10 melee defense and 8 melee attack. That's pretty good. And that's it. And she's anti-infantry and armor piercing. It could be just the same case as with Zigvolt and Echoed Hellbrass. Like, sure, she's not gonna go down, she's gonna do alright, but the damage output is just not going to be there to be threatening.
Yeah,
Like, Fey Enchantress you need to be wary of, because Mortis Engine effect all around her, powerful spells and whatnot, also healing.
Also, Mortis Engine with -5 melee attack. So that is sometimes effective.
But, well, we do have that buff as well on Repents, right? So as long as she's among her peasants, she should be providing the value. Also, Hitman Hippo going heavily here. So it's looking to capture just 1 point, point number 3. Serika, quite the contrary, going to capture point 1 and 2. And then they're gonna meet in the middle, where Hitman is going to have a downhill advantage. But Serika can just lead him into here, where it's more even, and maybe lure him to some traps. But then again, units can be summoned here quickly from Vanguard, and maybe from the regular ones as well to attack them in the back. Bretonnia could also summon Pegasus Knights as Vanguard deployment, and the Yeoman Horsemen, the regular cavalry from here, and also go down here, downhill, for some recharges. And also could just trap Kislev in here. So yeah, this map being quite unique. Also unique ambience. We are fighting at night. Usually it's bright daylight in here. Yeah, lots of unique scenarios can play out on this map. That's why we see it in semifinals, because it is a very good map.
Indeed.
Also, to chat, we've seen a very good Demons of Chaos, Demons of Chaos match earlier on. The almost one, almost. But it was two very good players going against each other. With Tim climbing, Houseman just edged out on skill already, not on the build itself, because the units were doing extremely well as well.
Yeah, that's the other factor.
He blamed the no one summoning lords.
I mean, that exists for a reason, and that was the reason we want to allow those spells, the blue fire spells and spirit leeches, to be valuable, because that is a valid strategy. Like, you can still keep your lord further away and bait the opponent, which is also what happened. Kairos got shot a lot by the pink horrors.
Yeah, it sounded like he was landing the damage for free.
Yeah, like if you think about it.
Artillery being summoned. I'm having flashbacks to the first tournament.
Yeah.
But looks like Serika has kind of learned his lesson. He should get mostly a clear shot from here. But Kislev is kind of staying out of the range. And, well, Serika can't really close that distance here. He needs to go all the way here. Maybe just from here he will need to shoot. Well, as I said, a very unique map with lots of unique scenarios that can happen. So far, they're chilling, and I imagine Serika is going to chill way more than Hippo. He's already one up as well in the match, so he's double chilling. Has 2 points as well in here. And he has longer range, and now as Kislev goes down, we're also out of Rom music and we're into medieval music. Damn. So Kislev really needs to start doing stuff, otherwise they're just gonna be played by trebuchets.
That's one thing I enjoy about artillery. It forces people to engage, it forces people to act.
They don't enjoy it too.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
But at least it isn't disgustingly overpowered in this game, so it's alright. I can swallow it. Alright, Kislev, there we go. It needs to move. No time to stand around. Also, Streltsy Regiment of Renown over, for example, Action Ambush's Regiment of Renown.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think Action Ambushes would actually be better. Like, yeah, sure, armor piercing. But actually I have the backdrop. So if the cavalry is coming in from behind or whatever, and you really need to stop it and don't have anything else, that's when you use that. Also, Elf Brothers of Thor. That's going to be interesting to see them. They have the bombardment spell. It is on a 90 seconds cooldown. Doesn't have a limited number of uses. So they can just plant themselves in the middle of all that infantry and just start spamming that. It doesn't have the condition of recharging while in melee, so it's really just 90 seconds.
Yeah.
Sargard coming in from the side, along with a Patriarch. So double Patriarch. But wait, they don't have the healing ability.
That's
they
weird.
have the ability, but they don't have the healing item. Right, Grail Knights as well on a position already, but it's going to be difficult for them to find a gap at the moment in here. Maybe summoning them over up there and then threatening a charge from behind would be better. I imagine though they're just waiting for Of Brothers to make their move, and then you just put Grail Knights wherever the Of Brothers go.
Yep.
Well, good old first engagements. Well, they find a sneaky charge in the Tsar Guard. I don't imagine they actually want to engage them in the middle of the forest yet. It is engaged now.
Yep.
And Repants at the moment, not committed. Because of our dervishes. Yeah. They're not gonna find a... They could try sneaking in here, maybe going for the trebuchets. But I would just send them all the way around here. And then at least force something to be spawned in here to try to stop them. So they didn't commit, so there's still an opportunity. The Rails charging for their own units to get into Sargard. So just birdline a charge. And actually, Of Brothers are gonna go into where Grail Knights are rather than the other way around. But they're both anti-large, they're both kind of just countering each other. But given the Of Brothers of Thor bombardment spell, you really want to plant them where lots of infantry is. Speaking of infantry, Bretonnia is just very slowly committing their forces, not all of it at once, avoiding creating any blobs. We do have the Ice Witch.
I mean, they are winning on the front.
Crystal Sanctuary. Those are weird choices for spells.
Yeah.
No damaging spells at all. No Frost Maiden's case. And there's another challenge from Grey Knights. Not at a perfect
I mean, they currently
angle,
have the range advantage, so
Hello
this
there.
situation... Oh my! That's
Well,
interesting.
get it in! Get it in!
Get it in there!
Well, the other thing you do want to avoid are the Grey Knights. Also, there are 3 units of Peasant Bowmen. Fire arrows and pox arrows. 2 pox arrows, 1 fire arrow.
Which have been doing pretty good damage right now.
Well, any kind of elemental beast doesn't have a fire weakness. Also, Mortis Engine effect. So really good against infantry, and there we go, it starts engaging. 200 value just from walking in. That's pretty good. Yeah, Archers immediately focusing it down. After repummeling the Streltsy Regiment of Renown, let's look at that value. 500, very respectable.
Yeah. Not bad at all. That's about 25% of all
2
their
units
value.
of Archers actually are able to do massive damage to the incurrent beasts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those
Kislev
peasant bowmen are
needs
not
to find
half
an
bad.
answer to that. We have winged lancers here waiting in the flanks, or on the wings, but just lots of Bretonnian cheap infantry to plug in all the gaps. Even 3 units constantly committed to point number 1, just so he doesn't even think about it.
Yeah.
So yeah, Kislev,
And this is
sorry,
despite-
Bretonnia in a very good position at the moment.
Oh yeah, very good position, and this is despite Kislev fighting with the slope on their side.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Patriarch with the passive AoE heal would be very good, very effective at accompanying the incurrent elemental beasts.
Yeah.
Sure, he still has the healing ability that he can spam every now and then, and you have 2 of those Patriarchs. But, well, they need to be there for the Incarnate Elemental Beast. It is going to where the Patriarch is now, so...
Rapans is taking out that little hero they got over there.
That's a Snow
What
Leopard.
hero is the Snow Leopard? Yeah. Damn, they're doing some pretty good damage there, and
Well,
now
and
they have
Incarnate
engaged.
yeah, he's going into Felix and Rapans. Oh, Rapans
He's
took
doing
a
some
massive
pretty
hit,
good
yeah.
damage to Rapans. Like, all the damage she took, I think, just came from the Beast.
Yeah,
I mean, she's healing back up there.
they should be able to hit back. And yeah, Felix is going to be constantly healing her. So Patriarch is also coming in. Let's see. He has 1 use of it left. So he already spammed it quite a bit. And where's the other Patriarch? I don't see him. Maybe he died.
Yeah, he might have.
Yeah,
Oh, he
Kislev-
might have used this heal and it got unsummoned.
Maybe. Well, if you resummon him, then he gets his heals back. So sure, makes sense that way. Still not used. Probably on cooldown. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's actually ramping up the damage very
Not
fast.
bad at all.
And now there is a forest in between the Incarnate Elemental Beasts and the Archers, so Hidma Hippo found a better position for the Elemental Beast to be in.
Yep, and the Streltsy Regiment of Renown is running away.
Actually, he took point number 2. It's still
He did.
under his control, and Bretonnia is just now recapping it, meaning he's actually ahead in points.
Yep.
And Bretonnia's lines have been cracked, the gaps have been opened. I wonder how well did these guys do? Not at all yet,
True,
after
but
we just
now-
completely suppressed them.
But now the question is, does Kislev have enough forces to take advantage of those openings?
So, what I was saying at the beginning, right, about Rapans and Felix, is that they don't deal much damage when they're when they're just bogged down by cheap infantry. But kind of putting an Incarnate Elemental of Beasts is the perfect target for them.
Yeah.
So they can, all their damage, which they have a lot, can go into that Incarnate Elemental of Beast, and they can start ramping up the value.
And any value that Incarnate of Beast gains is lost because of the healing.
It is healing itself now. Salek's Lullaby has been cast finally. We need the second Patriarch to come in though, for that second round of healing.
Those Kossars are engaging those peasant bowmen to prevent from firing on the beast. Very smart strategy. The other thing that
Friendly fire?
Bretonnia is doing is moving Rapans out of the way to give her time to heal.
I think she is... Okay, yeah, she's kind of low. Felix is obviously still healing her. But Kislev is not letting go. Point number 2 has been reclaimed. And let's look at the Warbear Riders. I wonder if when they use their ability, that should count towards their damage. And yeah,
Yes,
already
they should.
almost 2k.
Yeah.
And they have more than half HP. Disengaging now. Plenty of good targets for them.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, Bretonnia lines are kind of crumbling. Point number 2, I imagine, is going to be recapped by Kislev yet again. The points are still in favor of Kislev. So...
And the value is getting closer and closer.
The value was, I think, like 2k ahead at one point, and now it's back down to being equal. Actually,
it was
ahead
like
in
2.5,
Kislev.
3 at some point, but yeah, now it's at the in advantage of Kislev. That's what I was
Also,
talking
healing,
about.
Damsel of Life has been actually just regular routed now.
Yeah.
And we have some winged dancers following her. Is there anything to intercept?
That was the question.
Not at the moment, so
question,
she
would
can be chased
Kislev-
off the battlefield.
Yeah, the question was, will Kislev be able to exploit it? And we see exactly how they are doing that.
Incarnate
They
Elemental
summoned
Beast
more
running yet
cavalry.
another beautiful hit on their pants.
Oh yeah, that's that pay to win right there. Yeah, feel the power of $30, bitch.
Yeah, well, Rapans is anti-infantry and Elemental Beast is anti-large, so they are incompatible that way. Helping hand now coming in from Felix as well. Felix is to get closer to her, otherwise Rapans doesn't have healing.
Correct, and I think he realized
But
that
neither
he's
does
getting
Incarnate
closer.
Elemental Beasts. But I like what Kislev is doing. moving Elemental Beast closer to a larger blob, so that the incarnate Flock of Doom can just do its thing. And point number 2 to Kislev yet again. Some more units being summoned out from down here. So it's not like they can only come from the top. And this is actually what I want to say.
Point
this is
3, yes. This
Yep.
is why I like this map,
Sneaky
because
cap.
you can always do this sneaky cap.
Well, you can just do it in general in Domination, but yeah, this map, quite especially, given its quite a big size. It's very wide.
Yeah,
And yeah,
I really like
that
this
artillery is going to answer the guy. He's still hitting these forests. Like, yeah, sure, he had really good shots once while Kislev was there, but once Kislev secured its push, that artillery value diminished quite significantly. It still paid for itself, I think, or almost. Once you unsummon it, you're gonna get half back anyway. So yeah, pretty good value overall. But yeah,
In
as
that
you can
regard,
see,
sure, but
these
yeah,
bullets
as
are
you
constantly
said, of course.
hitting the forests. Okay, so this Patriarch...
What happened
doesn't
to
have healing.
Incarnate Elemental? Oh, there he is. He's
Yes.
still alive.
There we go, yeah, we have a second Patriarch, so it has been resummoned and just now used SUNTZU Lullaby. So healing all the units around him.
And the healing is significant.
Oh, really nice, really nice. This is something we didn't see from Berserk in the last tournament, but we're seeing it from Hippo. So he specifically brought Oath Brothers of Thor closer to the Patriarch so that they can benefit from healing, cast the healing, and back into the action somewhere else.
Nice, yes, that's a great move right there.
Yeah, making sure you utilize at most of that healing ability. In terms of Beast, still doing alright.
Just annihilating them, and
Archers
also like he
targeting
heals
it,
so
but they're
much.
in the forest. Yeah, it heals quite a bit. It still has 4,000 left of healing. Possible healing, obviously. But yeah, the value is immense. A very powerful unit.
Yeah, and Repents is actually close to her healing cap too.
True. And also piling up more and more peasants on top of the elemental beasts is
not a good
exactly
idea.
what it wants.
Yes. That flock of blue.
Well, Grey Knights are coming in. Grey Knights would be the good counter to Incarnate Elemental Beast, but given that it sits in the forest amongst lots of infantry, not the best idea right now. So maybe Bretonnia should just retreat from there.
Oh yeah.
Okay, these guys are out of ammunition, they need to be unsummoned, Serika needs to realize that. But Grey Knights, okay, they went against Oath Brothers of Thor, so also another good matchup against them. Winged Lancers, Griffin Legion actually, so the better Winged Lancers, they have 2 wings. There we go. Clearly one of my favorite units. And there is gold. Call of Thor. There we go. Pretty good cast. And yeah, these guys, let's see their value. God damn it. Yeah, 2.5k as well. Incarnate Elemental Beast, I imagine, is way over 3k. Okay, no. But almost 3,000. So these two super expensive Kislevite units, they are both providing immense value for each other. And point number 3 has been regained by Kislev, or maybe just kept. So yeah, summoning cavalry was the answer there.
You know, with all that is happening, I think we're gonna see a win just through points, and I think this is the first time we'll see it today.
Yeah.
Like the values are so incredibly close.
One of the battles, yeah. The Chakwa battle, I think, as well. That's finishing points. Ice Shoot has been cast. So Ice Shoot is a very powerful spell in combination with Heart of Winter. There is no Heart of Winter in it. Speaking of powerful Kislev units, they also have the Elemental Bear Regiment of Renown, which can cast Heart of Winter.
Yes.
So, and it doesn't cost Winds of Magic, and it's like a 24, I think, Winds of Magic spell. So you could cast Ice Sheet, which is super cheap, around the bear.
What's up?
Almost got unsummoned.
Oh no. You realized, oops.
I think maybe, yeah. Maybe he thought, oh, well, I could use that lord over there. So, Serika is
the
launching an
battle is
attempt to
almost done
capture
in
point number
2
3.
seconds.
He's also flipping point number 2, but yeah, too little, too late.
Exactly.
Oh,
No,
we are
Kislev
going
played
into
really,
a
really
tiebreaker.
well. Yeah, early game we had an interesting engagement with Bretonnia having the advantage, but Kislev just did not let up on that push and finally had flipped the battle. And yeah, that incarnate element of beasts, absolute monster, really earns the name Pay to Win.
Yeah, 2.6 here. The cavalry did pretty well as well. Add in 3.2. 20,000 damage.
Yep.
And yeah,
All
we're
right, the tiebreaker.
Not really. Fine Enchantress, let's go. Alright. Let's just get into our last match. So, looking at the draft, it will be a Lizardmen versus Norsca.
And
I think
also now
ultimately
that,
we'll go down to a skill matchup.
also now that more and more games are going to their final rounds, I can commentate more because there's less hand holding needed.
Nice. Right, let's see, what's the map? Haunted Vale.
Yep.
How is this map controversial? It keeps providing bangers.
No, it's just a lot of the times we have seen people complaining about this map.
Oh, because I lost, let me blame it on the map. Come on. Get good. The only valid complaints about maps is like one of the sides has an advantage. It's symmetrical. Also, we just need more maps with forests. Because like solid 80%, if not more,
absolutely.
of them are, well, just open field battles.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like, the reason why these maps keep getting repeated is because there's just so few. There are a total of 4 heavily forested maps. That's it.
Well, speaking of which, I spoke to Waka. And we might be working on some maps together.
Oh, that's awesome. Please make some more, as somebody who picks the maps, please give me more heavily forested balanced maps.
So these maps. We do it together.
No, the assignment for the tournaments themselves.
Yeah.
We rate them together.
Okay, fine. You picked them for the last 2 tournaments, but previously it was me. But also we just. I contributed to this tournament as well. We contributed in the past.
Yep.
It's a good job. Come on.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Where did Hippo go?
Okay, we've got our 9th and 10th place finishes so far. We've got still open for the 1 to 6th place, but our 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th places are set, as well as 13th and 14th. Rest of them are ongoing.
Okay, he's back.
So just as expected, the lower standings are going to be determined first, and the upper ones are going to be later.
Houseman is enjoying his break, I see. Also gives him a little bit of an advantage because he can just watch the semi-final between his potential opponents and learn from that.
Yep. All is intended.
Oh, Serika was also watching Houseman's battles, I imagine, while he was waiting for the battle between Berserk and Hippo. But it depends whether Serika advances or Hippo, as they both took each other down. This one was a close battle, but sure, Kislev was kind of pulling ahead, like from the middle towards the end.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, the first one was just a slam dunk. So we'll see how it develops. Norsca versus Lizardmen. So, very good matchup. I mean, both factions should be fine, but maybe slight advantage to Norsca because of plenty of anti-large capabilities. And Lizardmen, after all, rely on their large entities to deal that damage.
That's true.
For sure, they can bring skin cohorts, they can bring chameleon... Is it chameleon skinks? The one I'm thinking about? The ones with fire leech bolas, they're pretty cool. They also have the Cyrus warriors. But still the main damage is going to come from Croxigors, Salamanders, and possible other large dinosaurs. Speaking of which, Lizardmen were kind of like the big entity factions because of all the dinosaurs, but now that we have Mutilate Vortex Beast, Elemental Incarnate Beasts, okay, I've run out of examples. But you know, they're no longer like the big guys.
Yes, that is true. They no longer hold the monopoly on those big monsters.
Norsca with Frostworms, there we go.
Yeah, Frostworms, Terrorgeist. I see what you mean, especially in terms of like.
I mean, they were there when the Lizardmen came out, so that's fair enough. But yeah, the DLC additions definitely put them further down the tier list when it comes to those large monsters. Well, happy to see Lizardmen still kicking. It was Tim's signature pick. I imagine still is. We'll see how Nerexa utilizes them. could use a refill right now. But, well, let's have a look at the bracket then. So we've got Dantaiku, since Thunderwolf withdrew from the tournament.
Yep.
So this is still happening. You're updating this live way, aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Yes. So Hardest
Yep.
Warrior currently 2-0 up on just the Deadman.
Correct.
Stingers 3-0 Arcane.
Yep.
This happened, right? Arcane 2-0 Hardest Warrior.
Yes.
It wasn't a walkover.
No, it was not.
Okay. Okay, nice. So what I like about this format as well is just people with similar skill levels are gravitating towards each other over the course of the tournament, making sure that once we are in the best of fives, they should be of roughly equal skill. At least more so than at the beginning of the tournament in the round of 16. But it's kind of designed to put the strongest versus the weakest, right? Team as seed number 1 versus seed number 16. And eventually we will see seed 50 versus seed 16 down here.
Yeah, I made it 3-0 at first, but then it just put those guys on 15 and 16, and I was like, yeah, this does not look good. So I just decided to keep it blank.
Yeah, but no, it's all fine. It's correct.
So anyway, so yeah, with the Hardest Warrior, so initially he actually had left the server. I asked him to come back or if he wanted to forfeit. After some talking, he actually uninstalled the game, came back.
Uninstalled the game, like the entire Warhammer, 100
Yep, the whole game. Yep, his opponent had to wait half an hour.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's... Oh yeah, today has been a mess, sir. Today has been a mess. We had everything. It was the royal flush of all the things that could go wrong. That's why I've been so quiet all day, and I'm so glad to actually have been starting to commentate, because it's been a lot. We had a lot of new people who had a lot of questions, some very good ones, but these things will happen. It just everything aligned in a way
well, I'll
where
make sure
people
to give
uninstalled
you more space for commentating in the
No,
semis
that's
and
fine. That's fine. I just wanted to explain why I wasn't commentating. Because
I think I
sometimes
did
you
all
gotta
right
watch
with taking over.
Oh yeah, you did just fine. No, I think it was great. I think the commentary and everything with one person still works. It's just, I think it's more colorful when you've got multiple people, and it's really like a two-person job when you've got commentating and the whole organization thing going on. Like, otherwise we would have had a Hard Warrior, the Rust Warrior drop out. We would have actually another player drop out, I don't remember who. Instead of Berserk just conceding, so I've got Thunderwolf who dropped out, but we would have had a lot more drop-offs if people had to wait a lot longer.
It's still, this is progress compared to previous tournaments, so still very happy.
Absolutely, huge progress. Absolutely, like it's great that we are swamped because we've got things to do, rather than we are swamped because there aren't enough things to do. If that makes sense.
And we aren't swamped. We are playing.
Yeah. Like, this is good, you know. It's better to see the results of your actions rather than not. So, no, absolutely. It's
I would expect
progress.
these pro players, though, like Sarika and Hippo, to just have loads of builds saved up for dominations. Like, okay, I'm facing Lizardmen as Norsca. I have a 2, 3, 4, 5 builds for that. Let me just load up one of them and be ready. But no, they're taking 10 minutes or more to build their armies. Come on, guys.
I used to do that, and then every time there's a patch, they would no longer load.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah. I mean, they do load, but if the price changed, then they're no longer useful.
Yep. But yeah, I'm really happy to see CA getting back to where they should, which is releasing hotfixes and making content for Warhammer.
CA getting back to where they should is going to happen once they bring back Arena. That's where they should be.
Honestly, right now, I would rather see them improve their engine,
Yes,
pay
yes,
down
yes.
their tech debt before they
Do
I don't
new
wanna see
engine and then
another
bring back
fiasco.
Arena, but just, you know,
Yes.
you're gonna be like, hey, by the way, guys, we are working on a new engine and Arena is coming back in 2025. Be hyped about it. And I'm like, okay, I am hyped. But right now, when I'm left in a void, it's like, what the hell am I supposed to do?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I know what you mean, but I think there is.
Hey,
a lot of
let's go,
progress
they're
needs
both
to be done.
ready.
Oh,
Also, I thought
let's
I
go.
pressed ready, but apparently not.
Apparently not. Yeah, there's just a lot of road that needs to be taken before we can be confident in a good arena release.
Got all the best music got used for waiting for the battle to happen. Well, as it is then. Okay, Slan Mage Priest of Fire. I think this is the update, because Slan Mage is good, added 4 lores of magic that they can now use in this hotfix, actually. Was it hotfix or was it no, this patch, obviously. Not hotfix. Yeah. Fire being one of them, I believe. So, new meta. Usually you would see them just Slan Mage Priest of Life. That was the way to go, but now new things got introduced. Let's see, Burning Head and Flaming Sword of Ruin. Alright, speaking of the build, Proxygores, Ancient Salamander as expected, only one though, not double. And then Saurus Warriors with shields, Saurus Spears as well. And then some Skin Cohorts with Javelins, sure. I'm not sure they are that cost effective. Like you have Noblars and then Noblar Trappers. And the Noblar Trappers are worth it, but the Skin Cohort Javelins over regular Skin Cohorts, I'm not sure. They cost what is it, 400 as opposed to 300, so quite a big increase. And what you get is 3 Javelins of very weak missile damage.
Yep.
So yeah. Okay, for Norsca. Do you see more the hunters with javelins? Obviously. Great choice. And then we see more the champions times 4 in the backline, and then the shield by a regular 4 units of murders. And Wolfrey on a horse. And Shaman Sorcerer of Death with Fate of Buna. So that's going to be super effective against... Maybe not super effective because it says 25 or above. Croxigors are 16. I would imagine it still would be good against Croxigors. Would be alright versus Saurus Spears. Ideally you would want a stronger unit to use it on. So yeah, not necessarily the best lore of magic. I mean, lore of magic is alright, just bring Spirit Leech, which is also quite cheap.
I mean, Lore of Death.
Yeah. Fate of Buna plus Spirit Leech is pretty big in the combo they
The
usually
meta, yeah,
they
that's
always
the
go
meta.
for. So go only for one of them. Also, if you go only for one of them, I would bring Spirit Leech over Fate of Buna. Well, we'll see how that gets utilized. Happy to be proven wrong and seeing some amazing Fate of Bunas being used. And a Shaman Sorcerer racking up 3000 in value. Norsca Maestros, okay. Oh, they do have weakness to fire, and there is... Yeah. So it is additive then. I mean, this one shows the entire thing. Because it's Norscan Ice Trolls, they have additional 25 on top of these 20, which adds up to minus 45 at the moment. Which then with Kindle Flame... Does it have Kindle Flame? No, it does, okay. Yeah, that's 20. So that brings to 65% vulnerability to fire. Yikes. So then Flaming Sword of Ruin, mega yikes. No. Just casting on whoever is fighting them. And Ancient Salamander opening fire. Good value. The Ancient Salamander is really effective at targeting those elite units, but once they get into melee, not necessarily. They will need to find some good angles, which might not be too difficult. It might risk getting in range of Murder Hunters with Javelins, though. Most Naturals are making their way into some Service Warriors with Shields. No Service Spears there. Go Burning Head, just tickling its own units, not attacking these Mortis Champions, but there we go, going straight into the Ice Rolls that they quickly turn around. And also slightly hurting their own Service Warriors.
Yep.
And yet on the spell. What is it this time? Oh, the Banishment, the bounce spell. Yeah. I was like, what the hell? It's not Flamestorm. They don't have that.
Yeah, it banishes your Winds of Magic.
No,
It just,
no, it's bounce
okay.
spell.
Oh.
It has 2 uses of it. Well, we're gonna fight it now, but yeah. Stun Mages have 2 uses of it. Okay, so point number 3 cap for free, but then Martyrs are coming in as well. So maybe that scheme will need to be put to use over there. Let's see Martyrs with Javelins. Not too hot at the moment, but they are targeting the Kroxigor, so pretty much the best target for them. But Salamander is answering and getting rid of them. Well, good shield there for the Kroxigors as well. Let's get over the Javelins are holding back a Wolfric. That's fine, I guess. But I would like to see Kroxigos being used against Wolfric. Now he is chasing the Slan Mage, yep. Hunter of Champions cast. Well, let's see if he can do some nice damage. It's like he's sliding. Oh, is he taking out the walk? No, okay. Now they're properly fighting. Yeah, okay, Slaanesh base, taking some damage. Let's see. Value is in favor of Serica at the moment, but there is regeneration on the side of Norsca, whereas not really on the side of Lizardmen. And if that Mage Priest goes down,
He might.
got taken down to like 60%.
Oh, not right now, but
Maybe
yeah, that was
some-
pretty dangerous.
Well, Wolfrix can just wait for Hunter of Champions to come off cooldown.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points. Take it back.
Nice charges there from those kind of wolves. Maybe, possibly routing the Kroxigors. There we go, yep. And now that they're routed, they're gonna be in quite a lot of trouble. Ancient Salamander there. Doesn't it have flaming attacks already anyway? And Burning Head. It's kind of hurting its own units more than the enemies. Also, these 2 units were pretty much dead anyway, so I would say quite a questionable cast. Speaking of casts, I haven't heard Fate of Guna go off.
Yeah, me neither. Don't think we have seen it go off.
No, not much value on the chance of serve that. Maybe he's waiting for a good target for Fate of Guna, but there just isn't any. That's why you take the Spirit Leech. And Banishment going on as well. Getting the Murder Javelins a little bit. But yeah, the Lizardmen are looking really, really good at the moment. Some healing for Ice Rolls there. They're just chilling.
Yep, they're just chilling over there. I think that's a bit of a waste, to be
The
honest.
Ice Trolls, they're chilling. Yeah.
But yeah,
Alright,
looks like Lizardman is taking point 1.
Yeah, whenever I'm firmly under the control. I mean, lots of routed units, one of them wavering, so as long as they are able to mop it up. They do have Cold One Spear Riders, okay. Usually you just see thorough Cold Ones. They're busy with the Shaman or rather than picking off the routed units. I think that would be a better use for them. Oh yeah, if they can take out the Shaman or at least make him go away. Well, so Fate of Buna is a threat. So at this point I would just... Actually, this is a good target for Fate of Buna. It still hasn't been cast. Or if it was, it dealt fuck all damage. Well, Hunter of Champions, there we go. Came off cooldown, and Wolfric is on top of that Slaanesh. Actually, could still just keep chasing him down even without a Hunter of Champions, which already expired, I believe. That way, then just the visual indication went away. And now the Cold and Spear Riders are getting in the way of Wolfric, saving their general from dying. Saudis being in 7. They could have gone and fought for point number 3. Oh, nice. Third and Riders of Fire Lich Bolas. Yeah, that would mean point number 3 is going to flip in favor of Nerexa as well. Here's 1.3k ahead in value. I don't think there is enough healing on side of Norsca to make up for it. And another C-Fang. An alright cast. But yeah, that Fate of Buna really needs to do something. I guess it was cast, given that the value now skyrocketed. Probably the best target for it would have been these Cold Spear Riders. Or maybe just Proxy Guards, even though they're less than 25. And now Ancient Salamander getting pummeled by both Wolfric and the Shaman. I mean, Shaman isn't,
As it should be.
isn't really anything threatening as a single entity.
Yep.
Well, the value has been slightly closed. It's a decent burning head. So maybe Norsca has still some ways
300
back. I mean, Norsca probably benefits a little bit more from you know, the lines being all over the place, so should get better in the second half. Has plenty of very fast units.
And they just surpassed them.
Oh yeah, that's quite a very quick turnaround. Yeah, so units like Skin Wolves, they are very fast, they are able to exploit. If Skin Wolves, if they go after the Slaanesh Priest of Fire, that would be pretty good.
Yeah, and let's not forget the regeneration. Skin Wolves and Trolls have regeneration.
Yeah.
So that means the value we see here is a little deceptive.
Yeah, it could have been equal once there was the 1,000 gap, and now that the gap has been closed very, very quickly. Yeah, Norsca can still turn it around.
Absolutely. It's a very close
Sorcerer of Death is close to being down, and he probably casts like only 2 Fate of Bunas. Well, he can cast 3 because you have 80 Winds of Magic, and then you just hang around with 14 that you can't use. Again, Spirit Leech. So if they had Spirit Leech, 2 casts on this page, Slaanesh Priest, and he would probably be done for. It's actually literally running for the hills, just gonna get hit in the forest. He really doesn't want to lose him.
Exactly, I don't get why he didn't
they're almost equal. So point number 3 in favor of Lizardmen. Point number 2 is still under the control, but slowly flipping to Norsca. And now that Unit of Mordor Champions gets in, they'll for sure flip it and secure it. Anytime now. Point number 1 could be flipped for Lizardmen, so it might just go down to points, given that both teams are very, very equal.
That's
so
exactly
lots of
what
route on the Norscan side right now. So again, something that isn't taken into account are the routes in here. If we had them out, again, we would just be able to see that way more clearly. But well, maybe when this mystery is still left up in the air, you know, it makes the battle more exciting. Get on the end of Norscan Astros. The third Riders of Fire Lich Bolas almost out of ammunition. I think, yeah, they just really need to focus on more the champions. That's their best possible target. Looks like they are targeting them right now, but there's nothing to anchor them. So maybe even wait, don't use their ammunition right now, since you are almost out. Wait for them to engage something and then shoot them.
Yeah.
And Salamander also almost out of ammunition, just 3 flaming breaths or whatever left.
Yep. Oh man, the values are so close, it's hilarious.
So, yeah, less than 100 points ahead, and now Mardus and Norsca Warhounds are getting sent to point number 3. Nothing from... Wait, Tardon Rider is being unsummoned. He really doesn't want to commit them into melee.
Yeah, he does.
So he's gonna get the value back. Half of it. Let's see. That is interesting. Oh yeah, they get taken down to half HP and then they regenerate from that in the reserves. Is Wulfric looking for Slaanesh Priest? So actually hiding him in the forest makes some sense now.
Yes.
He's gonna get chased by the Cold Spear Riders, and they are a good matchup for him. Armor piercing and anti-large. So Wulfric probably doesn't want to take that fight. Let's see, he is quite a lot faster, but he is exhausted, so he still may be caught. As you know, these stats don't reflect him being tired, which would be also a nice addition if they did. So, 130 points ahead for Nerexa, but well, actually he is flipping point number 2, but at the moment it's 2-1 for Norsca. I was like, yeah, this point is going to flip, and the reinforcements from point number 3 aren't going to arrive because they just need to hold off against the skin cohorts that are incoming. Or, never mind that, point number 2 is going to be reinforced, but it's not going to be flipped like that, but that then exposes point number 3 to be taken, where Norsca Workhouse has just been committed ahead of points. There's something you would do in arena as well. Do not the enemy, don't let the enemy on top of the point to, well, in this case, delay it being flipped.
Exactly, every second counts.
But despite Hippo being probably ahead in value at the moment, Nerexa is, well, has 2 points, possibly 3 soon. Oh, now that Cold Spear Rider is getting into Norscan Ice Trolls as well, that's going to be a good matchup for them, although it seems like Norscan Ice Trolls are doing pretty well. And, well, no magic support anymore, so Flaming Sword of Ruin would be super effective over here.
Oh yeah.
But actually the Trolls are just absolutely wrecking the Cold Spear Riders. Look at that damage.
Oh yeah, Trolls are
poison
absolutely
as well.
no joke. Poison, Frostbite, yeah.
Yeah, so since they have anti-large and armor piercing, they should do well against the Norscan Ice Trolls, but apparently not. I mean, Norscan Ice themselves are having 20 damage, right, and armor piercing themselves, but still. You know, they were able to land all these attacks.
Yep.
And not suffer much back. Like, I would understand if both units just absolutely beat the shit out of each other, but given that only the Trolls beat the shit out of the Cold One Riders and not the other way around at all.
Yeah, I don't think Cold Riders got a very good charge either, so they didn't get their charge bonus.
Still should do well in melee. Anyway, points now flipping back to Norsca. So this is very back and forth, literally. So point number 3 still under Norsca's control. Point number 2 soon is going to be flipped. And at the moment, that would mean victory for Norsca. So Nerexa needs to find something. And now Hitman Hippo is pulling ahead in value. Is 1,000 ahead, plus the regeneration. Imagine Slime HP is just out of magic, so just being kept in the backline.
Yep.
And Wulfric went looking for him, so no one summoning.
But he couldn't find him, so he's just taking a break.
Evidence. Okay, all the units are now converging around point number 2. Hitman could threaten point number 1. And some reinforcements are coming towards point number 1, Service Warriors. So not sure about that. Unless I'm calculating it wrong, but I think Hitman Hippo wins, right? If the points stay as they are now.
Yes.
Again, the UI mode would tell us that. Well, never mind.
Okay, never mind that. Wow, that was close.
So we are getting Serika versus Hlidin in the third place match. Let me just put it on screen. What?
Wait a second, something is wrong.
Maybe my code is wrong.
Yeah. Serika versus Hlidin.
I'll just put Serika in here. Finally.
Yes, thank you. Okay. So looks like the finals is going to be Hippo versus Houseplant. RTK versus RTK.
Not what we expected though.
Kind of.
We expected Tim there. The good stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, okay, all four of these players are really good. So yeah, Tim being here is like not that bad, right? So we could say, okay, he just encountered a very powerful player in quarterfinals, which is true. That player is in finals and is probably the favorite. But still, I think all these players could give Tim a run for his money.
Oh yeah.
Right, anyway, let's jump into the final.
Yep. In the meanwhile, the rest of the matches have been concluded, and we've got on 5th place, Tim has won 3-0, getting the 5th place. On 6th place, we've got B6, A6. 7th place, Michael Pontifex, 8th, Berserk. 9th place, Stinger, 10, Akane, 11, Hardrus, 12, Just the Dead Man, 13th, Dantesco, and 14th, Thunderwolf. So the rest of the matches have been concluded, just as planned. Now we are going to go to Grand Finals and the 3rd place match. I grab my gold card.
Actually, doing large finals on the 5th. Hello, where's Hippo? I thought he won his doggo already. Actually, 3rd place match is kind of perfectly balanced in terms of SUNTZU points, because Serika was 3rd seed and Hlidin was 4th seed. And now they're fighting for 3rd place. Need 5 seconds, actually 2 minutes. God damn it. Well, feel free to ask any questions in the chat now. And I'll use that opportunity.
Okay. So we could either watch a replay or we could take a break.
No breaks.
Fine.
If there were no breaks, would have been done. I think Serika woke up today and chose violence.
Yeah, he really hates the sacred synod of Chakwa. Unfortunately, there are very few heavily forested matches. Very, very few.
Hey look, it's all off again. Okay. Finally got our picks and bands in the way. With fitting music to boot. Switch ahead to some lively music. Grand Cafe and Empire being banned. Okay. I mean, given what Husband was doing with the Empire, I totally get that ban. Otherwise, well, Empire is just considered like the benchmark for factions, so they're like 50%. Okay, Dark Elves and Lizardmen follow Dap, and Beastmen and Bretonnia as well. Kislev first pick, yet again. Yep, looks like after this patch, Kislev has jumped in priority over Tzeentch, over Ogre Kingdoms. But we'll see Dwarfs for the first time. Seen them banned all the time, and now finally they're getting picked. And Slaanesh, again, super early. I don't think Slaanesh was on the threat of being picked away, so Hippo could have just picked something else in the meantime, some higher priority factions. We also see the other Dwarfs, Chaos variant, as well as Norsca, yet again. I mean, Norsca doesn't probably have a very good matchup with the Dwarves. And well, Slaanesh is just kind of weak, so everything is a good matchup into Slaanesh. Warriors of Chaos now, okay. Or if we'll see Tzeentch. Probably should. Grids is probably fallen out of favor. Apparently people only know how to play them with Vurzak. Now that Vurzak is gone, they don't know what to do. Tomb Kings, alright. Haven't seen them in a while. Usually overshadowed by vampire accounts, and then double Elves from Houseplant to finish it off. With third Elves being banned by himself. And now the final pick. Well, Tzeentch is just still hanging there. Asking to be picked. Ogre Kingdoms as well, actually. So I would say either of these two factions. But I would just pick both of them and drop the Slaanesh ban. Khorne! Yeah, so I had a question in chat earlier on. What are strongest factions? And I said it would be easier to name the weak factions. And I named both Slaanesh and Khorne. So maybe Hippo just wants a quick 3-0 with Dwarves, Warriors of Chaos and Tomb Kings. Or maybe it will be a quick 0-3. Well, we'll see. And Houseplant immediately picks Kislev. I like it. I didn't realize the picks were exclusive. You've played 3 rounds already and you still didn't realize that? Exactly the same question Houseplant asked, yeah. How did you not realize it after 3 rounds? Well, Houseplant, there we go. Big shout out. That speaks well of the diversity of the meta under this big format. That he didn't really feel a need to pick a faction that his opponent picked.
I mean, means you didn't study well enough.
They read the rules. At least he did not summon his lords. Alright, so we've got Kislev versus Khorne. This is giving me Berserk vibes. So we'll see if he can cook as well as Berserk. He did beat him as well, earlier on. Kind of saying that Berserk should have won if he didn't just get triggered. So yeah. I mean, okay, so what I wanted to go there is like, maybe he didn't deserve his place even in the semifinals, right? But after beating Serica and earning his way in the final, yeah, he belongs here.
Yeah, absolutely, he did.
Though our half top of the bracket was way more stacked, but well, SUNTZU points. Okay, so now waiting for a map pick from Houseplant. And let's get the lobby organized. Never mind, they are in the lobby. Good. So, the map pool. It is Decrepit Moor, Dried Flatplain, Grove of Slaughter, Sunken Mire, and Urgut's Stomping Grounds. So I think, yeah. all 4 of these maps are new maps by Waka Waka.
Yep.
Dried Floodplain and Urgut Stomping Grounds are new ones, and then Sunken Mire and Decrepit Moor from the previous patch, so like a month ago.
Yep.
Decrepit Moor, chosen by Housemate. Right. Kislev in the core. So maybe now, if you have a replay, can you go watch that? Ark,
Yes?
can you load up a replay?
Oh, yeah, of course. Any particular... I actually would like to see some of the Tim's ones. Just gotta restart the game.
Well, Housemate is ready in the meantime. So Kislev versus Khorne. What do you actually expect? Khorne, you would expect Minotaurs. Those of his main strength.
Valkia.
But then, that would be countered very well by Kislev and its shooting units.
I think Valkia. That's one thing I would expect.
Yeah. But I'm saying Minotaurs would be countered by Kislev. Even if they take in Khorne element of Beast, that's also anti-large. Would be good against Minotaurs, although I would imagine Minotaurs would deal pretty well with the incurrent elemental beasts, not necessarily. So well, I just wouldn't take it. All Brothers of Thor would be a pretty good pick, I imagine. They're also anti-large. So they would be pretty good against the Minotaurs. Go on,
But yeah, I'm
stop
streaming the
this.
replay.
Streaming the replay.
Yeah,
Alright,
on the
you watch the replay then.
Yes. Streaming for a little bit, actually.
Why aren't you commentating it?
Oh, you were talking.
Go on.
But yeah, we've got Greenskins versus Tzeentch. The Greenskins having taken the first and the third point. We did have a lot of engagements that have already happened, but it actually, the lines have converged pretty quickly. And one thing that I'm noticing is that the pink horrors are actually performing significantly better than they used to.
Oh, by the way, I really like this map.
Me too.
I think we will
Like,
see this in the finals as well.
I hope so. I'm really liking these two little hills over here. So the archers actually have positioned themselves and shooting the pink horrors from elevation, giving them better range and damage, and that's actually paying off. So that's one thing that was really cool over there. They actually abandoned point 2, so nobody is controlling it. Point 1. I think point 1 the same way? Yes! Yes, point 1 is also abandoned. So, B6 is not gaining any points right now.
We've got a battle.
Oh, got the battle? Alright then.
So, Mother Stankia, finally. I haven't seen her in a while. This was always the Ice Switch of Ice. And then we got the Wolf cards. Triple Target with great weapons. And then 4 armored Hussars. Standard starting army. The spice will probably come out in the reinforcements. Then we've got Valkia with 1 cultist of Khorne. 5 Chaos Warriors and 5 Marauders. So also very standard. I would maybe expect some Minotaurs in the starting army. On the other hand, it just makes more sense that way. Yeah. Minotaurs are expensive, so they can, they would be drip fed into the battlefield. But on the other hand, Kislev is the strongest while it holds its formation, and you don't want to approach your Minotaurs into that. Also, Minotaurs are faster, so they can catch up quickly from the reinforcements. Maybe we'll see some build-up actually, so Khorne will just hold back, wait for some value to come in, summon 2 or 3 units of Minotaurs and then go in. For now, it's just infantry versus infantry. Nothing more.
Yeah.
Well, with 1 unit of action ambushes.
The cowards amongst you tremble. Yet an old
Heroes,
woman
thank you, but I'm
stands
right next to
fearless
Valkia.
before the foe. Now ask yourselves, do you fear the enemy more or me?
So this time, Valkia doesn't have her human shield. Let's go armor though. Why is it already at 50% intensity? Mother Stankia got hotfixed in one of the patches earlier on, so that this isn't as OP. And he's shooting it into Valkia, trying to shoot into Valkia. Oh, she ambushes. That is an ambush after all. Oh, landing Valkia, really nice.
Oh, that's smart.
Well, that dodges 1 volley. This proves to be okay, not very effective. It's one of your most powerful spells, so I think it's kind of wasted. But one powerful spells. It's the only spell you kind of get.
Yep.
Yeah, sure, action ambushes are a high value unit, but given that they Or we line up for that.
That was a great move with landing. That could have hurt Valky a lot, but whoop, landed.
Yep.
Doesn't count as movement. Haha.
It is on a 10 seconds cooldown, so I mean the reload is kind of 10 seconds. Oh, 10.8 actually.
Yeah.
That is a slow reload, very slow reload, especially since they are 9 chevrons, right? So they have plus 18 reload skill. So I'd expect it to be less than 10 seconds. So actually you can just dodge it since it comes every 10 seconds. Unless you get 2 units or more shooting you. I think Ostanki are just wasting ammunition doing that.
Pretty much.
Ostanki also suffered some damage. Rocket on the charge and being spotted.
She did. Yep. I believe she landed 1 hit.
Still, the most epic play on this one is Manfred flying up and just sniping
Oh yeah.
the Death Striker rocket.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Alright. Point number 3. I mean, everybody. Yeah, Khorne is just chilling in the forest as I predicted. Kislev is just gonna take point number 1 and 2. At this point, surprising it doesn't go for triple cap. I think it could try. Anyway, Khorne already accruing 3,000 supplies. Probably looking into maybe even 3 Minotaurs, given it still not moving. But yeah, if I were Kislev, they keep summoning, so the reinforcements are going to be there. And they're going to rest, I guess.
We have a victory point.
Shift the
Keep it
front
from
lines
the
over
foe.
here and start contesting point number 3. And a Patriarch, alright. Has the healing sword. Whatever that is. But as a weapon icon. First of all, this. Nice buff in AoE. And then on top of that, the healing spell. Or healing ability. Things in the Woods. Good choice given heavy infantry build. And I guess Kidman isn't revealing what he's bringing, I'm just assuming. What was this? Oh, is that let's go. Spear Bear. Yeah, I completely missed as well. A big waste. But it is on just 2-minute cooldown, so I guess as long as the battle doesn't start in the next 2 minutes, it's fine. We're getting the most hype Shogun 2 music at the moment, and all we're saying is units standing in the forest.
Yep. They're just chilling in the forest.
Well, I really dislike the build-up strategies on a fundamental level. Because, well, okay, you are gaining more value, but your opponent is also gaining the same value and you're giving up the battlefield. And then you still are going to fight him in the middle.
Yeah, you're letting him choose the battlefield, basically.
There we go, point number 3 is finally going to be contested. Kind of weird that only by Ostanki and Fangs in the Woods. Actually, I think Valky could just take them on.
Oh yeah.
They do have armor piercing, so maybe pretty good. Also, Valky is considered small, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So they actually would
yes.
have a bonus against her.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's why. Fair enough then. Also, it's a fast unit that could easily disengage, so there we go. Houseplant increasing the pressure. It's kind of weird he didn't do that earlier.
You have
Oh,
the
Khorne is
foe's
moving
victory.
forward. Still hasn't summoned a thing though. About time to summon something. Blood Crushers, Soul Grinders, Minotaurs.
No.
It has some big monsters as well, but I forgot what it was.
You mean
And there you go,
Bloodthirster?
Ogres of Thor. Okay, there we go, finally. And it's Minotaurs. Wow, what a surprise. Look, it's more Minotaurs. Oh look, it's more Minotaurs. Oh look, it's more Minotaurs. Okay.
More Minotaurs.
Wow, so unpredictable there. Such a surprise.
Wow.
Why couldn't
truly
you
shocking.
just summon it earlier, man? Okay, Ostanke using the Spirit Bear on the Caesars of Khorne, landing a pretty nasty hit.
25%.
Nice value as well. Valkia trying not to let that slide for free. There we go. Ostanke finally landing some good hits. Not trying to target Valkia. But now they're just standing in the range, just soaking out the bullets for free, and the Minotaurs aren't in a position. Like,
Yeah.
hell is
So
this?
much for that.
This is supposed to be finals, come on. It's all supposed to be perfect execution, perfect synchronization. And we have 5 units of Minotaurs, 2 of them with great weapons. So actually the non-grey weapons are better because they also have armor piercing and also have anti-infantry rather than anti-large.
One of your victory points. Take it
Khorne
back.
has regained point on 3. Sure. Houseman is already halfway through. And he almost got to use his entire ammunition. But it's a weird positioning because now Sargard is just now engaging. But also nobody really wants to engage the armored Hussars. But the most important thing is that armored Hussars aren't going to get their shots into the Minotaurs. At least not as many of them. So now they're charging in. These guys have walked all the way over to this flank. So anti-large on the flanks, anti-infantry in the middle. One is called already defeated even before the Minotaurs got to charge in. But the front lines of Khorne, mostly unscathed, arrive to meet the Kislev forces.
I don't know, it's kind of scary to me. And they're next to the white lines, so they will get out of the battlefield.
Bombardment from all brothers of Thor. Yeah, they're gonna be pretty effective against the Minotaurs. Well, they're not with great weapons, so yeah, probably bringing the great weapons once, which they were somewhere in this area, but they went away again. Unless they routed. No, they're here. Okay. But yeah, if Minotaurs rout, they aren't as low leadership as Trolls, but they're still prone to routing, as evident here. And also, the Minotaurs don't have regeneration. Maybe look at this. Regeneration. So yeah, Chaos Clan just firmly 2k ahead, all that build up, got a for an offering. In the end, we'll see if Khorne turns around. There is a sort of Khorne ability, a big as explosion, but where would you put it?
I don't know.
No good targets really showing themselves at the moment. We need to have a big blow up, but the battle is fairly spread out all over the place. Very nice reaches there from Winged Lancers. And the Chaos Warriors of Khorne can even handle the regular armored Hussars, not to mention that they're supported by Winged Lancers, or Tsar Guards, or things in the woods. Should be doing pretty well, and they are. So here's someone summoning from the side of Khorne. Oh yeah, Patriarch also there to keep healing. I already used that one as the AoE heal. And Valkia already used both of her Spears of Slipnews. So no more kills there, and she didn't really bring a lot of value. And more than 3,000 advantage now. Pulse of Khorne, summoning the Bloodless of Khorne. They're to turn around the battle. Action ambushes have been cut out. But yeah, they've got a lot of value as well.
Now let's see if Khorne can catch up on value. Because we're seeing a value difference of around 3k. That is significant.
Yeah, he managed to close it from 3.5 to 3, but that's still very, very large. Plus, Kislev is healing for the Patriarch, whereas Khorne is not. Yeah, that's why Khorne isn't really considered one of the top factions. Thank you, Hippo, for demonstrating that. Well, I don't think even Berserk managed to pull off some Khorne victories. I think maybe pulled one against Glidden. Yeah. I think it was Khorne versus... It was the last battle, Khorne versus High Elves. And Berserk actually won with Khorne. But it's a way different matchup, and already kind of blundered that one. So Kislev has enough forces to just spare to capture point number 3 with some crucified dervishes, because why not? And Khorne doesn't have much left on the battlefield. Kislev doesn't hold much either. This is really kind of alright. This engagement is flip. With the Ogre as a 4, still going strong. Valka actually not doing that hot against the just regular Tsar Guard.
I mean, that armor piercing is real.
He is doing it right. Pretty far. And yeah, using a Sword of Khorne on a Birdie Alive Tsar Guard unit.
Not the best of choices, I think.
Yeah, there weren't many other much better targets. Yeah, lots of reinforcements still coming for Kislev. Not so much for Khorne. Kislev has 1,000 supplies at the moment. So yeah, firmly in-house content favor. Kind of funny how they're flipping the points. 3 for Kislev and 2 point for Khorne. Oh, very nice. Things in the woods together with Tsar Guard. Yeah, there's more. Well, there's a just notice as well. I get obliterated. Valkia versus Ostankia. It's just very dark in here.
One of your units has been destroyed.
And Valkyrie is Valkyrie. Well, Khorne flipping point number 1, let's go. Point number 2 failed to flip, obviously. And point number 3 still in control of Khorne. But yeah, even if house point goes down to 1 point. Well, the value lead has been a little bit closed.
Still, a little.
Healing.
Still, yeah, the healing is a big problem, and also Kislev is no slouch when it comes to melee. But yes, the value difference is closing, but that is not gonna matter because the battle is over. Wait, sorry, never mind. We still got about 40 seconds. I thought that 6 was a 9.
But
Nice. Indeed. Yep. I just don't think... I think they waited way too long in that forest to engage and gave way too many free points to Kislev.
Ooh, yikes.
Ooh, yeah,
Almost
that was a good one.
Casp is just flexing at this point.
Pretty
Oh no,
much.
1,000 point lead. It was 3.5 at some point, so Hippo managed to close it up a little bit in the end, but the battlefield control wasn't anywhere near.
Glory is yours.
Yeah, no.
Yes, thank you. 2.8. Action also very well. Tigers as well, holy shit. The brothers still very respectable. Yeah, Valky alright, but everything else. Okay, the infantry got an okay value. But the Minotaurs, they are looking alright, but they definitely didn't do enough. Well, it is heavily Kislev favored matchup. But it was also the first pick, and Khorne was the last pick. So now, who knows? Let's look at the draft. As people left the lobby for some reason. So Khorne lost.
He is
Kislev
game
won.
crashed.
Game crashed, okay, fine. Sad cow noises indeed. So, that's the Decrepit Moor. Down 4, so we've got Dried Floodplain, Dwarfs, Slaughter, Sunken Mire, Urgot Stomping Grounds. And I think Urgot Stomping Grounds is the map I'm talking about. The one I really like. Also, Dried Floodplain is also really, really good. That's why it has been selected for the finals, but mainly fan of the Urgot Stomping Grounds. Really like the design. So now, let's pretend we're Hippo. What faction are we picking? I think Dwarfs seem like a faction that have good matchups into everything that Houseman has brought. Maybe other than Chaos Dwarfs. Chaos Dwarfs would be a good counter to Dwarfs, I think. And that's about it. Alternatively, could bring Warriors of Chaos, maybe Tomb Kings.
Okay,
But given Tomb Kings' drop in popularity, I guess they aren't considered that strong anymore.
No.
So probably Warriors of Chaos, making the wisest choice. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Slaanesh though. It is Warriors of Chaos.
Yep.
And they're going to be countered by House Elves. House Elves. It's not Harry Potter. High Elves. And the map is going to be Grove of Slaughter. I was looking for the Grove of Slaughter amongst the Total Tavern maps, and then I was, wait a second, that's actually a CA's map.
Yeah.
Hey, CA map is getting a shout out. You made a good map, and that's why it's in the finals.
Yeah, for once. Looks like our third place match, the first game concluded. Glidden 1-7-0.
You can go back to your replay.
Sure.
Are you still in the same replay you were? Did you just pause?
No, I just, I turned it off.
Let's bring it up
restarted.
again.
Okay.
I want to see your good stomping grounds. Maybe you will see it in this match as well, so it will be a nice preview.
Let's hope so. And we can see it from the start.
Yep.
There you go. Okay, we got Greenskins versus Tzeentch. With a very wide deployment from Greenskins, we got a mix of Orc boys, Orc Archer boys. Black Orcs. Some very nice front-loaded lineup. You know, divided between point 2 and 3, but we'll see how they want to go about it.
So what about the Tzeentch's army?
The Tzeentch's army is we've got Zangor's very price-efficient units. We've got some Blue Horrors. Where's our Mutalith Beast? I'm not seeing the Mutalith Beast, but we do have Screamers. Yeah. Probably in the reinforcements. I'd be surprised.
Maybe he didn't pay to win. Just gonna say, ideally, you know, everybody would have all DLCs, because the fact that you need to buy DLCs to stay competitive
is, yes, but that's pay to win. That's some mobile game logic right there, and that is an absolute travesty. Like, that's something I would expect from John Riccatello. Oh wait, he already did that. We've got some, I don't know if you remember what just happened in Arena. Sometimes when you give an order, they will literally just do a little vortex. That's what Zangors just did, so looks like that pathfinding bug is still in the game.
I don't remember that happening really in Arena. I remember that being a bug in Rome 2.
Rome 2 as well, but yes, Arena definitely had that, especially with infantry.
Maybe they fixed it later on.
Yes, they did.
They fixed it in Arena, didn't fix it in Warhammer. Haha, get right Arena better.
Oh yeah, Arena probably had one of the tightest combats, and then we got a Burning Skull that went down that just decimated those Orc boys and Squig Herd. They're getting shot at from the woods. So yeah, point 3 is taken, point 2 is being taken by Greenskins. Looks like it will be taken, but they just abandon it, and instead they're taking up on this hill to shoot on point 3, which is very smart because there is, as you can see, a pretty good elevation up in here. So that will give them significant bonuses. I'm surprised that this Squig Herd is not moving to take out these Blue Horrors. Oh, they just changed direction, and they're headed down there. And of course, the Blue Horrors notice that, and they start shooting those Squig Herd.
Yeah, beautiful display. That's why I like Tzeentch and Demons of Chaos, because you get a mix of pink and blue horrors. Easily one of my favorite units.
Yeah, they're such a fun unit, such an energetic and fun to watch unit. Unfortunately, they're not very strong. Part of that is because, well, Demonic is an inferior trait. Oh, we've got the Forsaken, which should be great for cutting through that those ranged units. If we finally have the Black Orcs join into the fray, and the Forsaken just dive into the Black Orcs,
Forsaken
not a very good idea.
Yeah, that's not a good matchup for them.
That's not a good matchup.
Black Orcs have armor piercing against them, and Forsaken specialize in dealing damage to weaker infantry.
Yes, exactly, to not unarmored infantry.
As Wa has been triggered.
Wa has been triggered. So now they've got immunity to psychology and extra attack. And we can see that working out right here. Oh, Pink Horrors got caught by Black Orcs. Oh, now that's just shameful. But funnily enough, the point number 1 and number 2 are not taken. This is basically a land battle with reinforcements at this point, with only point 3 having been taken.
Yeah, kind of had to, given that the entire engagement is happening there. It's a very constrained one as well, because they're not really going into the forest with other than 1 or 2 units.
Yep.
And then there's a big rock in the middle. Oh, interesting development.
Quite so. Hippo has returned, by the way.
What the fuck was he then? Thought he was just taking his sweet time selecting an army like last time.
Yeah, he returned 3 minutes ago.
Maybe he's just saying that to get more time to do his army.
Could be. But regardless, yeah, we've got the pink horrors engaged in melee with black orcs, which is just horrible. Yeah, this is just very bad engagement from A6. And Tim is just doubling on his advantage. Oh, it's a 2-on-1 advantage, unfortunately. I'm really not seeing how he's going to come back from that.
Well, battle is on.
Alright, awesome. I'll pause this one.
So, Archmage of Life, 2 Phoenixes. That is spicy. And then just 5 White Lines of Strays. Alright. Not a fan of that unit. It's, you know, not as good as elite units, and it's just barely better than the crap units. Just bring crap units, I guess, at this point. Speaking of elite units, triple Chosen, the Mutually Vortex Beast, Festus to heal them all up. Really nice. Yeah, so we got a triple flying force, Archmage of Life, on top of that Dragon, double Flame Spire Phoenix. So he's rolling a gacha in here. If he goes down below 10%, he either gets flat 25% heal or just dies. And somebody already read it, nice. Oh, that was fast deployment, alright. Finally, some quick action. So the entire contingent from the High Elves is going towards point number 3, most likely. It might turn towards point number 2. And Chaos is kind of the same, just goes straight into the forest. So
yep.
Nobody wants to take point number 1, apparently.
Apparently.
I mean, the Chaos is going to be really strong in a blob. With Mutually Vortex Beast receiving healing. Well, the Flamespire things are coming in for the bombardments. They have 10 Wakes of Fire. It is 50% armor piercing, so it should be quite effective against Chosen. There we go. Was it? 39 Valiant. Okay, not that bad. Plus a Sun Dragon Breath. He's lining it up. Ah, he kind of missed.
Ooh, that was a big miss.
And the other one was 2 fire used. Only 3 used on this unit so far. 2 uses on this one. And once they make it in the forest, the Wakes of Fire are no longer going to be effective. So, very unlucky on a breath. Festus should be able to heal that all up. It's 1 Chosen dead here. Yeah, not a single here. So Festus is just gonna heal that. Oh, he's still bombarding this in the forest. I wonder, did it reach them or did it just get stopped on a tree? I need to watch closer. Yeah, it did reach them. So 2nd Chosen dead. But in order to really capitalize on that damage, Hippo needs to... sorry, not Hippo. Aspa needs to start engaging. There's some trolls have been brought in. Yeah, they're just gonna clamp up around Festus. With Heralds of the Wind, and with Bow's regiment over now.
Well, that's the thing with Festus. If you're gonna hit him, you better kill him. Otherwise, he's just going to regenerate himself and everything around him. Ooh, nice, but meh.
Yeah, they suffered quite a lot of damage, but not a single kill.
Yeah.
We have a victory point.
And also, I think this is the first time we have seen Chosen. Maybe like one more time. I think.
Is Fizz not using any of the elixirs right now?
I don't know. I don't think he is.
Yeah, like these guys aren't healing.
Yeah.
But now they are.
I think we got.
We have a victory point.
Took a
Keep
while.
it from the foe.
Yep.
Another fire breath, maybe.
That must be a strategy.
Also, this arch. Oh no, okay. I thought it has no healing, but just gets switched. Yeah, so Earthblood and Awakening of the Wood. There we go. Now that was a way better breath.
It was.
But still, in terms of value, not that big. And
I
again,
think by picking
not a single
Chosen,
kill. All of that is
Yeah.
going to be healed.
Yeah, because the Chosen have got a lot of health, so with healing, if he cannot kill them fast enough, yeah, he's just gonna heal through it. Not a bad strategy. I don't think we have seen this heavy
The Vortex
use
Beast
of
with
healing.
no barrier already. Maybe the Phoenixes are going to dive it. I mean, 520 weapon strength with armor piercing. If they both start landing hits on the Mythically Vortex Beast, plus they don't care about the Mortis Engine effect of it, that is a really good matchup for them. But they're all gonna land in Festus at the moment.
Yep, the fastest.
He took some damage, alright, he's taking more. Mythically Vortex Beast isn't really moving in. That would be the perfect counter since it is anti-large. Chosen have been brought to do the job. But yeah, Festus down to like 75%. Vortex Beast now intercepting some of the Phoenixes. But no major engagement yet. Cavalry sweeping in. Fireborn, the Dragon Prince is anti-large.
The enemy has captured
Going
one of
straight
your
into the
victory
Chaos Trolls. And into Chosen as well. They need to be careful not to burn themselves too much on the Chosen. Earthblood right now on 2 Phoenixes and a Dragon, really good. And some infantry coming in as well. Well, given that they are armor piercing, they should be alright against Chosen. And thanks to them being a little bit higher tier, they might be actually able to land some hits unlike the regular Spearmen. But we really need some anti-infantry. Festus Terror routed. And God had a big hit on himself right now, although Archmage of Life isn't looking too hot either.
Yeah, that's tough.
Well, being on a dragon makes you way less vulnerable than being on foot like Festus though.
Yes.
And
Just
now
that huge
Earthblood
hitbox.
should stabilize things. The Dragon Princes have made it their all way around. We're gonna go after the Chaos Trolls. We have some Chaos Striders of Slaanesh being summoned. But those Chaos Warhounds aren't going to perform well at all against that cavalry. Although given the concentration of Chaos Forces in here, it still might be a good engagement for them. Because the Awakening of the Wood. Yeah, a very effective spell. And a little bit of Weave is actually just going to be committed to melee. They're almost out of ammunition anyway. Festus is routed, but still healing everybody around him. He's at full half HP, sorry. And Vortex Beast. 2k despite only 3 kills. Just hitting the Dragon and Phoenixes all the time. I thought of the Dragon up in the air, it would dive after Festus. Now Festus has been completely separated from, well, not completely, but separated from his army. You see one Phoenix going after him.
Yep.
And at least due to the separation, there is no healing going on anymore for the blob. So as long as the Phoenix can just keep him routed, maybe just even escort him off the battlefield, that would be huge. And even as long as it is being escorted, then maybe Festus, well, the distance keeps increasing, right? the rest of his army. So that is pretty big for Houseplant to deny that AoE healing from Festus, which is extremely powerful in this situation. Let's see how the White Lions of Trace are doing. They're performing alright. They cost 800, I think. So yeah, they're paying back their value and more, actually. So yeah, against Chaos they do make sense, given their heavy armor. Muley Vortex Beast now desperately tries to help Festus as well as these Hell Striders. So Hell Striders should do the job. They should save Festus, who just got landed a hit on by the Phoenix. But yeah, it looks like... So, Houseplant, we need to commit yet another Phoenix or the Dragon to go over there. Or maybe a unit of cavalry. It's just been summoned a little in reverse from the Vanguard deployment zone. Trying to make sure Festus stays routed. But they did target the Hellstriders instead of Festus. Immediately Vortex Beast, at least that put it away from the main fight, so it cannot utilize its full potential. Oh yeah, point number 2 has been pretty much cleared. The Chosen are almost down. These are just regular Chaos Warriors. Yeah, these Chosen are down. Let's see how they performed. 1,000. Yep. So, better than War Lions of Trace, but not much better at all, actually.
Especially considering
they're much more expensive.
Yeah, they're significantly more expensive. Yeah, Chosen is probably one of the most expensive infantry units out there.
Rancid Visitation on the Phoenix, but it rolled the gacha and it got the Life Bloom. Well, not Life Bloom, whatever. Fiery Rebirth, or just Rebirth. There is Fire Rebirth, but I guess not that unit. And Festus is back, but he did suffer quite a lot of damage.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Yeah, and the healing cap is already visible. He's approaching it quite fast. So with 3k left available to heal. Archmage is also approaching its healing cap, but still quite further away. Well, it could still be anybody's game. 2 points in the favor of Warriors of Chaos at the moment, but value in favor of Houseplant, and there is yet another unit of Illyrian Reavers going into point number 1. It's at the moment uncontested and defended. There's some Chaos Trolls coming in after getting regenerated. Yeah, with Chaos Warriors with great weapons, so they should be pretty good against White Lion of Trace. Yeah. The Armor Precinct is definitely going to be valuable. I think the Dragon healed up yet. Yep. Still more. The Flamespire Phoenix is going to drop down yet again. But this is... Okay, this isn't on a cooldown. So once it drops below 10% HP, it rolls the gacha again.
So it should die.
I mean, it isn't below 10% health. Once it reaches 500, that will be 10%. Immediately Vortex Beast, 3.2. And now double Phoenix. Did it just both die at the same time?
I think they did.
Or is it just one? Where's the other one?
I think it's somewhere else. On the other side of the map. Did I get on or something?
No, I think... I'm pretty sure I saw 2 Phoenixes in there and they just both died.
Damn, how?
I have no idea. Well, we have a Dragon versus the Immediately Vortex Beast.
Damn.
Vortex Beast is still being killed.
Is just cheering in the back. He's running away.
While being terror routed. But he's back.
Yep.
They don't even see the healing cap yet. For the Immediately Vortex Beast, and it's already XP4 as well. Yeah,
of course it is. It's the pay-to-win unit.
So, still, advantage overall to Houseplant. He's also ahead in points. But now that the Phoenixes are gone and Immediately Vortex Beast is unleashed, well, never mind. The Dragon can fly. Immediately Vortex Beast can't.
And therefore, Dragon sort of wins.
Well, it goes elsewhere. Well, but that still leaves the Mutative Vortex Beast question unanswered. But it needs to find some enemies, right? Point 3 is still under control. Yeah, this is in reverse. Probably gonna use these Chaos Warhounds. They do have decent stats still. They're just ranged units.
Yeah, I don't believe in that one.
Oh, point number 1 is now probably going to be flipped by these Chaos Warhounds. Unless, yet again, unit of Illyrian rules will be summoned, but they're still committed over here. That's another unit of Dragon Princes, but not the anti-large regiment over now. And a really nice Dragon placement there, routing the Chaos Trolls with terror. Finishing off the Chosen as well.
Yep, and with the trolls routed, yeah, that is going
Cover
to be a
should
lot of
make
damage.
sure these trolls get cut down. But they aren't suffering that much damage. Then again, I'm really used to Total War Arena ways of doing this. So if you route a unit in Total War Arena and it's surrounded like this, it disappears within seconds.
Yep.
And in Warhammer,
Yeah, here the chase AI is
This
still
is-
stupid.
left ups. So,
Yeah.
Festus at a heal cap. Exactly right.
At heal
now.
cap, yep.
Heal can provide the healing
He
to
took
this
way too
case.
much damage.
Well, he changed to Harbinger of Pestilence. Not for long though, as he has been routed.
Yeah.
He's barely been alive, 300 HP left. Mutative Vortex Beast maybe trying to save it. Save him. Ah, there we go, Festus down.
Festus is down.
So now, Hippo could wait around to resummon him again. And looking at points, 2 points for Warriors of Chaos, which spells Warriors of Chaos victory at the moment, if nothing changes.
But
We'll see what Houseman will come up with.
the value advantage is on Houseblad's side, so...
There was a lot of healing from Festus though. So I don't know, I know there is Elf Blood, but was that well, that dragon is also heal capped. But was that Elf Blood as potent as all those AoE heals from Festus? It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell.
But if
Question is,
if Husband wins, that routing Festus and getting him away from the main engagement is absolutely huge. Could be the turning point of the entire battle. But we'll see. Hitman Hippo isn't out of it yet. Alright. Center firmly in control of Houseband, but he needs to venture out and capture something. Point number 1 is his point of choice to try to flip. Well, he sees 2 wavering units. He doesn't see these Chaos Warhounds. He might be expecting them there since they were the ones that capped the point in the first place. Let's see at point number 3. There's also some capture going on. Illyrian Reavers plus Dragon Prince is going to be there. Versus some Chaos Rise of Slaanesh that should be routed as soon as they start engaging there. But that's actually, yeah, just not enough value, so this Illyrian Reavers needs to start fighting. But instead they're gonna get engaged, so a little bit of a blunder by Houseplan, not even getting a charge there. But there is a unit coming in to help.
Now the question is...
Go on.
Yeah, can Chaos Warriors get that 2,000 gold value back in this case? Very hard to tell. Very, very hard to tell. But yeah, as you said...
I don't think it will be about the value. It is going to go down to points, really. So point number 3 being flipped now. Health Riders have been cleared. 3 units of almost the cavalry are contesting it, and some spearmen are coming in together with White Lions.
Yeah, I think the 3.3 is going to flip for High Elves. Point 1 though, it seems like we've got Mutalith Beasts very close by. We've got a decent chunk of units in there. The question is, will those
Mutalith Beast hasn't been a factor. Hasn't been doing anything for quite a while.
It really hasn't. It really hasn't.
Still has quite a lot of HP to play around with, so it needs to start doing stuff. Because at the moment, again, Houseplan has 2 points, and point number 1 also possibly going to flip. If you get triple capped so close to 1500, that can be GG right here and there. But, okay.
Oh, absolutely.
Lots of units at the point of number 1. Still the unit, the point he's holding. I think Mutative Vortex Beast possibly should just contest a point that he isn't holding. So
Yeah.
maybe putting it on number 2 would be better. But well, it isn't as fast. I mean, 66 isn't slow, but isn't super fast either. So transitioning from one point to the other does take a while. And I wanted to go after the dragon, but the dragon is just gonna fly out. Didn't fly
It will,
away though.
And those trolls again running around.
Shattered.
This time they're shattered.
That's
So
probably the third time
is
they
the
rolled.
only one that is left. And yeah, that's the third point that is going to flip for
This
high
is
elves.
actually
And I
pretty
think that's
well
gonna be
against
the
that
end.
Vortex Beast. If they focus fire on it,
Yeah,
provide quite a lot of value.
but like barrier, the armor,
And
and there we
glory
go.
is yours.
So mid to Vortex Beast, yeah. Playing around, like it chasing after Festus to try to help him and maybe just grab some healing from him. Taking it away from the main engagement, it just racked up so much value so quickly. But then once it was out of that forest, it stopped racking up the value, but still 5,000. Yeah. Incredible. And Festus, despite being on healing pretty much throughout the entire battle, just switching to damage at the very end, still 1.7. But I chosen. Okay, these guys did alright. I wonder only if they were summoned
Did okay.
a second time.
Yeah. They really did not, like, the strategy just did not work out. Festus, I think it was the execution, the fact that he left Festus alone, and Festus took a ton of damage. He got pushed away from that blob, from that chosen blob, because I'm seeing a very good cohesive strategy there. You've got a blob of chosen getting healed by Festus.
Ooh la
You know,
la.
they can take the damage, but they won't die. And then you've got cavalry who is able to chase down the units that are running around. So a moment that box was broken, Festus was taken out. Yeah, there isn't really much left. I mean, chosen are good on their own, but they're not very price efficient, and that's what we have seen.
Color Bob in the chat. And I'll get to you in a while. There's also a 2-minute delay, just so you're aware, so the responses to chat will come with a delay. Plus, when we're in a battle, we are commenting the battle. Okay, High Elves of victory against Warriors of Chaos, so 2-0 up for Houseplant, possibly going into final battle if it's going to be a 3-0. By this time around, wait, Houseplant picks the faction first.
Chaos Dwarfs.
Chaos Dwarfs, alright.
Alright.
We'll see Chaos
one of
Dwarfs
my
as regular
favorites.
Dwarfs. I mean, out of the 3 factions available for a Hippo, Dwarfs are still probably his best bet.
Okay, Chaos Dwarfs versus Dwarves.
Okay, let's go. I like this time to quick choices. Still need to pick them up. Please, or good stomping grounds. Did Hippo crash again? Why is he crashing after every single battle? Cedric was complaining about Sacred Sand of Chaco, but he won
Yes.
the map.
Did he? I think he lost.
No, he won.
No, he won.
He lost on Mountains of Morn. A little sea map. Huh. Oh, that one. Yeah, lots of choke points. Alright, shall we go into a replay in the meantime?
Sure thing.
Lord, the rebirth explosion of one killed the other. Just rewatched it and it died when the other exploded. Yeah, it looked like it. But it is the regular rebirth, not fiery rebirth. So I think this one doesn't have the explosion. It's the fiery rebirth that has the explosion.
I mean,
It's a bug
that
can
does
kill
make
single entities
sense.
or a few units stacked on the flame spire.
Hmm.
But if it's a bug, then that makes sense. I also please nerf. Sure. It is my favorite faction to play in a campaign. Other than the Changeling now, because Changeling is just tropey.
Yeah, Changeling actually, for campaign, like for head-to-head, it's just straight up banned. It cannot lose.
Right,
Yuan
the
Bo
battle.
is also banned. It's auto-banned as well. You can still confederate him, but you can't pick him because of his faction mechanics. Mother Ostianka, most of her faction mechanics have
Artyom,
been
you have
banned.
a battle.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean the battle is kind of there isn't much of a battle left. It's more of a cleanup at this point.
Yeah. I guess we skipped
Like
the
it's
most
been
important
only
part.
7 minutes, and Greenskins have just broken through the lines. They have went through the back of Tzeentch lines. Now the general is going down. There isn't much left. Yeah, and yeah, Greenskins win.
Yeah.
Yee.
Give us another reply.
Sure thing.
So this is the 5th place match, right? Well,
That was 5th place, I believe. Yes.
Oh, Nurgle versus
Yep, it
Dwarfs.
was.
Sure, let's see Dwarfs in action.
Yeah, sure thing. Thunderbolt versus Berserk. Okay, we've got Nurgle versus the Dwarves. Wait, I think we have seen this, haven't we? Yeah, I think we spectated this.
No, we haven't spectated this.
Yeah.
I showed it for a replay, I think, but very briefly, because the match then started immediately. Or maybe it was you who
yes.
showed it.
Yeah, we might have seen this one already, you know, with Nurgle, Soul Grinder bombarding and getting pretty decent value.
No, it was you streaming. I was streaming a different battle. But I streamed this one.
I had not realized those flame cannons were actually shooting this general. That was just there to waste ammunition.
Oh, Housebound has readied up in the meantime.
Awesome.
He put it in.
Yep, the third match has selected Sunken Mire.
I mean, if this is a 3-0 and the third place match is still going, might as well go there.
Yeah. Yep, we could do that. Yeah, their third place match, they're selecting their map, so.
Interesting mechanic.
Yeah, here we see like a build-up strategy. As you said, build-up. I'm not liking it, but you know what? It works. Sadly, it does work, especially against factions like Dwarves. But now that we're going to see Chaos Dwarves versus Dwarves, I'm really interested in the matchup. Because I myself have been practicing some Chaos Dwarves recently, and they're a lot of fun.
They have cool campaign mechanics, but they're also annoying. So, like,
I mean, their battle
Bretonnia styles.
mechanics are very intricate. Like, you have to play the battle very, very carefully. But unlike Dwarves, they also have
I
access
like
to
the
cavalry.
unit limits.
Yeah, unit limits can be very annoying, and I did notice if you know how to min-max the campaign mechanics, I think they can be very strong. I'm just looking into some of the intricacies.
Battle.
All right, let's go. Okay, Astrogoth versus Thorgrim.
You wanted the
Alright.
grudge match, you've got the grudge bear.
The lore-accurate grudge match.
Well, I don't
got
know, they
Death Shooter
faced
Rocket.
against each other in the lore. But Whitebeard versus Whitebeard. Pointy hat versus a different pointy hat. We've got a little bit of an Air Force going on. Is this a magma cannon?
I do believe it is, yes.
So we got a Death Shooter rocket, pretty much standard, Skullcracker, and then the magma cannon, and then Chaos Dwarf warriors with great weapons, and then the regular ones. It is a magma cannon. It used to be
Versus-
super OP, and then it just disappeared after the nerfs.
Yep.
Alright, let's
Now
look
Dwarves
at
are
the Dowie
picking
Force.
something more aggressive setup with more
Rangers.
dwarf warriors with great weapons, and also rangers with great weapons. So these are very important. These are basically the javelin men of dwarves. Short range, huge damage, can really wipe
Also missile
out.
strength as well.
Yeah, exactly. Huge damage.
626 and 8-second reload. Not much ammunition though.
Yes, they're very low on
Oh
ammunition.
yeah, they throw axes, right?
That's correct.
They throw these big
not
two-handed
sure.
axes.
No, I believe they throw throwing axes. Now, another interesting point I'd
No,
like
that's
to
cool.
bring up is the Regiment of Renown. They have an ability that lowers the target's missile block. So combined with all of those, they can do a ton of damage. Missile block, armor, and yeah,
Missile resistance as well, so just take
Yeah.
20% more damage from missiles.
for 28 seconds. very strong. That thing can snipe out generals, especially with combination of other ranged units. So we can see some gen sniping over there. On Chaos Dwarves side, the Death Shrieker rocket is very effective at gen sniping, which is why Thorgrim is currently hiding in the woods. Their AoE, I'm not as impressed, but it's still, you know, better than nothing.
So the Brimstone gun, so
Yes.
good at focusing single entities. So
It
maybe
is, but unfortunately it
don't
does
focus
fire
elsewhere.
damage against the faction that basically globally has fire resistance.
Yep, hacks. Well, the other faction has magic resistance. In terms of magic, we do have a Flame Storm, which is quite an unusual pick.
Very.
And it's
With
only,
Astrogoth-
also the only spell.
Yeah,
Oh,
very
yet another
strange.
Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I probably would have brought like Hammer of Hashut. Because that spell is great against ranged units. Oh, Death Shrieker rockets, because they don't have any other better targets, it's going to just single fire at the gyrocopters.
Let's see how good their homing projectiles are.
Not
as good this
good.
time around.
Yep. Well, the gyrocopters are moving very fast too.
Oh, did you get some damage
Actually,
now?
no, it did hit. It did hit.
Also, maybe as it was just passing by, it clipped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I
Yet
think.
another
happened
one?
to him.
That was a direct hit this time around.
Yep.
They're actually going
And
to
did
focus
good
it.
damage. Yeah, for a good reason too.
Well, they haven't taken down a single helicopter yet, so there's that, a gyrocopter. And yeah, it's going down quite fast. Let's see a dodge attempt. Nope, not attempted. Well, it's still all four up.
Yep, all four of them up at 50% health.
Yeah, the Death
And-
Shrieker is going down.
Yep, Death Shrieker rocket must be defended. It needs to have the range units. Oh, we have the Firestorm went down behind the Dowie lines at the
Yeah, the
regiment of
Skullcracker
Oh, and
is going at it.
Skullcracker is cracking some skulls over there.
Also, yeah, the Astragot just went in as well. Doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep,
500
no
value
fucks
with
to
that
give.
spell. Well, not the entirety with the spell, some melee damage possibly as well. But yeah, it's got some dwarf warriors with red weapons. The Shrieker rocket now targeting.
Oh no,
Uh,
it's the magma cannon.
there's
Death
the
Shrieker
magma
rocket
cannon.
is. Yeah.
Yep. It is retreating.
Yeah, but
So
the
yeah,
dwarves
the
don't have
Air
anything
Force
to counter.
super effective.
Yeah, they need to have some blunderbusses or some good range
Flames
units.
are still going.
Which they do have that. Like, I don't know why he's not
Giant
summoning
Slayers
them.
incoming. Yeah, they're gonna be pretty good against the Skullcrackers. Other than some Thunders. And even though those ranges of great weapons
Oh yeah, they're
should be
great
pretty
against
good against them.
Skullcrackers. It's just they haven't been shooting at them. He's been shooting at Astrogoth, and all he did was 25% damage.
Micromanaging them? He's just standing and doing nothing at the moment.
Yeah, I think he isn't. I think Houseplant is more busy micromanaging the Skullcracker. He probably did not even notice that his artillery's dead.
Yeah, no, I meant like him and Hippo not using his ranges of great weapons to target the Skullcracker.
With all that, though,
Speaking of which,
those
Hippo-
gyrocopters
there we go,
actually
magma cannon
did
down.
3k. Yep. They just did
Oh, the
3k
Shrieker
damage,
is back.
basically. Oh, it's still back. It's still alive.
And
Yeah,
full
they
damage
did-
potential, but it has range of nothing else other than gyrocopters, and already picked up the smell of the prey.
Oh, yep. Yep,
also got
dwarves
Catholic
are
Fireball,
about
nice.
2,000, about 1,500 ahead in value.
It's the front line scratching, because Dwarfs Warriors going in against some miners. And yet another Flame Storm. So going onto the ranges. Yeah, that's in the middle of the Dwarf formation, but Flame Storm is moving quite slowly. Could have just kind of dodged away from, as we see right now, the units are running away.
Yeah.
Skullcracker across the formation though.
Yeah. It is taking damage. It's taking good damage.
Yeah, yet another unit of gyrocopters. I mean, the gyrocopters who dealt with the magma cannon are now back to deal with the Skullcracker. A really, really good counter. They're bringing a shit on the value, 1,200 already. Yeah, and the other ones have taken out the Shrieker rocket in the back line.
Yeah, that artillery was very expensive, so those gyro bombers really did their job.
That's
I
on the
am
other hand,
very-
also just wrecking chaos in the backlines at 1,000 damage already. The last Fireborn now in action. They definitely have one of the coolest animations with all the flames flashing.
Yeah.
And 46 is already 200 value without taking any damage pretty much. Let's see them go.
Yeah, it is not bad at all. Like, I was expecting this to happen much sooner.
We've got 2 units of them actually. Over here.
Oh, looks like we've got Skyhammer summoned in.
Yeah.
Yep. This one
Good value
has
already.
much stronger bomb.
But
Yep.
oh yeah, already used half the bombs, right? Because it's Castan, I think.
Yep, he did. But his main cannon is also very strong and should do a lot of damage to the Skullcracker enough to finish it
Brimstone
off.
guns are now after the Skullcracker again. It's
Brimstone
almost done.
gun plus the suppression, the 30% speed reduction from suppression,
And
and boom! Skullcracker goes down. Now, all 3 points are being controlled by Chaos Dwarfs. So,
Yeah.
the
Hidden
point
Hippo
difference...
with a large
might be-
advantage. These firestorms aren't really hitting that hard.
No, they're not.
Kalai Fireborn need to really bring it back for Houseplant if he wants to win this. They are doing pretty well. Already taking any damage already at 700. But the other ones, I think, not too good.
Now, the question
Not
is...
as well.
The Hippo really needs to transform his point advantage, his value advantage into a point advantage before it's too late.
Yeah.
Do you think he can do that?
He lost all 4 points, he's been triple cap.
Yep.
It's still quite early, Houseplant is barely at 600. So there's still plenty of time for the Dwarves to regain ground.
Yeah, they did send miners to take it, but Chaos Dwarfs sent back bull renders.
Oh yeah, Bull
Specifically for that.
Mm-hmm.
It's Dwarves, but with cavalry, that's cheating.
Yep.
Well, if these miners
That's
manage to
for-
land a good volley on them, that'll be pretty good, at least in terms of value training. And over here, Houseplants, Chaos Dwarfs are pretty much done for. So point 3 should flip, and then point 1 likely to follow.
And like they don't have that artillery advantage, while dwarfs do. They are now dropping their bombs, doing a ton of damage.
And
Yep,
summoning
and
ability.
just dropped all the bombs, used all his ammunition, and now on summoning. Brilliant move from Hippo.
Yeah, 1.4k value, and now half of it is going to go back. Very
Yep.
nice. And point 2, where is it? It's actually flipping towards dwarves. A single unit of miners is outweighing the Kashuds. Kashuds' dark parameters.
Looks like it.
It was fun if it flips, but it might rout just before they get it. So nice. Yep, they did rout. So now, because dwarves will start regaining it.
Yeah. Now, dwarves are
Almost
3,000.
900. It's gonna start weighing down. And
It
it just
will,
unit
it
after
will.
unit are being summoned and being thrown into point number 1. I think they just need to do some last ditch defense there.
Yeah.
But the Blazing Beards is still just holding a major dwarven
Yes.
force down.
But that's like 5 units against 1, holding them and wasting their time. And I think that's what.
Oh, perfect
oh.
Firestone now. Although,
Yeah, that's what house plans.
kind of this should have been probably the closer here. Is it not much? Like, sure, the Echo Miners for a weaker unit with full HP, and then these guys are almost dead. Is the Forging Gudgebear, and more units are being thrown towards point number 2. The Gyrocopter summoned yet again.
Yep, Houseplant knows his for him to win, he needs to hold that point too.
Yeah, he can still win. Like the value lead is massive, but I'm like not saying it that much.
The point,
Probably
yeah, the
because
point
of all the unsummoned units, actually.
Yep, that is absolutely true. And more than that, the point difference is 800 points. So Houseplant is 2/3 of the way down. So at this point, I think the Dwarves are going to need a triple cap. Yeah, they will need a triple cap at this point. At least we're reaching to a point, like, at this point they really need to start pushing because they will need a triple cap.
Yeah, and ranges of great weapons just get absolutely wrecked for free.
Oh, absolutely. That was a big mistake, yeah.
So much they can do, but hey, those Wizard Render is massive value.
Oh,
Very
yeah,
less than
huge.
HP and almost 1,000. And this push has been just kind of stopped. They're just like in the middle now, so reinforcements will take roughly the same amount of time to arrive. But you know, those little dwarven legs are a factor to just 28 speed plus heavy armor. So yeah, doesn't look good for Hippo. He needs to convert fast, and dwarves are anything but fast.
Yes, exactly. 400 more points to go for Houseplant.
Point number 2, maybe there's still these boosted renders, right? They are being focused by Jericho's Brimstone guns, which should be good. The missiles are both anti-large and armor piercing.
But they're also a third thing.
They just don't give a
fire. They got fire resistance.
50%.
Sure, it's only 15%,
and 25%
but then you've got
missile resistance, so that's 40.
Yeah. 40%.
Does that also count as physical then?
Physical resistance, yes. So great. Assuming your missile even touches them, it will be reduced by approximately 40%.
60.
Yeah, 60. My bad. So, not that effective.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, Brimstone gun, that was a mistake. I think a normal one would do a lot better.
Yeah. Point number 1 isn't even contested.
Yep, not even being contested. 200 points to go.
Still going strong.
100 seconds to go.
At 2,000 value, respectable.
Yep. Yeah, the value is also closing in.
Now if we had a statistic on like damage mitigated, damage tanked, like all of that 60% damage mitigation from all of these missiles from Brimstone guns, like these guys would have massive damage mitigated value.
Yeah.
Please bring it back soon. It was such a cool stat.
Yep. I agree, that would be very interesting to see.
Kadai Fireborn now in a very good environment for them. Rocking the kills and value immensely. Although it's probably not that good given that they have been summoned for a second time, but still, they're doing really, really well. And yeah, the Dwarven push has been routed.
Yep, and with that...
But I am yawning because it's past midnight for me, but come on.
They've been doing this for how long? 7 hours at this point?
Yep. It is a big tournament.
Yes.
And with
25 more seconds to go.
Yep. GG. 3-0
that is
for
a
Houseplant.
GG. Yeah, the spike
quite
point
a
advantage of
4,000. Giving up.
4,500 point advantage. And Houseplant still wins.
The damage is everything. I wonder how what the mod would reveal, because there was a lot of unsummoning, so I guess that was a factor, but still.
Yes.
Right. So Sarika vs. Clean is still going on. Let's have a look over there. Looks like they started the battle around 12 minutes ago. But I'm gonna start the giveaway already.
Okay.
So there we go. So you can buy your tickets for the giveaway now. Well, that was pretty fast. Khorne and Norsca just finished. Played it 2-1. Okay.
Okay, be right back. Wait, so with this one, Houseplant won? Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
3-0.
Alright. So our third place is left. Okay, be right back. Okay.
Alright, let me see. And yeah, and people are still asking, can we start later? No. At this, we're already starting at a point where it's ending past midnight for me. Okay, let's pull up their draft on the screen. And try recreating what happened in the meantime. So this is their draft. The first match was Dark Elves versus Warriors of Chaos. Which Warriors of Chaos won from Khorne. And out of curiosity, what map was it? It wasn't set. Because they just selected one in the lobby and went with it. Then we had Norsca versus Empire on Sacred Senate of Chakra, where Serika's Empire won. And just now, we had Greenskins versus Norse. No, not Norse. Alexa. Beastmen. So, Beastmen lost. Greenskins won. So now we have Narexa is player number 1, which means Hilden is picking first. So either High Elves and Nurgle, and then Norsca will be able to counter that with either Bretonnia or Lizardmen. Let's see if they have decided. No, not yet. No, Hilden has decided. He is going Nurgle. So, the weaker choice between the two factions. I don't like Nurgle very much. And now what will Norsca counter with? I would imagine Bretonnia, because of Fey Enchantress and the Mist of the Lady, or whatever. It is Bretonnia, yes. I would expect Fey Enchantress pick. And then, you know, standard build usually. Always see more or less the same with Bretonnia. Slight change of flavor. Alright, while they're selecting their factions, or not factions, their builds, let's finalize the bracket a little bit. So, these two are still to be decided. Dim is 6th, 5th, sorry, V6 is 6th, fitting. Michael is 7th, Berserk, withdrew from tournament, so he kind of doesn't finish. That's why he's going to be removed from here. Stingers finished, Arcane finished. And then Thunderwolf also withdrew from the tournament, right? That means these guys will just move up, like so. Move a little bit over here. Scanner has enough points for 30 tickets, huh? But this one doesn't take away the points. Also, I've seen Stream Elements did some update, and I think they might support giveaways in Stream Elements now, so maybe I'll switch over to that. New chatbot. Chat commands, modules, timers, spam filters, ban words. Streaming tools? No, there are no giveaways in here. They work on Twitch, but they don't work on YouTube apparently. And this is a module giveaway. No? Yep, nope. So the only way I can do a giveaway is for the SUNTZU bot at the moment. I also need to prepare prize draw. Need to calculate all the SUNTZU tickets we have. For all the players who participate, and that's gonna take a while. Well, in the meantime, Norsca is ready. Already else yet. Yeah. I'll contact CA for that. I may need to have to look a bit into this bot though, because the giveaway system is kind of far from perfect in here, but it's the only one I could find. Just so you're aware there in the chat, if you try to buy too many tickets, it won't tell you that you are trying to buy too many tickets, it just won't enter you. So for example, just that one you haven't entered. At the moment you have only Iskander and Mark Madsen. Well, good battle, good luck in the giveaway in the future. I mean, we'll finish it after every battle concludes. Let's go, Festus. That'll be good of a surprise. Again, against Fey Enchantress. So the ugliest, uncleanest guy from Kugath probably. Versus Clean Lady, I guess. And he has a cultist, an exalted hero, Soul Grinder. There we go. Arcan, are you awake? Arcan is dead, okay. We got Chaos Warriors with great weapons, the Plague Bearers, and then some Marauders, I believe it was. And for Bretonnia, it's also Grail Knights. As visuals. Alright, for Bretonnia, 5 units of archers, 2 units of cavalry, and no regular melee infantry. We've got 2 paladins, and they are on horses. I would imagine Fey Enchantress is also on a horse, yep. Or a unicorn in her case. She's like in a tree. She's kind of in a tree. There she is. So an interesting choice, kind of reminiscent of what Houseplan did with Empire and his mostly cavalry build. The thing is that Empire build made way more sense than this. Famous of archers. I am famously not a fan of archers, or just ranged units in general. I think they just don't provide their value. It's very difficult to make their just in time like that. Wow. It's very difficult to make archers worth their money, worth their cost. AKA be cost efficient.
Very true, especially against players.
We're only talking about fodder players here. We're not talking campaign against AI.
Well, the difference between the two is just so massive. Like, with range, you've got the psychological factor of, hey, every second I spend doing nothing and not killing that range, they are, diminishing me. So I must do something which results in range, not really getting what they're worth.
Well, Soul Grinder is looking for his enemies, but they're all hid in the forest.
Yep.
We've got 2 paladins. They are anti-large, so yeah. Soul Grinder wisely
He's
just backs
noping
up.
the hell out of there.
There's some Chaos Furies being summoned. As an answer, I suppose. Okay, speaking of melee units, there we go. They've summoned from the reinforcements, men-at-arms, and just more men-at-arms. They are very cheap, so they're easy to summon, so sure. While Bretonnia is just waiting in the forest, and there you go, Chaos Furies. I guess just a scout then. Like, oh, bunch of archers, but wait a second, not protected. So maybe just go in. Oh, the Grail Knights are kind of protecting it.
Yep.
There's some archers emerged there. So points are unlocked, and nobody's capturing any points at the moment. Well, making any real attempt. Also Grinder hitting some trees. Trees OP confirmed. Also, all the points are very, very close on this map. Very close.
That is true.
Oh, dwellers below. Nice. Not
That's
overcast
cool.
though. I wonder if we can go overcast.
we
Is
got
it the
Chalice.
chest potions?
Oh, they're running away. Did
We
some
have
damage.
the victory point.
But yeah, I think
Keep
they
it
mostly
from the
avoided
foe.
it.
When the murders were gone anyway, and then all that's left there was single entities.
Hey, Enchantress is at 50%.
True. Who knows when that happened? Let's zoom out a little bit. With point number 3 and point number 2 going in favor of Nurgle. Point number 1 just being for free capture, but now we have 2 fast units coming in from reinforcements, possibly hitting the Bretonnia's backline, which could be a crucial turning point in this battle. At the moment, both teams kind of going equal. Archers raining fire down. Probably I would like to see them just focus on the Soul Grinder. Pegasus Knights sweeping in, trying to save their archers. They're going to have a good matchup against the Chaos Knights, as they are anti-large and they could just, intercept them. And the Chaos Warhounds can be sort of ignored for a while. The Grey Knights are going to provide the hammer if Pegasus Knights are going to provide the anvil, or at least the other way around. But now just one-to-one exchange. The Chaos Knight could just turn around and charge into the archers anyway. In this now they're just showing their backs. It's not the best choice, but then again 120 armor. They might just not give a fuck. Okay, some infantry exchanges. Fey Enchantress going into Chaos Warriors. Probably Plague Burst would be better. Just... Oh well, she has 15 armor. So she needs to be in melee to activate the Mist of the Lady. So she's doing alright for now. Has some men-at-arms to shield her. And Nurgle being cast now, killing all that blood. Nice. Festus is also on healing the elixirs. Healing the Soul Grinder. And the Plague Burst damage. Speed of single entities, where's Lex's gold hero? The archers are still standing, but there you go, Chaos Knights finally turning around to chase them, or charge them. But there are Knights of the Realm summoned, they are anti-large as well, so they should be good against the Chaos Knights.
And they are.
Yeah, they took quite a lot of damage from the charge and should collapse soon. But the archers are still pretty much wiped off the battlefield. Friend, I think, just routed off somewhere. whatever the case is, those archers aren't going to put in much more. And yeah, that's the thing with archers, they take a long time to just break even. And just such easy targets for cavalry. Fleshy abundance as well. But Festus has changed to Harbinger of Pestilence, doing quite massive damage. Quite a lot of units affected by it. 4. Or 3. We could switch over to this area and then apply to even more units. And if Fae Enchantress isn't doing that much damage. So Fleeting with a triple cap, despite Nerexa having some value advantage. Healing on both sides, so it's difficult to say where that goes. And it's all grinded is integrating from quite a big HP left. This boy is 1,000, so yeah. Still like over 12%. Nice sweeping charger from Knights of the Realm. Yep, some Greylands are also following, but they're almost dead.
And Soul Grinder goes down.
Yeah. So that also doesn't count as damage dealt by Nerexa, right? But it's value down for Fleeting. Plus all the routed units that left the battlefield, that's also not being taken into account. So, for now, the eye test. So it's roughly even battle. There is slight advantage for Bretonnia on this side. They are going to regain point number 1 soon, I imagine. Nothing really coming from Nurgle to help. But yeah, the archers just caught out by the Warhounds in the back line. And yeah, Warhounds have racked up quite a lot of value. But they're gonna get routed now as well. Okay, capture is going through just quite slowly. Fae Enchantress, more and more units are being sent against her now that Exalted Lord is going after her. She needs somebody to save her. And yeah, that Earth Blood wasn't very effective on a routed Man-at-Arms and a Grey Relic, which now left alone isn't going to provide any value, it's going to get wrecked in melee. There are some units coming in, Foot Squires, ×2. The third unit with alrightish health still. But the Plague Toads of Nurgle are quite effective, armor piercing and anti-infantry. So going against Foot Squires, they're pretty much the perfect counter.
The another factor is because they're combined with infantry, the infantry will be taking the damage while the toads are going to be dishing out the damage. Now we've got some general engagement. Yep, the general on general violence over there. But looks like both Festus and Fae Enchantress are quite on low health. I think the one who loses
going
their
after
general
Fexus, maybe he can get him down.
We'll see.
The other paladin has been routed. Well, it has rallied as well.
Coming back.
Well, Festus is going quite low and approaching his healing cap.
He is. Which is something we have seen last time as well. Like, you can't really be that careless with Festus.
And Nurgle has pulled ahead in value slightly. Point number 1 about to be finally flipped for Bretonnia. It is really taking quite a while. Go ahead on the that should do it. Point number 3 contested, but still capture it. Okay, now in favor of Bretonnia. I imagine we'll be flipping back and forth.
Yeah,
the spot hasn't moved. They really need to get him on top of Festus. Festus needs to go down now with Harbinger of Pestilence and that Stream of Corruption doing massive damage.
Oh yeah.
Knights of the Realm holding back a lot of infantry, doing pretty well. Fae Enchantress in there. No choice of potions left. Yep. We have no idea how much mana she has left, but Earth Button was below. Her spells available. No Awakening of the Wood. And there we go. Plaguebearers and Nurgle are disappearing. 2 units of them.
Oh, 2 paladins are coming in for Festus.
Finally.
Yeah, about time. And now
yeah,
with
he managed to cast 2 Streams of Corruption though, and they dealt massive damage. Yeah, 2.5k value on him already.
Yep,
And he
I
switched
think
back
we
to
are
having
about
the
to see the
first
last
ones
of Festus.
Well, Bretonnia has flipped point number 3, but they are also at the same time losing point number 1 with no reinforcements in sight. So if Bretonnia doesn't find a massive swing, the killing Festus could provide it, but Festus has done enough at this point. Yet another stream of corruption. This time not as good as the previous ones.
Yep.
Point number 2 also seems kind of variable. There is a potential for triple cap, but a lot of things would need to go right for Bretonnia, and a lot of things go wrong for Nurgle for that to happen. Yeah, Nurgle is even regaining control over point number 3. Festus routed, but with healing elixirs on.
Oh,
And that concludes the battle, yeah.
yep, that's it.
Alexa give up.
That puts Hlidin at 3-1.
And that concludes the tournament as well.
It certainly does. Have we done the drawing already?
No, that obviously comes at the end because we need to know who's where.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm giving you some times, guys, in the chat to buy your tickets now. Alright, let's see. Good prize draw. Great. Just copy that. Special values only, I guess. There we go. Now we have to take past SUNTZU tournament points, not points, tickets into consideration. So Hippo is a first timer, Hlidin is not a first timer, and he hasn't won before. So how many points does he have? But I have a spreadsheet for that, give me a second. I have it on my laptop.
No problem.
Excel Esports, let's go. I have a spreadsheet for points, but not for tickets. God damn it. I should really make a spreadsheet for tickets. Alright. So Hlidin has 140 from this tournament, but he also got some from the November one. Here are the November results. He got 80 from there, which puts him at 220 more. So that is from 631 to 850. That's also Hlidin. Then we have Serika. Serika has 200 points. No, Serika won, so these points are cancelled. So no, he has only what he has right now. And then we have Michael Pontifex with 120 accumulated. So yeah, from 851 to 970, that will be Michael. And then do we have anybody else? Arcane and B6A6. Okay, B6A6. He has 65. So that is from 971 to 1035. Then we have Arcane with 70 more, so from 1036 to 1105. That is Arcane. Okay, so now random number generator. Let's put it on the screen. From 1 to 1105. Generate 1062, which means Arcane. There we go. So you can be technically, well, not technically last place, but last place on the draft and win. The wonders of random number generators. There we go. So DLC for Arcane. Obviously the winner, Houseplant, gets whatever total war he wants, and then let's finish the giveaway. Closing it, making the winner. That is Iskander with 34 tickets. But so did Pigman have 34 tickets. Voila. Iskander, double winner. Alright, so go to Discord, to our general channel, ping it there. Houseplant, Iskander, and Arcane. Always the reply. Whatever. I think I'm gonna send a gift to Hardress earlier. Anyway, that concludes the tournament. So thank you all for coming, for watching, commenting, staying active in chat, participating, providing us with some really good battles.
And don't forget to provide the feedback.
I will look into the giveaways as well. Maybe changing the rules around them as well in the future. I really would have used just stream elements, because on Twitch they were kind of perfect for what I wanted, but they don't work on YouTube. So I'm using the Streamlabs chatbot, which its giveaways are far from perfect. But there we go.
Yep, awesome. Yeah, don't forget to provide feedback. We're always looking for that. I know somebody was not particularly pleased with the map choices. But yeah, absolutely. So are we off air?
Yeah, let's put up the bracket for last time.
Yep.
Showcase the final standing. So 12 players have finished the tournament out of 14 who participated. 2 dropped out in the middle. Berserk and Thunderwolf, I believe, yeah. Other than that, quite a lot of battles fought. We've got 3-0 final, 3-1 third place battle, 3-0 here, give up here, 3-0 here, 3-0 here, and I give up here. Epic. Seed 15 versus 616. Yeah, we used pretty much the entire bracket.
Yeah. That's new.
Good. Progress. Well, next time we'll see you in January. We're taking A little bit of a longer break for Christmas, obviously. It's a break for us, a break for you. And I expect season finals to come sometime in Q1 of 2023. Maybe immediately in January, maybe later. We just haven't decided yet. We'll just see. In the meantime, as Arkin already said, please go to our Discord. We have tournament chat, tournament feedback. We're looking forward to your feedback about maps, formats, of the tournament itself and the leagues in general. All that stuff. Anything you can think of how you'd like to improve your and everybody else's experience in those tournaments. We're willing to listen and apply that feedback in a timely manner. But yeah, please provide arguments, because then that's easier to take it into account. Right, that concludes the tournament. See you in January.
See you.
And in the meantime on our Discord. Chat with us.
Yeah.